It concerns another important research that we are working on. The observer continued. Over the past 1,000 years of exploration of the ancient relics, we've discovered that many important facilities are still immaculate and as bright as new after billions of years of erosion. Judging from the casting materials and the anti-corrosion technology of the facilities, it doesn't make sense at all. With the attributes of the materials themselves, the decay period of the elements cannot be changed no matter how sophisticated they are. After a batch of experts put in a lot of effort, they discovered a shocking phenomenon. Obviously, these were all facilities from the primordial ruins, and some were even components of the Skysplit Tower. Some magical equipment units seem to have spent 5 million years in the River of Time, while some other magical equipment units seem to have spent 50 million years or even longer. Therefore, the experts discovered the secret of change of the curvature of time. Of course, it was not an unbelievable technique such as time travel or time reversal. It was more like a special super-hibernation that allowed the tower to stand in the center of the Pangu universe for all eternity without being affected by time. I'm not very clear about the specific mechanism. You can think of it that way. Time has a dimension just like space does. The time that we perceive is the steady and continuous three-dimensional time. When the radius of the curvature of the three-dimensional time is changed, we will be able to jump to the mysterious, unbelievable four-dimensional time. Think about it. When sailing in the Sea of Stars, if you use a four-dimensional space jump, you will be able to cover a distance of tens of thousands of light years in the blink of an eye. You won't be able to cross the distance even if you sail for hundreds of thousands of years. It is a change in space. It's the same with the time jump. Once it is activated, the entire ancient relic will be able to jump forward in the waves of time from one peak of time to the next, saving the long journey in the valley. All in all, the mechanism of the change of curvature of time is not important. We've never considered it as a weapon, either. After all, we haven't studied it deeply enough to analyze all the techniques, nor are we able to lock onto special targets. We can only make large-scale, indiscriminate changes. What's the point of everyone being sealed in the river of time? However, when the army of ferocious beasts led by Death and Dragon Lotus marched into the primeval relics and savaged the City of Silver, and our leader Gu Wuxin was preparing to launch his final attack, Fuxi, the mainframe crystal processor of the Heavenly Palace, suggested that we activate the time arc varying magical equipment first and postpone the final decision by hundreds of thousands of years. What? Liao was greatly alarmed when he heard the name Fuxi. Then, he realized that the Fuxi mentioned by the observer was the half-supercrystal processor left in the primeval relics after the division. It was not the same as the schemer behind the alliance who had awakened his self-awareness and was ambitious enough to represent mankind. Fuxi is the most cutting-edge technology of the Pangu civilization. It has helped us solve countless problems over the thousands of years of research. Of course, we have applied a lot of technologies of the ancient civilization that we have analyzed to it, too, which has granted it extraordinary computational ability and deduction ability. When the Heavenly Palace was attacked, it was also Fuxi who controlled a lot of automatic defense facilities to resist the attack of the ferocious beasts. The observer continued. Therefore, when the Fuxi proposed the proposal, Gu Wuxin, the leader, and all the other experts and scholars were confused. But they did not abandon the idea easily. Instead, they investigated the reason behind the proposal. They knew that the Fuxi would not speak without thinking. Fuxi did not tell us why it asked us to activate the magical equipment that can alter the curvature of time and enter the super-hibernation state. It only said that, according to the big data that it collected over the past 1,000 years and the current situation, we should combine the data and run the test again and come to the conclusion that the success rate of the ultimate test that we are running right now is very low, far below 1%. However, if we can postpone the ultimate test for hundreds of thousands of years, new variables might be introduced. The success rate will be increased to more than 1%, to 1.03%. The deduction involves a lot of algorithms of chaos. For itself, the deduction process is in the black box state. It does not know what the so-called variables are exactly. Therefore, it is just a suggestion. Our leader, as well as the experts and scholars, did not dare to underestimate the proposal of the Fuxes. After repeated studies, they believed that the change of the curvature of time could be a fatal weapon. We've been living in the primeval relics for thousands of years. Generation after generation, we have been born and raised in this place. Our cells, genes, flesh, and soul have all adapted to the discontinuous, unstable time and space. Therefore, we can withstand the super-long hibernation and wake up earlier. When we wake up, our combat ability will be much higher, too. As for the ferocious beasts, they are the deformed products of extremely unstable genes. They have never been affected by the changes of the out-of-time curvature. Therefore, it is very likely that they will die or wake up later than us after hundreds of thousands of years of hibernation. When they wake up, they will be very weak and lose most of their combat ability. In other words, when we wake up from the super hibernation, it is very likely that they will still be rigid statues at our mercy. This is the conclusion that Gu Wuxin and many other experts and scholars came to after studying them. Anyways, the situation is already as bad as it can get. A couple 100,000 years of hibernation won't do us any harm. If worst comes to worst, we'll still be in this uncontrollable state after several 100,000 years. Why not give it a try? Just like that, with the activation of the time curvature magical equipment, the entire heavenly palace was soaked in the gray mist that was slowly solidifying. It jumped from the tip of one wave of time to the tip of another, which was now. You know, everything that happened after that. It's a pity that Gu Wuxin's and the experts' plans came to nothing. Most of the intruders did not die miserably during the freezing period, nor did they wake up a few minutes later than us. Everybody woke up almost at the same time. Many of them did not realize that time had frozen at all. The flames of war that spanned hundreds of thousands of years seemed to have never died down and were still burning. However, the deduction of the Fuxes was not wrong. I finally know what the variables it predicted were. They did not refer to the freezing of time itself at all, but to the other challengers who broke into the primeval relics for the ultimate test hundreds of thousands of years later, namely you, human beings. You are the biggest variable and the reason why the odds of passing the ultimate test are higher than 1%. The observer looked at Liao in expectation. Liao was so excited that he couldn't help but clench his fists. You don't mind human beings taking the ultimate test? Why should I mind? The progenitor replication project that my father was in charge of was meant to be the ultimate test for human beings. The observer smiled and said, although the situation right now is completely different from what we expected, although human beings are not under the control of the Panga civilization, and even the Panga civilization is gone, and human beings have established their own glorious civilization, none of that matters. Me, us, my father, and every expert, researcher, and leader of the Panga civilization, Gu Wuxin, we are too eager to know the secrets behind the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Ultimate Test, and the Black Wall. If our civilization is destined to fall, we will die without regrets if we can get a glimpse of the shocking secret before we are annihilated. Gu Wuxin, the way of mass destruction, Long Lianzi, my father, and I are not confident that we can pass the ultimate test at all. What's wrong if you human beings introduce new ways of thinking and new ways to solve problems? Taking a deep breath, Liao pondered for a long time and asked, what is the so-called ultimate test exactly? Shouldn't you be the one to answer the question? After all, the tower was built by your genetic prototypes, or in other words, your ancestors. The observer continued, for billions of years, 100 ancient civilizations have barged into this place, trying to crack the mysteries of the ultimate test. The Panga civilization has been stationed here for thousands of years. 2. We've been thinking hard about the answers to the mysteries hidden in the depths of the Heaven's Origin Sector. If possible, we would like to dismantle the Heaven's Origin Sector one brick after another, grind them into powder, and digest all the powder. But we've got nothing in the end. Nobody knows the rules of the ultimate test. Nobody knows the conditions to pass the test, and nobody even knows when the final test will begin and end. Judging from the results of our research on the corpses of the previous 100 civilizations, the ultimate test has begun since the moment an intelligent being stepped into the ancient relics. The wilderness outside, which is made of countless space fragments, is a test. The city, which is made of debris from billions of years ago, is a test. including the worlds inside the Heaven's Origin Tower that are full of killing intent. The snow mountain below our feet is part of the test, too. For different testers, the rules to pass the test are different. Maybe for a certain civilization they can pass through the Thunder Valley or the Gravity Sea in such a way. But if the testers of another civilization follow the same pattern, it is possible that they will be wiped out ruthlessly. In fact, for different civilizations, the number of checkpoints inside the Tower of Heaven will change weirdly. When some civilizations enter the Tower of Heaven, they will have to face dozens, if not hundreds, of checkpoints such as the Thunder Valley, the Gravity Sea, and the Snowy Mountain. When the testers of other civilizations enter the Tower of Heaven, it will be like they have walked into the VIP passage and can reach the final question. What a coincidence! Liao found it hard to understand. He put on a dumbfounded expression and said, "Doesn't that mean that it is completely random to be able to ascend to the top level of the Heaven's Tower? It depends on luck, or the joy of the founder, the creator of the Black Wall. For example, if a civilization is handsome and vigorous, the civilization will be able to reach the top of the Tower of Heaven through the VIP channel, and if a civilization is ugly and wretched, they will be trapped in the hundreds of checkpoints until they die. To this, although I believe that the civilization of mankind is definitely the most handsome one among the hundreds of civilizations, and my own image and demeanor are definitely enough for me to walk through the VIP channel, it doesn't make any sense at all. You're right, but the VIP channel or not, it will be the same in the end. Even if the seemingly lucky civilizations can reach the top of the Heaven's Origin sector safely, none of them will be spared when they are faced with the final problem. The observer continued, according to the research of the experts of the Panga civilization, there are hundreds of different checkpoints inside the tower, which means that there are hundreds of world fragments that are similar to the Thunder Valley, Gravity Sea, and Snowy Mountain. The frequency and even the order of the appearance of the world fragments are all random. It is very likely that the order to enter the tower is the Thunder Valley, the Gravity Sea, and the Snowy Mountain. The next time, the order will be completely reversed, or the traces of the checkpoints will be gone and replaced by other world fragments that are even more dangerous. Our experts have tried to attack the outer wall of the tower with brute force, but none of their techniques could damage it at all. It was like the wall of the tower was packed with extremely advanced energy-absorbing materials that could absorb all the destructive energy that was attacking it. It was also like the gaps between the molecules that constituted the materials of the tower that led to the four-dimensional space. All the energy that we launched was absorbed into the four-dimensional space. No matter how we attacked, the tower remained absolutely still. Some experts and scholars also tried to reach the miniaturized sea of stars on the top of the tower along the outer wall of the tower. But when they reached a certain height, they would be affected by the magnetic field disorder and the abnormal mental waves. Not only would their magical equipment be wasted, their brains and souls would be seriously affected, too, and they would fall from the sky one after another. According to the survivors, the closer they got to the top of the tower, the higher the tower seemed to be. The miniaturized sea of stars seemed to be more and more vast and deep, too. It was always within their reach, but they would never be able to reach it. The feeling was like they were taking a 1-meter-long thread and cutting off half of it every day. They would never be able to finish. Then, a primitive, and majestic voice would emerge from the depths of their souls, warning them to stop moving forward. Only by climbing from the inside of the tower would they be able to walk on the only path. Such opportunistic methods would be deemed as test failures and bring disaster to the entire civilization. It can't be helped. Faced with such a magnificent and unbelievable force, our experts and adventurers can only crack it from the inside. Over the past 1,000 years, we've finally cracked almost 100 of the hundreds of world fragments. We've also found a lot of corpses of the testers of the ancient civilization in the world fragments, including their notes and wills. Almost every civilization has information storage magical equipment that is similar to jade chips. We were able to glean some of the weirdness and unreasonableness of the ultimate test from the broken, modeled information. The so-called ultimate test is not a hard indicator of wisdom, courage, combat ability, or deduction ability. It also seems to have nothing to do with the traditional sense of kindness and evil. Among the 100 ancient civilizations, There were the saints who were filled with kindness, advocated for peace and communication, and willingly destroyed all their weapons for the continuity of their civilization. There were also the great carbon-basists who grew up in the most extreme environments and advocated for survival of the fittest. There were the Azuras who advocated for the survival of the fittest, who were cruel to the extreme. There were also the mechanical ascendants who fought so hard in the Civil War that their heads were bleeding, and all morality and order collapsed. After the main civilization collapsed, there were only a few timid, wretched, and despicable adventurers left. There were also those who were highly united and incomparably hot-blooded. Every individual was willing to sacrifice themselves for their civilization. The good ones, the evil ones, the timid ones, the brave ones, the despicable ones, the collectivists, the extreme ones, the self-centered ones, the great carbon-based fundamentalists, the mechanical ascendants who advocated to get rid of their bodies of flesh and blood, and their souls to be implanted into metal boxes. There were all kinds of choices, but when faced with the ultimate test, they were all defeated. None of them were favored by their ancestors. There was even a civilization with immeasurable wisdom that ranked first among the 100 ancient civilizations, far more developed than the Panga civilization and the human civilization. It was said that they solved all the mysteries left by the ancestors and made every correct and complicated choice. Their performance was flawless, but after they solved the last problem perfectly, they were still judged to have failed the test and ruthlessly obliterated by the ancestors. Therefore, the last words of the testers of many civilizations were full of resentment and complaints. They roared unwillingly and questioned the rationality and authenticity of the ultimate test. They suspected that it was not a test to retrieve the heritage at all but a cruel joke, a fatal trap, and a black hole that attracted countless civilizations. The ancient civilization, whose wisdom was immeasurable, left very detailed last words before its destruction and came to a terrifying conclusion. They believed that the so-called ancient heritage did not exist at all. Or rather, the primeval Lord of Heaven did exist, but it was not a friendly civilization at all. The primeval Lord of Heaven did not intend to give his heritage to the latecomers at all. On the contrary, it was a trap. The primeval Lord of Heaven was a malicious civilization. The purpose of the trap was to attract the newborn civilizations in the future so that they could deliver their new, ever-changing possibilities into the primeval Lord of Heaven and become the freshest nutrition for him. Do you see what I mean? The teacher is like an evil dragon that has fallen into a deep sleep. Maybe a long time ago, it was seriously wounded for some reason and had to hide in the depths of the Panga universe to hibernate and repair itself. But in order to repair its damaged functions, it needed a lot of fresh flesh, blood, and nutrition. As for us, the civilizations that have been marching forward and walking into the trap, we are like ignorant rabbits and lambs that have jumped into the mouth of the teacher. Be wary, my friends. There are no ancient treasures at all. We are the greatest secret treasures ourselves. These were the last words that the intelligent civilization left for all the civilizations in the future. Starting from the civilization of wisdom, countless civilizations warned the civilizations of the future with their own experiences not to move forward, not to take the ultimate test, and not to become yet another sacrifice for the perverse psychology and evil purposes of the ancestors. However, it is not hard to imagine that, at this point, no civilization will stop or turn back. They were always full of confidence. They thought that they were different from the rest of the world and that they would definitely grasp the key to the knowledge that their predecessors failed to find and that they would be favored by their predecessors. Then, just like their predecessors, they failed, screamed, and moaned for the last time, condensing their bodies into pathetic tombstones. Including us, even though we knew that our ancestors were not kind, and that it was very likely that they were an evil existence as cruel and merciless as the flood. Did we have any other choice except to go home? It's impossible. Our home no longer exists, at least as far as the Panga civilization is concerned. But once the last survivors of the Panga civilization decide to take their chances, do the explorers of the human civilization have any other options except to march forward? Liao was silent for a long time. Lu Qingqin and the mental devil were silent, too, while they pondered. Yes, we don't have a choice. Liao gritted his teeth and said, "We knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but we still chose to go there. Whether the founder, the maker of the Black Wall, was kind or malicious, we had to get its heritage. Whether it offered it to us or we snatched it ourselves, we had no other choice. Besides, now that the civilization with the highest wisdom and combat ability has failed, perhaps the standard of the ultimate test is not about wisdom, courage, or combat ability, but whether or not an individual of the civilization is handsome enough. If so, won't my chances be limitless? I admire your courage. Perhaps, when faced with the unpredictability and endless mysteries of the vast universe, only you, who are always full of courage, can be fearless of the risk of mental breakdown and be confident every second. The observer played with his long tail and said, "Although I think that the structure of the limbs of human beings is very abnormal, and your appearance is not worth commenting on from an aesthetic point of view, who knows? In terms of genes, you are indeed the closest to the primeval ancestors, or even the clones of the primeval genes. Therefore, the heirs that the primeval ancestors have waited for billions of years might really be you." "That will do." Liao was refreshed. He clenched his fists and shouted, "What should we do next?" The observer listened to the thunder above the valley and said, "The noises above seem to be dying down." Liao stuck his ear to the ice wall, too, while he sensed the quakes deep inside the snow mountain. He nodded and said, "Yes, almost all the energy inside the snow mountain has been spurted out. The hot and cold energies have been neutralized and annihilated. The power of the avalanche and the eruption of magma has passed the threshold and is failing. This is the key to passing through the snowy mountain." The observer explained, "In the random checkpoints of the Tower of Heaven, the snowy mountain is a world fragment that is both highly likely to appear and extremely difficult. When the explorers pass through its previous world fragment, they will often appear halfway up the mountain and receive the baptism of the freezing wind. If the explorers hesitate for a moment and get lost in the snowstorm, it won't be long before they are defeated by the climate near absolute zero and turn into frozen tombstones. However, below the snowy mountains that seem to be a frigid hell, there is actually an extremely violent active volcano. As long as we find a way to alter the tectonic structure and detonate the endless heat contained in the volcano, we can temporarily change the temperature of the entire world fragment and balance the temperature inside and outside of the snowy mountain. The exit to the world fragment is hidden in the scorching magma deep inside the volcano. Another piece of good news, or rather bad news, is that the snowy mountain is one of the most difficult world fragments. When the snowy mountain appears, it means that we are not far away from the real ultimate test. Our experts have been studying the snowy mountain for a long time. When the leader of the heavenly palace, Gu Wuxin, discovered that it was the frigid hell in front of us, he immediately decided to set up the last defense line in the crater of the volcano and block the troops of all-destroying sect and Long Lienzi with the power of volcanic eruptions and magma. It's a pity that we didn't have enough time. The people of the heavenly palace were tangled up with the intruders. It was impossible for them to detonate the volcano after everybody escaped. Therefore, Gu Wuxin activated the power of magma in the depths of the snowy mountain promptly. I was unfortunately separated from my father and was swallowed by the avalanche. Thankfully, I ran into you. Otherwise, I would have been killed before I got to see the secrets of my ancestors. What a shame. On the young face of the observer, there was nothing but indifference to life and death. He raised his nose and said casually, "Rest assured. You don't know me, but I'm best known for my luck and luck. If you follow me, you won't die so easily. At most, you will turn into all kinds of bizarre life forms. In short, we will figure out what the so-called forerunners are up to." Liao pondered for a moment and said, "In other words, as long as we can reach the peak of the snow mountain and jump into the scorching volcano, we will be able to reach the next world fragment. We might even be able to reach the top of the tower and face the real ultimate test." "Yes." Liao nodded. The observer hesitated for a moment and said, "Is there a problem?" Liao was dazed. "Are you not sure?" "No. I'm very sure about the Great Snow Mountain, the Heaven's Origin Sector, and the ultimate test," the observer explained. "However, when the volcano was detonated, magma fell from the sky, and an avalanche was coming. My father and I were separated. He said something very weird to me at that time. I don't know whether or not it was another unexpected varying factor. Oh, Liao blinked and asked, "What variables?" "My father told me that there was a spy in the heavenly palace." The observer replied, "He asked me to be careful of the flood-tide legion." "What?" Liao thought quickly and mumbled. "It's perfectly normal that there is a spy in the heavenly palace. After all, the experts and scholars here are all from the prehistoric species and are closely related to the soldiers, politicians, and the remaining forces of the other species. Didn't you say that it is forbidden to send out the key technologies and forbidden research projects in secret? However, the so-called spies are, at best, loyal to their compatriots outside. For example, the commanders of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, such as Death and Dragon Lotus, will open the gate of the heavenly palace for them so that they can march in. How are they related to the Floodtide Legion? Speaking of which, are there any surviving captives of the Floodtide Legion in the heavenly palace right now? How is that possible? Not counting the hundreds of thousands of years when time was frozen. The meeting between the expedition army of the Pangu civilization and the Floodtide Legion was tens of thousands of years ago. The battle was quite brutal. The captives of the Floodtide Legion who survived were often heavily wounded and dying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured by us obediently. When we finished the construction of the Heavenly Palace and started our research, most of the captives of the Floodtide Legion were already dead. Our experts and scholars spared no effort and only preserved some of their living cells. The other corpses could only be frozen or dissected for research and transformed into astronomical information streams. Even by my generation, or even my father's generation, there were no longer any captives of the Floodtide Legion in the Heavenly Palace. Wait, Liao said. Now that you have the remarkable technology of gene replication and modification that can even replicate the ancestors billions of years ago, and you have kept part of the living cells of the captives of the Floodtide Legion, can't you make use of the cells to replicate new captives of the Floodtide Legion? The question stunned the observer for a long time. This should be possible, right? She mumbled. However, I've never heard of such research projects before. After all, they are too dangerous. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. No matter how dangerous the project to copy the captives of the Floodtide Legion is, can it be more dangerous than the project to copy the master? Liao shrugged and said, "Judging from the information we have right now, it is very likely that the Floodtide is the ultimate devil who has beaten the progenitor into a mess. Therefore, in order to crack the secrets of the progenitor, it is a reasonable approach to start with the Floodtide." The observer was dazed for a long time. He had to admit that it did make sense. There's something else that has been bothering me since the very beginning, but I don't know what it is that I've been worrying about. Now, I finally realized that something is wrong. Liao frowned. Why did you have to put the project to explore the primeval relics and the project to study the captives of the Floodtide Legion in the same place? The observer was dazed again. I don't understand. Don't put all the eggs in one basket. It's the simplest reason. Liao said, exploring the primeval relics is a dangerous and sensitive project. Studying the captives of the Floodtide Legion is also an extremely dangerous and confidential project. Even if the two projects do have a lot of similarities, there is no reason for them to be studied together for the sake of security and confidentiality. For the sake of isolation, 2 quarantine zones and 2 paradise can be established. Then, communication will be conducted regularly. Why is there only one paradise, where all the most distinguished elites of the Pangu civilization are stuffed and where the captives of the Floodtide Legion are kept so close to the secrets of the predecessors? It's like, I don't know whether or not I'm being paranoid, but it's like the founder of the Heavenly Palace was manipulated by a mysterious force to place the captives of the Floodtide Legion in the primeval relics, the place closest to the secrets of the Forerunners. You mean... The Watcher's face suddenly turned pale. For the first time, the calmness were broken, revealing the childishness and panic of a young girl. There's no proof. I didn't say anything. It was just a wild speculation. Liao said, of course. I'm a well-known crow's mouth in the human civilization. Every time I have an ominous feeling, the outcome is often 100 times more ominous than the feeling. Oh, that's right. There's a piece of evidence that doesn't count as evidence. Just now, you said that the outer wall of the Heaven's Origin Tower is made of some kind of incredible cutting-edge energy absorption material. It's even possible that an entrance leading to the four-dimensional space is hidden inside the molecular gap. Therefore, it's absolutely impossible to break through. We can only climb from the bottom to the top. However, when the vicious beast tide besieged the heaven's spire, I clearly saw that the vicious beast tide secreted something special that looked like a fungus blanket, acid, or black spot. When it was stuck to the outer wall of the heaven's spire, it formed many special teleportation arrays. Countless ferocious beasts, as well as myself, have entered the interior of the tower through the weird teleportation arrays. Besides, I've only passed 2 tests, and I'm already in the Snowy Mountain, a high-level world fragment with a high difficulty level. I've basically walked through half of the VIP channel. My question is, how did the pure soldiers and warriors such as the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan in the outside world grasp the technology to infiltrate the Heaven's Origin sector that even you failed to develop? Before they attacked the primeval relics, it was impossible for them to get in touch with the Heaven's Origin sector, much less analyze the materials to build it and figure out how to crack it. Also, the information about the Heaven's Origin sector and the ultimate test should have been top secrets in the first place. How did they know everything about the place? It was obvious that they had come prepared. Who leaked the information to them? The observer was greatly alarmed. His brainwaves surged out like surging tides. Are you suggesting that the strength of the captives of the Floodtide Legion has spread out through thousands of channels and infected and corrupted the experts, including the Oblivion Sect and the Dragon Lotus, turning them into the new generation of the Floodtide Legion? Maybe. Didn't you say just now that the spies of the Heavenly Palace stole a lot of technology related to the Floodtide Legion and even the living cells of the captives of the Floodtide Legion and refined them into biochemical viruses? Liao said, also, your civil war was quite weird, too. It was just a conflict of ideologies. Everybody could have talked to each other peacefully. Isn't the Pangu clan best at communication? As it turned out, the 2 parties were incompatible and resorted to the most extreme measures. The fire of war swallowed all the worlds in the hundreds of years. If it weren't for the flood tide, it would be hard to explain everything. So, what you're saying is that the power of the flood spread into the Pangu civilization through technology and corrupted the leaders of both sides. Even the 2 commanders who Moment, Oblivion Sect and Dragon Lotus, might have been influenced by the flood and become the new tidal legion? The observer suddenly stood straight. Her brainwaves were extremely disordered, indicating how upset she was right now. If so, it's even more important that we don't let them get in touch with the secrets of the primeval era. If the progenitor discovers their identity, he will certainly wipe them out mercilessly. In order to eliminate them once and for all, he might restart the entire Pangu universe without any hesitation. Yes, from the perspective of the Floodtide Legion, if progenitor was really a fish that escaped the scourge of the tide billions of years ago, the information would definitely be of great value when it was sent back to the center of the tide. It did not matter whether or not they were destroyed. Liao said, but it does not matter to us. It does not matter whether they failed the test, were killed by Teacher Origin, succeeded the test, received all the knowledge of Teacher Origin, and regained the ability to communicate with the Pangu universe and the multiverse. It is not a good thing to be able to transmit the information to the core of the flood. Our only hope is to unlock the secrets of the primeval era before the cultivators of the Tao of mass destruction and the Dragon Lotus seed do. Then we will eliminate all the members of the Floodtide Legion who are hiding around us. The observer could not sit still any longer. He wriggled his thick tail and started climbing. The Liao asked, "What are you doing?" The observer said, "I'm going to check if the avalanche and the volcano eruption have stopped." Liao asked, "Is your combat ability very good?" The observer was dazed for a moment. "I'm a pure researcher who specializes in the field of genetic research. I can control the glands inside my body and secrete dozens of kinds of venom and narcotic drugs. Other than that, I'm nothing special." "That's right. Let's leave the professional work to the professionals. Although I don't know how old you are exactly, it is not my style to let the old, the weak, the women, and the children lead the charge. Liao returned to the spiritual residence of the sun catastrophe. Thankfully, before he left the cave, he had put on enough anti-freezing liquids, lubricants, and thermal insulation for the sun catastrophe, and jumped into the icy valley before the avalanche to avoid the direct collision of waves of snow and magma. Some of the fuel and ammunition were frozen, some of the joints were not functioning well, and the combat efficiency of the spiritual shield and the interference force field was greatly undermined. But at the very least, the giant god soldier could still climb and jump. Chi. Chi 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 chi. Liao fiddled with it for a while. The power unit of the sun catastrophe spurted out intermittent exhaust flames and intense black smoke, which dyed the entire valley black. "Wait for me here." Liao gestured to the observer and climbed to the top of the ice layer on the sun catastrophe. With his hands and feet, he crossed the slippery rocks with the help of the exhaust flames and reached the top of the rocks very soon. Above the ice valley, the gap leading to the surface of the mountain had formed a thick ice shell, which helped them resist the snow and magma. Liao took out the electric axe and stabbed it into the tofu, melting the ice shell carefully. Thankfully, under the continuous attack of the magma, the seemingly thick ice shell was extremely fragile in the first place. It only took Liao 5 minutes to open a narrow tunnel in the ice shell and crawl out of the mountainside that had just been savaged by the avalanche. In front of his eyes was an unforgettable scene, like a tide of destruction. Then, the scorching magma melted the ice and snow, turning them into surging floods and mudslides that created interconnected ravines. When the magma and the ice and snow congregated and the energy perished, they turned into weirdly shaped volcanic rocks that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Some of the volcanic rocks were like towering tombstones, some were like hideous beasts, and some were like nightmares themselves. Most of the shells of the volcanic rocks had been frozen quickly, but there was still furious heat inside them. The solidified shells were all cracking and turning into orange lines, making them look like patients who had been seriously burnt. Most of the ferocious beasts and war machines that had been climbing the snow mountain with Liao and the moongazer serpent were gone, buried under the snow, mud, and volcanic rocks. There were also some war machines that were particularly large in size, such as rampaging armored dragons and star knights. It was impossible for them to be completely swallowed. Most of their bodies were still exposed on the surface of the ice or the volcanic rocks, but that only increased their pain. Half of their bodies had been swallowed by the magma. Their bones and frames that were riddled with holes had been burnt to ash. However, because of the snow and the freezing wind, the magma that swallowed them was frozen into volcanic rocks instantly. Therefore, their broken limbs were embedded in the volcanic rocks and could not move at all. They could only wait to be killed. The war machine was emitting monotonous, ear-splitting sounds of gears turning. Now and then, a few broken gears, bearings, and sparks would spurt out together, or the fuel and ammunition chambers would be burnt by the magma. A series of earth-shaking explosions took place, triggering minor avalanches and mudslides. The screams of the ferocious beasts were one of the most creepy sounds that Liao had ever heard in his life. When he thought of the predecessors of the ferocious beasts who were intelligent creatures in a different form, he felt sorry for them. However, now was not the time to be merciful. If he wanted to stop a tragedy of a larger scale from taking place in the entire Panga universe, he had to seize every second and pass the ultimate test of the creator of the Black Wall, before the path of mass destruction and the Dragon Lotus Seed. Taking a deep breath, Liao activated the environmental probe magical equipment that had been frozen since the sun catastrophe. At the same time, he released his telepathic thoughts, which stretched out to the maximum like the tentacles of an octopus. Ha! Liao raised his eyebrow. The observer was right. The avalanche and the volcanic eruption had indeed vented most of the furious energy that had been accumulated in the depths of the snow mountain. The environment right now, although not the peaceful after a storm, was at least 100 times better than the frigid hell before the avalanche. Not only had the average temperature increased by 43 degrees, the force of the wind had also weakened by 2 levels. Even the swirling and howling gales in the air had weakened by a lot. Although the road leading to the summit had been cut off by volcanic rocks and mudslides, As long as the giant god soldier could fly at a low altitude, nothing would be a problem. Beep, beep, beep. Little Black reminded Liao that the comprehensive combat index of the sun catastrophe was slowly rising. It had already risen by 15%. If it could be further repaired and strengthened, and with suitable weapons and ammunition, he believed that it could be restored to 90% of its peak state. How can 90% be enough? At least 500%. Liao crossed his fingers so hard that his bones were cracking. He gazed at the peak of the snowy mountain where black smoke was rising up like a falcon, before he glanced at the war machines embedded in the volcanic rocks dozens of kilometers nearby. His lips curled in excitement as he mumbled to himself, "It's time to show me the real technology." Below the icy valley, the observer heard the thunder from above. The sound did not sound like an avalanche or a volcanic eruption, but it was hundreds of times louder than an avalanche or a volcanic eruption. Somebody seemed to be using the world as a furnace, thunder as a flame, mountains as an iron anvil, and their own life and soul as a giant hammer, hammering something brutally. Boom, 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 boom. Even the heart of the observer was beating violently with dull and furious noises. Liao! Liao! The observer transmitted an intense brainwave to the top of the valley. It was a pity that she was not from the Pangu clan, which was good at large-scale and long-distance telepathic thoughts communication, but from the Nuwa clan, which was good at gene modification. Although she had been training hard, her ability in brainwave transmission was not much better than that of the top cultivators of human beings. Her brainwaves had not been transmitted to hundreds of meters away before they were torn apart by the blowing wind in the icy valley. It was impossible for the leadership to hear her. Seeing that shocking cracks were appearing on both sides of the ice wall, as if billions of tons of ice were collapsing, the observer could not sit still any longer. Gritting his teeth, he climbed up on his own. She was a simple researcher, but she was not weak. The snake tail of the Nuwa clan was not suitable for climbing the ice wall that was as smooth as a mirror, but the auxiliary magical equipment that she carried with her could help her rise slowly. The closer he got to the ground, the more soul-stirring the thunderous noises were. The observer felt that his every bone and every cell was rattling, but it did not look like a fierce battle outside. He had no idea what Liao was up to. When she finally rose to the surface, Liao had just finished his latest masterpiece. Although the observer had followed countless experts and scholars in the primeval relics and seen countless unbelievable magical equipment over billions of years, the enormous object in front of her still made her gasp in shock. Of course, it was not because of the magnificence of the behemoth. As a member of the heavenly palace who had lived with the corpses of hundreds of civilizations day in and day out, she had seen the most magnificent war machines and iron deities. It was just that she had never seen, "What is this? It's so ugly," the observer blurted out. What appeared in front of the girl was the debris of dozens of war machines. The six-legged spider-like battle puppets that were as small as 10 to 20 meters, the anti-gravity floating discs that were as high as 40 to 50 meters, and the enormous beasts that were more than 100 meters tall, such as the Star Knights. Liao seemed to have excavated all the debris that had been buried under the volcanic ash and the icy rocks in the dozens of square kilometers nearby. He had collected a lot of intact units, components, and weapon systems from the rusted debris. The remains of the war machines that had been chopped into pieces were piled up like empty skeletons. Behind them, where the sun catastrophe should have been, a giant war machine that was rough, ugly, and hideous was standing. The brand new war machine was almost 50 meters tall, but it was even more brutal than the space cavalry that was almost 100 meters tall. This was because Liao had super-exaggeratedly piled the attack system of dozens of war machines on its body, making it look like a black iron tower with turrets stacked on top of each other. On the two sides of its shoulders, there was a honeycomb-type launcher that was even larger than its head. On the top of the honeycomb launcher were two super-large triple-headed Vulcan cannons. Surrounding its arms was a dense ring of crystal cannons. On its chest and abdomen were two high-energy particle cannons, one large and the other small. On its back was a high-rising integrated firepower platform. In one breath, it had tied up dozens of giant cannons that had been dismantled from the war machines. There was also a continuous combat supply cabin that provided energy and ammunition for the giant cannons. As for the miniature floating cannons that were attached to the external plate and could fly out at any time, there was no need to mention them. Even Liao had stuffed a 6-barrel rotary cannon, more than 2 meters in diameter, into his crotch. It was worth mentioning that many of the weapons had been dismantled from the bodies of the Space Knights that were almost 100 meters tall and installed on the bodies of the giant god soldiers that were no higher than 30 to 40 meters. They seemed to be too heavy for a tank. However, it was the feeling of craziness that added to the fearlessness of the war machine. The observer was dumbfounded for a long time before he vaguely saw the background of the sun catastrophe through the twisted plate armor, the rails, and the external weapon platforms. The magnificent supergiant soldier had been drowned by the long-range weapons. It looked like a steel gorilla with black spots and rust. The combination of almost 100 crystal cannons, bombardment cannons, particle cannons, destruction cannons, and floating cannons did not seem to be enough to satisfy Liao's insatiable appetite. After the main body of the giant god soldier was strengthened, he crawled up and down and connected several melee weapons that the space cavalry used. A high-frequency vibration saber more than 50 meters long and 2 chainswords more than 40 meters long both boasted the ability to cut a starship into 2 halves. But Liao had combined them crazily and slashed them at the same time. The target would be attacked by 3 immense forces simultaneously. Even the best cultivators of the primeval civilization would be chopped into pieces by the attack. How about it? Not bad, right? Having completed everything, Liao clapped his hands in satisfaction and brushed off the iron scraps and smoke on his body. He stood on the shoulder of the war machine and asked the observer with a smile. The observer was silent for a moment. He could not help but ask, "What is this? Time is of the essence and materials are limited. I don't know much about the structure and mechanism of the war machines either. There is no way that I can integrate them into the giant god soldier seamlessly." Liao explained, "Thankfully, in the field of personal magical equipment of the human civilization, there is something called a strengthening suit. Therefore, I dismantled all the usable components and units in the debris of the war machines and assembled them into an ultimate strengthening suit. No, it's not just one. In fact, there are 2 different sets of strengthening suits here, one for long-range firepower and the other for melee combat. In just over an hour, in such a harsh environment, faced with a magical equipment unit that I'm not familiar with, he has actually completed such an outstanding and powerful masterpiece. TSK, 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 TSK. I can't help but admire myself." But the observer hesitated. "Even if we want to strengthen the giant god soldier, is it necessary to carry so many turrets?" "You don't understand," Liao said. "The more turrets there are, the more powerful they will be. The battle to come is going to be an ultimate battle that will decide the life and death of the 2 civilizations. If there are not enough turrets, how are we going to demonstrate the grandeur of the human civilization and my invincibility?" Then the observer was still confused. "Is it necessary to carry such a huge saber?" "It is necessary." Liao nodded slowly. "The longer a saber is, the larger it will be. It represents the ultimate combat ability, too. It's a pity that we don't have a furnace that is large enough. Otherwise, I would have refined 9 anti-ship swords into one in order to be worthy of the ultimate battle." The observer did not know much about refining or the aesthetics of human beings. He could only shut his mouth. "Then, there is only one important thing left." Liao pondered for a moment and said, "That is to give the super extension for the final battle of Black Wall's surpassing teacher origin a resounding name." "Ha!" The observer blinked his translucent eyes. "Is this also a habit of human civilization before the final battle?" "Yes," Liao said. "The civilization of mankind is a civilization that values honor more than anything else. The battle to come next is destined to determine the fate of the civilization of mankind. Even if human beings turn into all kinds of bizarre forms billions of years later and even abandon their bodies of flesh and blood, they will still be singing about the magnificence and bizarreness of the battle." Therefore Liao's voice came to an abrupt end. "Because solar disaster, which had been added with a strengthening suit, stood up by itself and spurted scorching, crimson, and furious air currents through every gap. Enough! Do you see the changes of the clouds on the peak of the snow mountain? The mental devil said. The color of the clouds is getting brighter and brighter, and they are spinning faster and faster, too. They seem to be clusters of chaotic spiritual energy spurting out of the clouds. It does not seem to be a natural phenomenon. It seems to be a fierce battle between experts inside the volcano. They must be the Tao of mass destruction, the dragon lotus seed, and the Gu Wuxin that the observer mentioned. Therefore, cut the crap. Let's go. That's right. Lu Qingchen shrieked. Right now, I just want to face the strongest cultivator of the Panga civilization, the founder of the civilization, the creator of the Black Wall, and even the Flood Tide Legion. Any enemy will do, as long as they stop listening to your gibberish. All right, I guess I'll have to call it the Sun Calamity extension. Liao rubbed his nose and jumped into the open breastplate of the war machine. He crawled into the embrace of the spiritual residence and Little Black and gestured for the observer to crawl to the back of the war machine and tie her to the war machine with the restraining force field. Then, almost 100 exhaust flames lit up at the same time and melted the volcanic rock that had just solidified. The Iron Demon rose up from the ground and dashed toward the top of the snow mountain, wreathed in redness and black smoke. Apollo extension. Bring true hope to our civilization. Liao roared. What is he doing? The observer secretly sent a telepathic thought to Lu Qingchen and the mental devil. Is such a battle roar a ritual before the expedition of human civilization? Not exactly. The mental devil. In fact, you cannot treat him as a normal human being. He cannot represent the civilization of mankind at all. Lu Qingchen said. Yes, if you have the opportunity, I hope that you can get in touch with more human beings. I believe that your impression of the civilization of mankind will definitely change. The mental devil. The road from the middle of the mountain to the snow mountain was very smooth. The torrents of destruction formed by the avalanche and the volcanic eruptions had almost wiped out all the guards and intruders who were relatively weaker. Even if some of them survived the appalling natural disaster, they would often be swallowed by the torrents and fall to the foot of the snow mountain. Also, they had not struggled out of the frozen volcanic rocks yet. The real experts of the primeval era, including Gu Wuxin, the leader of the Heavenly Palace, Obliteration, the commander of the Pangu clan, and Long Lianzi, the commander of the Nuwa clan, had fled into the volcano at the top of the snowy mountain through the roaring magma in order to fight for the entrance to the next level or even the ultimate test. Therefore, Liao did not encounter any obstacles on his way. However, the closer he got to the top of the snow mountain, the more intense the feeling of wind and thunder, the overwhelming, the chaotic, and the completely boiling magnetic field became. The lead gray sky had been dyed a bottomless black by the ash the moment the volcano erupted. But right now, the colorful spiritual flames that were spurting out of the crater of the volcano had torn open weird and splendid cracks in the black sky. They looked like weird eyes and bloody mouths that were looking down at the insignificant creatures below the sky. The intense activity of the volcano had not died down yet. Although clusters of magma were no longer surging out, intense smoke and scorching rocks were still spurting out from time to time. They passed by Liao and left deep ravines on the ground. The harsh environment inside the volcano was evident. When he was 500 meters away from the crater, Liao lowered the altitude and speed of the solar calamity extension. Now that he was in this place, there were no traces of snow mountains that had been frozen for thousands of kilometers anymore. The black volcanic rocks were like bumps, and orange magma was flowing in the gaps of the lumps. Sparkles were dancing in the air even though there was no wind. The volcanic ash covered everything within 100 square kilometers like impenetrable gauze and smoke. Then it floated down and invaded the strengthening suits, the giant warriors, the crystal suits, the mustard seed suits, and even Liao's internal organs. It seemed to be a living, invisible devil that was trying to block every one of his veins and nerves. Passing through the dense volcanic ash, Liao found that the mountain above him was like a black tower soaring into the sky, like a miniature version of the Tower of Heaven. From the gaps of the black tower, Orange magma was overflowing out and constituted crisscrossing red streams of flames that swallowed everything on their way. An ear-splitting explosion echoed inside the volcano. Liao did not dare to be careless. Holding back the corrosion of the high temperature, he landed the solar calamity extension among the magma and volcanic rocks that had not solidified yet, while he sent out a telepathic thought that zigzagged to the top of the snow mountain and the crater like a giant snake. He saw a spectacular, magnificent, and soul-stirring scene. The top of the snow mountain that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers was a platform more than 100 kilometers in diameter. 2, as if somebody had cut off half of it. The platform was slightly dented. Within 100 square kilometers, there was nothing but a surging magma lake. Now, looking at the surging magma, the soaring flames, and the swallowing posture, it was simply a sea of magma. Liao's vision was immediately filled with different shades of red. Even his telepathic thoughts seemed to be burnt to ash by the ocean of magma. Voila! Voila! In the depths of the ocean of magma, something enormous seemed to be floating slowly. A lot of black bubbles were popping up, making the ocean of magma even more furious. There was even a giant swirl at the center of the ocean of magma. Countless black, floating ice and island were floating in the ocean of magma. Liao observed carefully and made sure that most of the floating ice and island were not rocks but the corpses of super-large ferocious beasts such as rampaging armored dragons and star knights and war machines. It was a pity that the giants were all the best guardians and intruders. However, under the suppression and plundering of the natural force, they were still unable to resist at all and were reduced to the delicious food of magma. The shells made of rebar, iron bones, and superalloys only slowed them down a little bit. The corpses of the giants seemed to be the footholds of floating ice and island. Small and medium-sized primeval experts were standing on them. The Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Hui clan, and the Zhurong clan, which was most suitable for high-temperature environments. The mutations on the bodies of the experts of the primeval era were not obvious. Judging from their eyes, which were as sharp as swords, it was obvious that they had not lost their mind either. No matter how high the tides in the magma ocean hit, they could not extinguish the fighting will in their hearts. They were still eager to jump from one floating ice to another island, and to the swirl in the center of the magma ocean. Once they jumped to the same island, a fierce battle would break out immediately. It appeared that they were the last elites of the Heavenly Palace, the Pangu clan, and the Nuwa clan. He was also the strongest competitor for the ultimate test. Liao's telepathic thoughts glanced over the experts and were soon attracted by the three figures in midair. It was not so much three enormous figures floating less than half a meter above the ocean of magma as it was three interconnecting, entangled, and colliding death rays. Inside the gray light beam was a Pangu clan member who was as tall as a mountain, with a heavily deformed body on the left side and a giant lump on his shoulder that looked like two heads. It looked like a lump, but it also looked like a beating heart. There was even a black ball inside the lump that was rolling crazily like an eyeball, releasing intense brainwaves and raising a storm of brainwaves. It was none other than the commander of the Pangu clan, Tao of Mass Destruction. In the middle of the bloody brightness was an extremely ugly member of the Nuwa clan. Her body was like the amalgamation of a boa and a centipede. Dozens of coldly shining claws grew out of her ribs and her back. A pair of thin wings grew out of her back, which were covered in blood-red membranes. Even her face looked like a skull that had been drained of all her blood. Driven by a certain crazy force, she was releasing flames of destruction. She was none other than Long Lienzi, commander of the Nuwa clan. In the last streak of pure white brightness, there was also a woman of the Nuwa clan, but she was walking in the opposite direction of Long Lienzi. Her body was as translucent as jade, and her hexagonal scales were neatly arranged. Fluorescence was shining among the scales, suggesting that she was not made of flesh and blood, but some kind of super-thin armor that was full of futuristic features. Her face was pure and determined, full of the feeling that she was saying, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" The observer told Liao proudly that it was Gu Wuxin, the leader of the Heavenly Palace and an expert in the research of the Heavenly Towers. After hundreds of thousands of years, when the main body of the Pangu civilization had already vanished into thin air, the Exo, Long Lienzi, and Gu Wuxin were still carrying out their mission dutifully and fighting for the first opportunity to carry out the ultimate test of the Million-Year War. It was a battle that Liao had never seen before. The three parties were as intimidating as a fleet of starships. They suddenly split into hundreds of streaks of brightness and crashed into each other like a real fleet or a meteor shower. Then, it condensed into a thread of brightness that was as thin as the hair of a bull. The two of them chased each other and drew complicated mazes in midair, trying to trap the enemy. Just by raising their hands, they could expand the force field of their remote objects to the entire ocean of magma, where they could pick up the remains of the armored storm dragons and the space knights that had not melted and smash them. Or they could simply sweep up a large mass of magma and condense it into the shape of sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, and all kinds of weapons, forming a torrent of destruction in front of the enemy. Liao even saw that the commander of the Nuwa clan, Long Lienzi, was holding a weirdly curved sickle. She slashed the air softly, and a black gap appeared, as if the space had been cut open by her. Even the magma failed to corrupt the gap and did not fade away until 3 to 5 seconds later. Even space can be broken through easily? Liao secretly clicked his tongue. Such a technique similar to Dimension Slash could be performed by him with the help of the giant soldier gods, but not as easily as Long Lienzi. After the space gap appeared, it did not last as Long Lienzi did. However, the other two experts were not disturbed by Long Lienzi's attack at all. They seemed to be used to it. He truly deserved to be the last survivor of the primeval civil war. He was unbelievably strong. Liao thought to himself that it was a good thing that he had received new enlightenment in the battle against the Fuxus and broken into the divinity transformation stage. Not long ago, he had also received the legacy of the Supreme Emperor and the enhancement of the solar disaster, super tyrannical extension. If he were still in the divinity transformation stage, it would be very difficult for him to compete with the unparalleled experts of the primeval era even if he burnt his soul and sacrificed his life. The magma was furious. The three experts of the primeval era were too focused on each other to notice that Liao was spying on them. Instead, they released intense brainwaves or belief and roared in a way that was deafening and soul-stirring. This is our last chance to save our civilization. Only by breaking through this tiny space can we find a new way out. Why don't you understand? Long Lienzi roared. Nobody can stop me from receiving the heritage of the Master and reviving our civilization. It is impossible for you to revive our civilization. You will only destroy it just like so many other ancient civilizations around us. You have turned into a devil and are not qualified to receive the legacy of the Master, the cultivator said coldly. The ultimate tests that the Master left behind were meant to distinguish and expel existences such as yourself. Your recklessness will only wipe out the last glimmer of the Pangu civilization and annihilate us. Before we receive enlightenment from the Master, we shouldn't continue exploring the forbidden areas. Only by destroying the Heavenly Palace and sealing the Heaven's Origin Sector and the ancient relics will we be able to win the favor and protection of the Master. Maybe that is the true meaning of the ultimate test. You are both crazy. Gu Wuxin gnashed his teeth. I will not allow you two lunatics to defile the leadership of the Heaven's Origin Sector. Never. Of course, the original words of the three prehistoric experts were not like that, hot-blooded and childish. Every syllable they uttered contained hundreds of variations. Every ripple of their brainwaves contained tens of thousands of pictures. Every professional word contained a few or even a few dozen allusions. And hidden behind these pictures, allusions, and microscripts were mental attacks that could kill without spilling blood. Not to mention each other. Even Liao, who was hiding in the darkness, felt dizzy as he listened to them. He only felt that what they said made a lot of sense in the face of such a vast and treacherous legacy. Whatever he did was wrong, and doing nothing was even more wrong. As the three primeval experts drew closer and closer to the giant swirl in the center of the ocean of magma, their spiritual waves were sharper and their attacks fiercer and fiercer. In the blink of an eye, The three intimidating blast waves that the three of them sent out collided and smashed toward the center of the giant swirl. Boom! It was like a deep water bomb that had exploded under the magma. A gargantuan black bubble popped up from the depths of the swirl. When the bubble exploded, a streak of black gas soared into the sky like a living devil, tearing apart the colorful clouds and dyeing the sky black. The black dome was full of starry brilliance, as if the projection of a magma swirl had congregated into a giant swirl of infinite stars. Illuminated by the mysterious starry sky, in the depths of the enormous swirl in the center of the ocean of magma, the enormous object that was floating up and down finally revealed itself to be a gate. Judging from the appearance, it was hard to tell whether the enormous object floating in the ocean of magma was a door or something else. It was a square, enormous black cube that was almost 100 meters long. Complicated stripes and complicated runes were attached to the surface of the cube, which was also covered in rust and mildew. It was obvious that it had been sealed for thousands of years. Even if such a metal was buried deep inside the magma, it was impossible for it to grow rust and mold. Therefore, it was very likely that the black cube had been retrieved from another dimension. As the scorching magma eroded its surface, the rust, mold, and even the shell carved with stripes and rune arrays on the surface of the cube were all peeled off, revealing the pure blackness inside. When the last shell fragment was gone, what was left in front of everyone was the deepest blackness. It was like an invisible blade had cut and moved a square piece of space, only to leave an immeasurable hollow inside which there was nothing. No light, waves, or telepathic thoughts could penetrate through it. Liao quickly scanned the shape of the black void and discovered that the ratio of length, width, and height was exactly 9:4:1. It was absolutely precise and did not miss at all. He had only heard Li Linghai mention similar objects before. They were the first gate leading to the central area from the periphery of the primeval relics. But the scale of the gate and its appearance were hundreds of times more magnificent. It was especially so when the black rectangular object echoed with the stars in the night sky. Billions of stars turned into gold threads of brightness and jumped into the object one after another, making the black rectangular object as brilliant and splendid as a black crystal that had been embedded with countless stars. The brilliance and majesty of the object fascinated everybody present. On the top of the snow mountain, in the middle of the ocean of magma, space was cracking, and a black gate was flashing. Billions of years and countless stars were all inside. Liao's soul was deeply attracted by the black rectangular object that was embedded with stars. Distant and vigorous roars echoed in his ears, his brain, and his heart. They were the calls of the primeval era. As his heart beat faster and faster, the strength in the deepest part of the gene strands was released continuously, encouraging him to jump into the black void filled with stars and look for the ultimate answer. The cosmos ring on his index finger was emitting orange brightness, too, which turned into an extremely high temperature in the blink of an eye and almost burnt his finger into ashes. Before he activated it, a streak of brightness jumped out of the cosmos ring automatically. It was the half-key that Li Linghai and his foster father had retrieved from the ancient tomb. The half-key was glittering. Every delicate rune array on the surface was changing and turning. Black liquid flowed out of the rune arrays and soon enveloped the key, turning it into a small black ball. Shwa! 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 Black brightness beamed out of the black ball and scanned all the intelligent creatures inside the solar disaster superextension. Then it suddenly split into 4 groups and dashed toward Liao, Lu Qingchen, the mental devil, and the moongazer. Ah! Liao felt that the pineal gland on his forehead was slightly stinging, as if a temporary brand had been engraved on it, confirming that he was qualified to take the ultimate test. Liao thought of something and immediately realized what was going on. It turned out that a key could not only be used by one tester. All the intelligent creatures in the scanning range of the key, be they carbon-based or energy-based, were qualified to accept the challenge. On second thought, it was only reasonable. After all, the ultimate test left by the creator of the black wall was to find the heir or to wait for the prey to walk into the trap. Whether it was the heir or the prey, naturally, the more the merrier. The larger the range of selection, the more suitable the candidate would be. We have really jumped to the ultimate test. The sharp brainwaves of the observer echoed. According to the research of the specialists of the Heavenly Palace, one can reach the next world fragment by passing through the swirl in the center of the ocean of magma. But such a weird and splendid space gate has never appeared before. It must be the entrance to the ultimate test. I didn't expect that our progress would be so smooth. Is it really because of human beings? Is it because you have 100% of the primeval genes that you can jump to this step? However, the Immortals of Destruction, Long Lienzi, and Gu Wuxin are all gathered above the space gate. There are too many ferocious beasts and experts for them to let us in easily. Liao sniffed and scanned the situation above the magma ocean. The appearance of the space gate shocked and infuriated many experts. Many experts accelerated and lunged at the space gate. In the end, he crashed into the enemy's blades and the surging tides in the ocean of magma at an even higher speed. He screamed in regret and fell off. Only the Zhurong clan, which was best at surviving and fighting in high-temperature environments, and the intelligent carbon-based creatures that originated from the magma and survived by swallowing magma like giant sandworms, were like fish in water in this place. They and their deformed mutants, slashing the waves and raising thousands of streams of flames, continued marching toward the space gate. However, faced with the overwhelming killing intent and fighting will of the three primeval experts, the warriors of Zhurong, who were born in flames, hit an invisible wall one after another. Their bones were broken, and they were blown away. The three experts of the primeval era stood above the space gate. Behind their back, flames of different colors and magma were burning furiously, but their life and soul were both stimulated to the maximum. The abnormal lump on the shoulder of Obliteration, an expert of the Pangu clan, which was even larger than a head, gradually split in the middle, revealing a black, live ball inside. It looked like a giant, weird eyeball. The eyeball was emitting a cruel and terrifying brilliance. Wherever it looked, a black brightness would follow. All the intelligent creatures that were scanned by it for more than 0.1 seconds would fall into great desperation and fear. Their minds would collapse instantly, and their brains might boil and explode. Even Liao, who was hiding in the darkness, felt that thousands of lightning bolts were striking his brain when he glanced at the malformed tumor of the Tao of mass destruction with his telepathic thoughts. He felt that an eyeball was about to jump out of every one of his brain cells, and all the eyeballs were staring at his soul. The weird feeling was beyond description. The expert Dragon Lotus of the Nuwa clan, on the other hand, waved her dimensional sickle that could split the space even more brutally. In silence, she cut out almost 100 interconnecting black gaps that almost covered the entire space gate. Some of the experts who were too close to the space gate to stop and pass by the black gaps were cut in half easily. It was like Dragon Lotus had created a weird space discontinuity around him that was hundreds of times more terrifying than the domain of the divinity transformation stage. Of the three strongest experts of the primeval era, Gu Wuxin, leader of the Heavenly Palace, was relatively weaker. After all, he was the leader of a group of experts and scholars. Although he had trained himself to the peak of perfection in the exploration of the Heaven's origin sector, how could he be compared to the two professional soldiers named Oblivion and Long Lienzi, who were born for killing and had even been strengthened by the monster virus? Faced with the pressure of the two experts, Gu Wuxin made the right choice. He waved his giant golden tail and made a weird turn in midair. A golden mist surged out of his scales and covered the 100 square meters nearby, while he turned into a streak of brightness and dashed toward the space gate. It was a pity that the best choice could not help him pass through the space gate first. With a deep roar, the malformed sarcoma on his shoulder that looked like a giant eyeball expanded again in the blink of an eye, releasing a black brightness that seemed to be real. It reached Gu Wuxin first and condensed into a vivid mirror version of itself. Such a technique was far beyond the range of illusions. Even Liao, who was observing from the side, saw the mirror version of the path of mass obliteration and sensed the immense aura of the illusion. Gu Wuxin gritted his teeth and tried to pass through the illusions. But as it turned out, the 100% mirror version of the illusion condensed by the real glance of the sect of immortals really triggered an apocalyptic killing intent and stabbed at the center of Gu Wuxin's eyebrow. The killing intent was so real that even Liao could not tell whether or not it boasted real damage. Maybe it was an illusion, but maybe it could pierce through Gu Wuxin's glabella, his brain, and his entire skull. Gu Wuxin did not dare to take the risk. Even though his consciousness was willing to take the risk, his body, as a researcher, was still unable to keep up with the reaction of his consciousness. Naturally, he revealed the natural instinct of fear and slowed down. While he was hesitating, the black gap of the dragon lotus seed had already wrapped around his shoulder and cut off his right arm, shoulder, and part of his body. For a moment, there was astonishment and bewilderment on Gu Wuxin's face, as if he did not understand why he suddenly lost balance. The wound that almost pierced through his entire body was as smooth as a broken mirror. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. It was as if his body was still connected to his right arm, only obscured by some kind of mysterious camouflage. However, in the next second, blood, body fluids, spiritual flames, and broken internal organs spurted out of the black fracture, and the severed arm was blown away. Gu Wuxin grunted. His face was pale, and the gold brightness around him dimmed and dispersed. He fell into the ocean of magma helplessly. Without the protection of the gold brightness, his body was immediately wreathed in magma. The bright gold scales of Gu Wuxin, leader of the heavenly palace, immediately turned black, with ugly black bubbles popping up. The shocking wounds on his body, in particular, exposed his fragile internal organs to the extremely high-temperature magma, which consumed them almost instantly. Struggling in the magma, Gu Wuxin tried to jump up again. But the way of destruction and Long Lianzi attacked at the same time. Several streaks of lightning and mystic rays darted out of their fingertips and knocked Gu Wuxin into the depths of the magma. After that, Gu Wuxin floated up again. The burnt skin was almost entirely burnt. The only thing left was the bright gold bones. In the end, the leader of the heavenly palace failed to resist the natural pressure and fell for the second time. This time, except for a few tiny flames, he did not make any sound. "Leader!" The observer was greatly shocked and screamed. But the way of destruction and Long Lianzi did not even blink. They lowered their heads and charged at the Black Star Gate, only to be blown away by the collision. "Now is the time!" Liao shrieked and activated the solar calamity extension, before he rushed to the crater of the volcano and jumped into the ocean of magma. Everybody thought that the avalanche and the volcanic eruption had cleared all the latecomers. Those who made it to this place were barely breathing. Who would have thought that such an ugly yet dominating war machine would suddenly join the battle? For a moment, all the experts of the primeval era, including those of the Way of Destruction and Long Lianzi, focused their eyes on Liao. They were so shocked by the intimidating fighting will that their pupils constricted, and their scales and hair stood up. Immediately, many experts lunged at the solar calamity extension, trying to block his way. The Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Kwafu clan, the Hui clan, the Zhurong clan, and the Gonggong clan. "Anyone who stands in my way today must die." Liao's bulging eyeballs turned completely blood-red, but the pupil in the middle of the blood-red blossomed with gold brightness and rainbow colors. His fighting will, together with his soul, seemed to have turned into real nerves and veins and spread to every component and rune array of the giant soldier and even the strengthening suit, making the super giant soldier almost 100 meters tall meld with him. Boom! 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 Ca dozens of turrets, hundreds of barrels, all the crystal cannons, destruction cannons, particle cannons, bombardment cannons, rapid-fire cannons, mystic ray cannons, infrasonic annihilation cannons, honeycomb launchers, all of them were emitting the most dazzling brilliance, making him look like a warehouse of fireworks that was on fire. Liao did not care about the consumption of fuel and ammunition, nor did he care about the wear and tear of the magical equipment units and barrels. He poured all the ammunition into the barrels as quickly as he melted them. The dozens of square kilometers nearby were all wreathed in his flames. An even hotter and more furious ocean of magma seemed to have appeared in midair. Countless experts of the primeval era were suppressed by Liao's concentrated firepower. Hundreds of light balls burst out of their bodies and fell into the magma. Some of them passed through the line of fire with their spiritual shields or their natural thick skin. What greeted the experts was Liao's 6-barrel rotary cannon. Liao had already condensed invisible, yet destructive, drill-like mystic rays in front of the 6-barrel rotary cannon with his scorching spiritual energy. He drilled through the spiritual shields, strengthened exoskeletons, shells, scales, and even flesh of the experts so that the destructive firepower would explode at the core of their bodies. No primeval expert could resist Liao's fiercest attack. They were also Liao's stepping stones. With the help of the stepping stones, the war machine, which was almost 100 meters tall, accelerated toward the space gate at a speed faster than a flying sword. Seeing that the situation was not good, more experts of the primeval era did not dare come close. Instead, they opened fire at Liao from afar. The airtight storm of cannonballs hit him like a burning iron wall with sharp thorns on 6 sides, trying to block him from all directions. In the few seconds of sprinting, Liao had emptied all the ammunition that the Solar Calamity extension carried. Therefore, he simply screamed and dissected most of the long-range attack units and ammunition boxes that had been attached to the crystal suit, before he threw them to the surroundings. For a moment, billions of pieces, bound by his spiritual energy, constituted an indestructible iron shield and helped him resist most of the bombardment. The Solar Calamity extension, that had been reduced in size, was only 40 to 50 meters tall, but it was embedded and surrounded by countless coldly shining blades, as if it had been crafted by 10,000 blood-stained sabers. The super warship-slaying saber in his hand, which was vibrating and spinning at a high speed, left a deep impression on everybody. "Let's see who can stop me." Liao was so excited that bright gold and crimson air currents were spurting out of his every pore, which meant that the mitochondria inside his every cell were functioning at a high speed, like energy factories that had reached the threshold and were about to explode. They were outputting energy beyond their limits for his body and his soul. Several members of the Zhurong clan, whose bodies were flowing with magma, had barely reached him when they were slashed into almost 20 pieces by his saber. All the aggressive lines of fire were shattered by his intimidating aura. A path of thorns and flames seemed to have been paved below his feet. Broken limbs above his head, feet stepping on the path of flames. Right now, there were only 2 experts of the primeval era in front of Liao. They were Long Lianzi, the exterminator of all. The auras, brainwaves, and mental power of the human experts, the experts of the Pangu clan, and the experts of the Nuwa clan, collided brutally in midair. The surging tides in the ocean of magma were raised again, and they condensed into a wall of flames that was more than 10,000 meters tall, forming an undisturbed world. There was no need for further explanation. There was no need to bluff or threaten. The exterminator sect and Long Lianzi realized Liao's identity almost instantly, as well as his unwavering determination and his dominating capability. Complicated and obscure emotions were revealed in the eyes of the 2 experts at the same time. Even Obliteration, the expert of the Pangu clan who had erased 99% of his emotions and was almost a machine, was somewhat moved. However, their emotions did not affect their best killing moves at all. Long Lianzi's chest bulged. Liao finally noticed that there were 2 thin membranes below her ribs. It was not a natural feature of the Nuwa clan. She must have injected herself or contracted a certain biochemical virus randomly. The mutation was as abnormal as the lumps on the shoulders of the cultivators. The 2 primeval experts had refined the side effects of the mutation into ultimate techniques while controlling their own will and rationality. They were indeed stronger than any enemy Liao had ever met. Liao had thought that the membrane below Long Lianzi's ribs was a hidden wing. However, since Long Lianzi had a pair of hideous bone wings on her back, there was no need to do that. It was not until this moment that Liao was able to clearly see that, after the 2 layers of membranes rose high, they actually formed 2 enormous leather bags that seemed to have doubled the size of Long Lianzi's chest. Shrinking, suddenly contracting, the dragon lotus seed's expanded chest constricted rapidly, releasing an intense air current from its throat in ear-splitting noises that almost formed visible ripples. The dozens of black crevices that were floating in the air, the space wrinkles formed by the dimensional slash combined into a black lightning and slashed at Liao's head. Liao was very clear that the black lightning had cut the space in half. Therefore, no spiritual shield, force field interference, or composite plate armor could resist it. But Liao still raised his super saber and charged at the black gap. This is the ultimate confrontation between the top experts of mankind and the primeval experts. I will not retreat no matter what moves you are going to use. Liao's brainwaves flooded into Long Lianzi's brain like a mental bomb and exploded brutally. There was shock, admiration, mockery, and regret in Long Lianzi's eyes. This was her first time dealing with the strongest human being. She was not clear about Liao's combat style yet. The black lightning and the super saber collided without any fancy tricks. As he expected, the black lightning split the space where the super warship slashing saber was located into two halves, which divided the saber into 3 broken blades and 1 broken saber. However, the space wrinkles did not swallow the super saber completely after all. The 3 broken blades were still under the control of Liao's remote manipulation ability. Such a result was within Liao's expectations, too. He had calculated the angle and trajectory of the 3 broken blades in his brain billions of times. The 3 blades turned into 3 streaks of brightness and attacked the 3 critical parts of Long Lianzi. At this moment, the damage of the black lightning had not been fully released yet. After slashing the super warship beheader, it continued attacking the solar disaster super extension. Bam! The solar calamity extension cracked again. The real body of the giant god soldier was only 30 meters tall, but it had been equipped with 2 layers of strengthening suits, one inside and the other outside. The one that had collapsed just now was merely the outer layer of the suit for remote attacks. Right now, it was still covered in the melee suit that was glittering coldly. Long Lianzi had dedicated 90% of her computational ability to her mortal enemy, all exterminate the Tao. She did not expect that Liao's giant god soldier could crack it twice. The close combat form of the super extension was suddenly broken down. The sharp blades that had been fixed to the rails turned into dazzling brightness and rushed out like a silver rain. They turned into thousands of miserable curves and attacked Long Lianzi from unbelievable angles. In the meantime, the weight loss of the calamity of the sun had recovered its 30-meter-tall, shining body. The abrupt reduction of size caused Dragon Lotus Dimensional Slash to miss its target and barely missed its target. The advantage of the super short distance acceleration of the solar catastrophe was fully demonstrated. Before Long Lianzi realized what was going on, Liao had already dodged below her with the cover of thousands of streaks of brightness. Yes. Faced with the strongest expert from the primeval era, Liao had run away with the ultimate skill that he had been proud of and boasted about in the universe. Long Lianzi's vision was dyed silver by the thousands of pieces of the super extension. Her logical thinking was disrupted for a moment, too. Just now, Liao's burning fighting will had almost condensed into a ferocious beast that seemed to be swallowing the world. She had truly thought that the strongest expert of mankind was going to fight her to the death with his ultimate move. In the meantime, the glamorous sound and electric effects of the super extension were also very similar to the ultimate killing moves that could shake the sky and earth. He did not expect it to be like this. Human beings. While Long Lianzi was dazed, Liao had already crawled under her tail, or rather her groin. He was only 1 step away from the Black Stargate. However, half a step away from him, the members of the Sect of Destruction rushed out. The supreme expert of the Pangu clan had fully activated his talents in mental attacks. The black lumps on his shoulder that were even larger than his head protruded out veins that were as thick as earthworms. The mental waves released from them were like a flood that had broken through the dam and swallowed everything. Information, pictures, and roars flooded into Liao's brain like a flood. It was the determination of the Pangu clan, as the leader of the Pangu Civilization Alliance, to defend their civilization at any cost. In order to protect our civilization, we sacrificed everything and even castrated our emotions. We suppressed our self-awareness that had expanded too much and turned the intelligent creatures that were made of flesh and blood into war machines that were as hard as steel. We condensed the disunited individuals into the cells of our civilization. With such determination, how could I allow a tiny human being like you to touch the treasures of our ancestors? The mental waves of the sect of destruction turned into roars and raised a tsunami inside Li Yao's brain. Despite the protection of the giant god soldier, Little Black, the crystal suit, and the mustard suit, bright gold blood was still leaking out of Li Yao's 7 orifices. You seem brave, but you are actually timid. You seem to be absolutely rational, but in fact, you are absolutely crazy. You seem to be protecting the last hope of your civilization, but in fact, you will only lead your civilization to endless desperation. That is what the Pangu clan has been doing. Golden flames were spurting out of Li Yao's eyes, but he did not retreat at all. His mental waves were equally sharp, too, as he fought back brutally. Look at yourselves right now. You don't look like human beings at all. The monster virus only savaged your body of flesh and blood. But long before the virus wreaked havoc, the Pangu clan castrated and twisted your noblest soul, cutting off the evolution of the Pangu civilization. We, the civilization of mankind, would rather live on our feet than die on our knees. We would rather be a tombstone in the flames of destruction that cannot be burnt, smashed, or worn than a speck of dust in the eternal darkness that can't be moved by anything. Never, never, never. This is my determination. A determination that a coward like you will never understand. While roaring, the speed of the apocalypse was accelerated to the maximum. In less than half a second, the high-speed friction between the giant soldier and the air turned the plate armor from gold into crimson. In the mental battlefield where the louder your roars are, the stronger your combat ability will be. Li Yao had never been scared of anybody, even if the enemy was a Pangu clan member with a special brain structure and a gift for mental power. The mental waves of the two parties condensed into visible tides in the air and crashed into each other brutally like a magnificent army. Li Yao's eyes, ears, and nose were all soaked in blood. Everything he saw and heard was blurred. The malformed lumps on the shoulder of the Exo-Society shrank rapidly. 2. Several veins as thick as earthworms were broken. 2. Blood spurted out like arrows. Both sides were awed by each other's indomitable fighting will, and the sect of destruction was apparently more surprised than Li Yao. Li Yao had long anticipated the intensity of the mental waves of the strongest expert of the Pangu clan. But it never occurred to him that the seemingly shameless, sordid human being who had been crawling in front of Long Lienzi a moment ago could be so tough, crazy, and resolute. Boom! It all happened in the blink of an eye. While the members of the sect of immortals were slightly surprised, Li Yao, who had accelerated to the highest speed, smashed into the enemy regardless of whether it was 37 or 20. The curved vibration shield that almost covered half of his body was pushed to the maximum, as if 100 shield machines had dug in at the same time. Together with the terrifying speed and mass of the solar catastrophe, even the strongest expert of the Pangu clan, such as the sect of immortals, could not withstand such a brutal collision. The shield of the calamity of the sun was blown to smithereens. Even the arm that was holding the shield was almost broken into pieces. In return, the sect of doom was blown away like a kite whose string had been cut off, buying half a second for Li Yao. Li Yao had calculated everything perfectly. The sect of destruction was blown away to where Long Lienzi was, while he changed his direction and smashed toward the black space again. Boom! 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 The power units of the calamity of the sun exploded one after another in the last crazy sprint. The giant god soldier moaned. Every unit was shaking and screaming, ready to be dismantled at any moment. Right now, even the deities and devils wouldn't be able to stop Li Yao from getting in touch with the Black Stargate. There was nothing else in Li Yao's vision or his brain except for the Black Stargate that seemed to be a miniature universe with billions of stars. The Exterminator sect and Long Lienzi seemed to be roaring in shock and fury behind him. They bombarded the sun catastrophe with destructive death rays and ripples one after another. Despite the protection of multiple layers of plate armor, Li Yao felt that his spine was burning in pain, as if his spine had been broken. His limbs were out of his control and paralyzed. However, it didn't matter. As long as he was the first to enter and successfully pass the ultimate test, nothing else mattered. The moment before the solar catastrophe was about to collapse and Li Yao perished, he finally crashed into the black cube that was embedded with stars. It was a gamble. If the Black Stargate was not a teleportation array as he had expected but a real indestructible black rock, or if he needed something special before he entered the Black Stargate, he would have smashed the solar catastrophe and himself into pieces with his unbelievable speed without the attack of the Cultivators and Long Lienzi. It was also the biggest reason why nobody was willing to break into the Black Stargate recklessly despite the fierce battles just now. After all, the corpses of 100 ancient civilizations were right in front of them. The experts of the Pangu civilization were still somewhat frightened about the tests of the primeval civilization. Liao could not say that he was not scared at all. But inside his body, there were countless forces that far exceeded his fear. It was exactly those people who had given him strength that had supported him to this day, and it was also the people who would support him to continue walking forward and to the hopeful tomorrow. He firmly believed in this. Come on. Whatever the test is, whatever the legacy or the traps are, I'm ready for them. We human beings will never back off. Come on. Liao released his body, soul, and soul into the embrace of the Black Stargate. Splash! The moment the giant god soldier collided with the Black Stargate, there were no ear-splitting collisions or explosions. Instead, there was the sound of a meteorite falling into the ocean. It was as if Liao, riding the calamity of the sun, had truly fallen into a literal sea of stars. The roars and attacks of the Exterminator sect and the Dragon Lotus Seed all turned into vague waves that were tossed out of the sky. The snow mountain and the ocean of magma were gone, too. What replaced them was a dazzling darkness that was full of stars. His giant soldier, his crystal suit, and even his body gradually turned transparent and vanished. The only thing that remained was his consciousness that was falling, and falling into the bottomless primeval world. Along the way, countless shining stars circled around him and turned into vivid and cruel paintings. In a trance, Liao saw that countless war machines that were even larger than the Star Knights had been frozen into giant blocks of ice by the overwhelming avalanche. Another species that was surrounded by orange energy fields that seemed to be burning forever and were even more eye-catching than the Zhurong clan struggled in the Wade Ocean and tried to surface time and time again, only to run out of energy and be swallowed by the ocean. There was also an intelligent life form that was translucent and had countless fluorescent tentacles growing on its body. It looked like a giant jellyfish that had evolved into a half-energy form, but it was lost in the Thunder Valley. Eventually, it was entangled by electric arcs and melted into ash. In addition, there were countless bizarre-shaped, carbon-based intelligent creatures. Even Liao found it hard to tell whether they were carbon-based, silicon-based, or other forms of life. They had all collapsed in different tests. What left a deep impression on Liao was an intelligent life form whose brain had deformed and expanded. Their body seemed to be only left with an enormous brain, which was much tougher than the brains of the Pangu clan. But it had been stored in magical equipment that looked like flying saucers and attached to various mechanical arms and plug-in units with the ability to manipulate objects in the air and the spiritual magnetic field. Together, they were a perfect combination of living creatures and machines. However, such a perfect creation collapsed in front of the Black Stargate and turned into gray statues. According to the Observer, there used to be an extremely intelligent species whose level of evolution was among the best of the 100 ancient civilizations. They solved every problem posed by the Forerunners perfectly and passed the ultimate test flawlessly. But in the end, the Forerunners wiped them out mercilessly. The intelligent species wailed before their extinction, claiming that the Forerunners did not leave any precious legacy and that the place was just a cruel death trap. They also warned the latecomers not to walk into the trap again. It was not hard to guess that the race whose brain had been deformed and whose flesh and blood had completely degenerated was the race that had been replaced by rebar and iron bones. They were the so-called perfect clearers. The meaning of the pictures and the information in Liao's head was obvious, too. It was a warning and a threat. It was as if Teacher Origin was using this method to tell the tester that its secret treasure was not something that could be obtained easily. The price of failure was incomparably miserable. Therefore, it was best for the tester to think clearly in an extremely calm state whether or not it should change its direction and return home. This was the last chance to give up the test. Unfortunately, the word, give up, simply did not exist in Liao's dictionary. Passing through the picture scrolls where countless civilizations had perished, passing through the corpses of civilizations that were smarter, stronger, braver, kinder, or crueler than him, Liao was moving faster and faster toward the center of the dark abyss. The giant god soldier was broken into pieces. The mustard suit and the crystal suit had both been blown to smithereens. The body of flesh and blood had collapsed and vanished. Even the mental devil and Lu Qingqin had been swept away by a tremendous force, making it impossible for Liao to reach out to them. It was possible that the ultimate test procedure had treated them as independent entities and prepared 3 tests for Liao, the mental devil, and Lu Qingqin. They had to complete the test alone. Liao was more and more anxious, and his fighting will was firmer, too. The mental devil, Lu Qingqin, the vanquishing sect, Long Lianzi, and everybody else could not have been faster than him. He was definitely the first to pass the test. Finally, the stars dispersed, and the darkness was shattered. Vague brightness appeared in his vision. Although the brightness was fuzzy and twisted, he could still distinguish the overlapping scenes. Liao was greatly shocked and dumbfounded by what he saw. Passing through the black stargate, stepping over the corpses of countless civilizations, and returning to the primeval era, he seemed to have fallen into a boiling primitive ocean. The sky was filled with intense dark clouds and irascible lightning. The lightning slashed at the ocean like golden blades, stirring the waves. The plate movement of the undersea was extremely intense. Orange magma and black pillars of smoke were spurting out of the gaps that were torn apart, making the ocean look like a bizarre-shaped ancient creature. At this moment, the ocean was both quiet and noisy. The silence was because the first batch of creatures had just been born and had not grasped the ability to swallow and communicate yet. The noise was because of the undersea volcanic eruptions, the continuous collisions of ocean currents and tides, the never-ending roars of thunder in the sky, and the rise and fall of the continent. All of this had awakened the life force of the ocean in the beginning and presented billions of possibilities for the great explosion of life. Liao found that he had lost his body and turned into an ancient fungus in the ancient ocean. No, an ancient fungus was not a suitable description. In fact, he felt that he had turned into a cluster of ancient fungi of the same nature. A blanket of fungi hundreds of meters in diameter was attached to the undersea volcano and lived on the heat of the magma. But on the other hand, his consciousness was not only concentrated on the creep, but also extended to the bottom of the ocean thousands of kilometers away. He could even cruise in the unpredictable sky with lightning and thunder, as if he were watching the evolution of the first living creatures of the world from the perspective of a third party. Seriously? This again? Liao was about to be dumbfounded. But right now, not only did he not have eyes and a tongue, even his flagella had not evolved yet. He could only wonder in a daze, is this the ultimate test? It is like a game that is played with the consciousness. Then, how can I pass the test? Right now, I am just a slowly wriggling carpet of fungi. I don't even have anyone to talk to. Where is Master? What are the rules? Hardly had the thought occurred to him when a stream of bright gold information flowed out of his vision like a waterfall, providing countless data and options for him. Liao immediately understood. This was the first question of the ultimate test. The tester would have to manipulate the primitive creepers to repeat the path of evolution and evolve into a carbon-based intelligent life form that could communicate with the primeval Lord of Heaven in order to receive the legacy of the primeval Lord of Heaven. Every ancient fungus inside the blanket was growing, splitting, and dying. In the process of division and death, the odds of mutations were slim. The tester had to choose the right mutations and eliminate the failed mutations in order to make the entire species stronger and ignite the fire of wisdom. Of course, different testers must have different understandings about what was correct and mistake. A tiny error could lead to a huge error. When a life was born in the beginning, every tiny mutation would determine how weird, wise, and tough the intelligent life was. Liao had no time to think. The direction of billions of mutations exploded in his vision. The ultimate test could condense the river of evolution for billions of years in the blink of an eye. Therefore, countless variations were waiting for Liao's choice every second. Some mutations could increase the longevity of the ancient fungi, but at the cost of a slower division speed. Some mutations went in the opposite direction. The longevity of the ancient fungi was shortened by half, but the speed of their division was 50%. Some of the mutations could turn the archaea into spherical, helical, rod-shaped, disc-shaped, and irregular forms. Some other mutations could evolve the archaea into Liao's favorite flagella, thereby increasing their mobility and ability to swallow food. Some of the mutations could alter the structure of the outer membrane of the cells of the archaea, making them more suitable for the environment near undersea volcanoes. But there were also other changes that could improve the toughness of the flagella and the overall hardness of the creep, so that the creep would be far away from the undersea volcanoes and march toward the vast undersea. Every second, hundreds of bright gold options were floating in front of Liao's eyes. Most of the time, he did not even have the time to think carefully and could only select and choose based on his intuition. Liao filtered the direction of the mutations that could prolong the life of the ancient fungi out of instinct, but he kept the ability of more splits. Only by splitting more times could there be more possibilities for evolution. Now was not the time to talk about longevity and stability. Then, he ruled out the mutation that could change the structure of the cell membrane and absorb more heat from the magma. Liao was very clear that life was inert. If the archaea evolved into structures that were very suitable for undersea volcanoes, they would stay in this place forever and maintain a simple, low-level structure. It would be impossible for them to march into the vast ocean and evolve into more complicated, and more advanced structures. Born in peace, die in sorrow. It was the same for any life. Too much adaptation to the environment was the ultimate bliss. Only by marching forward, fighting against the environment, fighting against the heaven and the earth, and marching toward the cruel unknown was the true meaning of life. At this moment, a new direction of mutation flashed before Liao's eyes. Liao's consciousness shrank to the size of a needle tip. He grasped the option at lightning speed. This was it. After prolonged competition and evolution, one of his fungi finally mutated into the ability to carry genetic information with deoxyribonucleic acid. Before that, all the ancient fungi stored and transmitted genetic information with ribonucleic acid. Liao was very clear that, although ribonucleic acid was a long-chain molecule that was very suitable to carry information, the amount of information stored and the stability of it were far less than that of deoxyribonucleic acid. Only after the evolution of deoxyribonucleic acid could the capacity of the genetic information be exponentially expanded, thereby making a leap from ancient life to ancient life. Boom! After he chose deoxyribonucleic acid to replace most of the functions of ribonucleic acid, the entire primeval ocean was swallowed by the golden light ball, as if an earth-shaking explosion had taken place. Then, the environment was completely different. The eruptions of the undersea volcanoes gradually died down, and the crust and weather became relatively stable. More and more ancient creatures of the ocean evolved, too. The high-level, multicellular creatures that looked like trilobites, nautilus, and armored fish were swimming among the sea anemones, seaweeds, and colorful jellyfish. Liao was faced with a life-and-death choice again. The golden information stream told him that, according to the mutated genes that he had right now, he could choose to evolve into a trilobite, a nautilus, an armored fish, and other top predators of the ancient ocean. Of course, he could also choose to become a second-level predator and receive compensation in other directions of evolution. The trilobites, the nautilus, and the armored fish were all out-and-out dominators of the ocean. The trilobites and the nautilus both boasted hard shells and were relatively huge. They were the most terrifying killing machines in an era when most of the ancient ocean creatures were no larger than plankton. There was no need to mention the armored fish. Other than its hard shell, it also possessed a swift movement ability, allowing it to charge and sweep away all prey. But Liao eliminated the three seemingly tempting evolution options without any hesitation, because he was very clear that no matter how powerful the trilobites, the nautilus, and the armored fish appeared to be, in the end, they were eliminated in the long river of time. Their enormous size meant that they had to consume more energy in order to survive. Most of their time was spent on hunting and absorbing. Their overly hard shells, on the one hand, hindered their ability to mutate further, and on the other hand, they indulged in the illusionary sense of security and lost the need for evolution. A life without a sense of crisis and ambition was destined to be a life without a future. It was impossible to ignite the fire of evolution. It would only become a fossil billions of years later. Therefore, Liao eliminated all the top predators and chose an inconspicuous fish as the carrier of his consciousness. Although they were little silver fish, their average size was no more than half a centimeter. They were like glittering silver bugs. The small silver fish barely had any hunting ability. On the contrary, they were the best food for the top predators such as the nautilus, trilobites, and armored fish. When the top predators were wandering around them, they had no ability to resist and could only wait to be slaughtered. But their biggest advantage was their unparalleled reproductive and survival ability. Their life cycles were extremely short, and they had been mating and reproducing almost every second of their short lives. They had already evolved into the primary sexes. The female fish could shoot out thousands of life seeds that looked like dust after each spurt. As long as they absorbed the heat near the surface of the ocean, they would have a chance to survive. Their unique digestive system could transform almost all food into energy. From the plankton on the surface of the ocean to the carrion of the top predators, from the primitive fungi in the bottom of the ocean to the seaweed and the sea anemones, they could even attach themselves to the ancient jellyfish and form a harmonious symbiotic body with them, surviving on the residues of the food that the jellyfish digested. At the beginning of life, quantity was far more important than quality. Liao's consciousness was devoted to the silver fish. He was also trying his best to select the mutations that could increase the number of his species. He refused to expand the size of the small silverfish and ruled out the possibility of covering the surface of the small silverfish with a solid shell. Of course, he did not hesitate to wipe out the seemingly aggressive mutations such as the growing of sharper teeth, which were in fact self-destruction. In the end, he gave the small silverfish a stronger digestive and reproductive ability. Of course, there was also the subtle ability to perceive the magnetic field of a planet as well as a stronger ability to travel just like that. After billions of years of evolution, the little silver fish and their different mutations gradually spread to the entire ocean. From the cold, dark North Pole to the sunny equator, the shadows of the little silver fish were everywhere. In the meantime, the trilobites were covered by the mud on the bottom of the ocean, and the nautilus became empty. The armored fish, which used to be the best fish in the world, were gradually burdened by their heavy armor, shields, and blades after they evolved into sturdier shells, sharper teeth, and larger bodies. They could not keep up with the agility and speed of the new generation of ocean creatures and were eventually devoured by their insatiable appetite, turning into the losers of evolution. A new dominator of the ocean had appeared. They were either streamlined, fast, or agile sharks. Some of them were octopuses that could freely change the color and size of their skin, grow 8 tentacles that were both hard and soft, and could even increase their speed by spraying water. There were even jellyfish that had evolved into venomous ones. Most of the dominators of the ocean considered the silver fish as one of the main dishes on their menu. There was a kind of whale with star spots all over its body that could swallow several tons of silver fish in one breath. For this, it had evolved a set of organs that could filter seawater and absorb the silver fish. However, no matter how much they slaughtered, they could not reduce the overall number of the little silver fish. Instead, the little silver fish became the foundation of the entire food chain, the key to the survival of countless species. Liao vaguely felt that the time was right. March! March! He had to march to the land without caring about anything. Although the ocean was vast, except for the places near the continental shelf and undersea volcanoes, the resources were not as abundant as one might expect. On the contrary, they were as barren as a desert filled with distilled water. More importantly, the pressure of the seawater made it difficult for natural catalysts such as fire to exist, not to mention the refinement of metals and the development of civilization. Most of the ancestors of the intelligent carbon-based creatures were born in the ocean, but they had to experience the dangerous jump from the ocean to the land. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to develop a mature and efficient civilization. Although the universe was vast and full of wonders, and there were many intelligent creatures such as the Gongong clan, that were born in rivers, lakes, and oceans like jellyfish, they were still the minority in the end. Even the Gonggong clan did not really evolve into the space era until they received the help of the Pangu clan and other primeval species. Under Li Yao's command, a magnificent, soul-stirring landing battle from the ocean to the land began. This was not a war that could be fought overnight, nor was it a war for the gains and losses of a city. It was a war across billions of years for the rise or death of a civilization. The little silver fish that was washed to the beach by the tides accidentally or jumped to the beach in a panic to avoid the top predators failed as expected. But Li Yao had enough patience and a clear direction of evolution. He grasped the most useful possibilities of billions of mutations and granted part of the silver fish the ability to breathe in the air, as well as the ability to jump and dig on the beach with their thick and powerful fins. The silver fish had even learned the ability to dig holes on the beach with their fins, crawl into the holes, and keep themselves wet while they waited for the next tide, so that they could move freely in the ocean and on land. They were like some kind of ancient creature that could play with mud. The road of evolution was destined to be lonely and dangerous. The little silver fish that were jumping on land encountered hundreds of times more difficulties and dangers than they did in their warm and comfortable hometown, the ocean. However, in order to resolve the dangers, or rather, in the cruel competition for survival, more genes that were not adapted to the changes were eliminated, which endowed generations of little silver fish with a stronger survival ability. The scales and fins were gone, replaced by stronger limbs and tails. Their skin was covered in airproof mucus. The first row of sharp teeth grew out of their mouths, indicating that they had evolved from fish into amphibians. For the first time, the little silver fish breathed in the dry air, saw the volcanic eruptions, the rolling mountains and rivers, and saw the lush primitive forest. The path of evolution after that was like walking on the fast track. Everything was 100 times faster than before. Times were changing. The environment was changing. All the creatures were changing crazily like clockwork. Li Yao refused to let the species under his control move toward the giant crustaceans, because he knew that, although giant insects and arthropods were the dominators of the land in ancient times, as the plants mutated and the oxygen content in the air plummeted, the size of the giant insects and the arthropods would be reduced, and they would be eliminated from the competition of the top predators. He also rejected the idea of turning into a civilization of insects that resembled bees. Although it was possible that a strong civilization could be born out of the collective wisdom, it did not fit Li Yao's ideology after all. Similarly, he rejected the path of the giant reptiles without even thinking. When dinosaurs were stomping on the ground, slaughtering and roaring, he would rather shrink the size of the creatures under his command and flee among the bushes and caves. Mammals were the only right path of evolution. Li Yao believed in that and bore the price that he had to pay. As it turned out, the meteoroid shower that he had been expecting came one after another. The mountains and the rivers lost their color, the sun and the moon lost their brightness, and countless plants withered and perished. More and more new plants changed the environment in a completely different way. The king of the land dinosaurs who used to flaunt their strength were either killed by the raging flames raised by the meteoroid shower, or by the drastic changes in the composition of the air, or the plants that could not digest the new plants. They could only watch the lush green plants starve to death. This was a new era, a stage for mammals. At this moment, Li Yao's cautious choices in the beginning and his determination to hold on to his life were both greatly rewarded. The seemingly useless genes were all displaying colorful mutations, allowing him to dominate the brand-new biological explosion. He was the first to successfully evolve into a large enough brain with enough synapses as well as a body of flesh and blood that had a perfect balance in terms of strength, agility, and energy consumption. He also unlocked the abilities of walking upright, freeing hands, using flames, creating tools, and so on. It could be said to be an epic-making ability. Mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and all kinds of seemingly powerful wolves, tigers, and leopards fell to the attacks of stone axes and spears one after another. Li Yao's tribe wreaked havoc on the land and expanded to even farther places. When the tribe first learned how to set fire to mountains, drive out and burn down ferocious beasts, the raging fire represented the birth of the real dominator. the spirit of all creatures who would eventually rule the universe. It was a vast lake. It was round, the water of the lake was pure, and it looked like a silver-white round mirror at the foot of the rolling mountains. Once upon a time, this place was a place where countless living creatures gathered to drink water. It was also a hunting ground for ferocious beasts such as wolves, tigers, and leopards. However, since the rise of mankind and the occupation of the mirror-like lake, no ferocious beasts dared to hunt in this place. The ferocious beasts that were too stupid to realize the horror of human beings had all turned into piles of bones by the lake, towers, and tombstones of different shapes and sizes. That night, the stars were particularly brilliant. Even the big, round moon could not cover the brilliance of the stars. The stars congregated into a vast ocean, like a silver storm that was raining down from the sky. A bonfire had been lit in the tribe at the foot of the mountain. They were celebrating the hunting of another enormous prey. A tribesman, who had wrinkles all over his face and a hunched back, somehow left his tribesmen and went to the lake in high and low steps. Behind them was a joyous and raucous celebration. In front of him was a silent and deep unknown. The tribesmen stared at their own reflection in the lake at first. His forehead was slightly tilted back, and his nose was large and flat. The hair on his face had not entirely faded away, but two enormous canine teeth were protruding out of his lips. At first glance, he was still unable to get rid of the traces of antiquity and ignorance. But his dirty eyes, which were slightly yellow, were absorbing the reflection of the lake water quietly. They gradually turned deep and sharp, adding darkness and silver. The eyes of the tribe members gradually turned sharp. They licked the moon in the lake first, before they extended to the sky along the moonlight and the stars. When billions of stars exploded in front of his eyes, he could not help but extend his hairy arms toward the endless sea of stars, as if he were trying to hold the entire universe in his hands. Ho ho, ho ho ho! He began to howl, as if he were trying to break the darkness of the universe with his voice and give a name to the moon and every star. He also summoned his compatriots to the moon and the stars one day and see what the world in the sky looked like. Boom! The moment the tribesmen extended their hands toward the starry sky and screamed, dazzling gold brightness burst out again, indicating that the tester had completed the second leap and evolved into the Middle Ages. A real civilization had been born. Liao watched everything quietly, like an omnipresent, omnipotent god. He watched the rise, struggle, and conquest of countless human tribes from above. Then, he crawled into the body of the tribesman who was looking at the starry sky in front of the lake and sensed the indescribable joy and gratitude when human beings got to know him for the first time. That's it. Watching himself dancing in the lake, Liao mumbled in confusion. Is this the so-called ultimate test? No wonder he was confused. Although it was very difficult to make thousands of choices for the evolution of life and eventually the birth of a civilization in such a short period of time, the choices did not escape the basic route of human evolution. Liao only needed to make the choices based on his natural instincts, and he had basically completed the advancement from an ancient fungus carpet to a human tribe. Such a test did not seem to be compatible with the strength and mystery of the creator of the Black Wall. Nor was it enough to stump 100 ancient civilizations. Liao pondered for a moment and realized that he had taken it for granted. From his point of view, he naturally felt that the ultimate test was too easy, because he was a pure human being and a clone of 100% of the original master's genes. Therefore, he was very clear about the path of evolution that he, the master, had taken. His instinctive reaction was the correct answer. But what if the tester was not a human being like him but an intelligent life form with a carbon-based body? For example, if the testers were born in rivers, lakes, and oceans like jellyfish and sponges, would they be able to tell that the little silver fish were the species most likely to climb to the peak of evolution? Or rather, would a tester of the Gonggong clan choose to go to the land instead of exploring the ocean in search of the 1 billionth likelihood that a civilization would be born in the seawater? By the same logic, the Zhurong clan was an intelligent species that was born in volcanoes and magma and lived on the high temperature and the poisonous gas. When a test subject of the Zhurong clan was in the undersea volcanic environment in the beginning, Could he really resist the temptation of altering the structure of the membrane and absorbing the heat? It was the same for the Pangu, the most successful, most powerful, carbon-based intelligent life form. Compared to human beings, the Pangu clan was closer to the giant reptiles. Many of the Pangu clan members looked like tyrannosaurs in human form. Perhaps, on the original planet of the Pangu clan, the giant reptiles such as dinosaurs had never encountered the scourge of meteoroids or the abrupt changes of climate, which resulted in the unique appearance of the Pangu clan today. Then, when a candidate of the Pangu clan was faced with a choice between a reptile and a mammal, could he choose a mammal as naturally as Liao did and persist through all the difficulties and setbacks? It was impossible. The logical thinking of every kind of carbon-based intelligent life was greatly influenced by the form of their body, which was the environment of the original planet. Even though they had retrieved the cells of the master and analyzed the gene segments of the master, which gave them a general idea of how the master evolved, they could not help but be marked by their own civilization when they had to make hundreds of choices in the ever-changing environment. In other words, the mutations of the Gonggong clan, the Zhurong clan, the Pangu clan, or the mechanical civilization, the black iron civilization, the half-energy civilization, and so on were definitely not what Liao was seeing right now. From this point of view, the experts and scholars of the Heavenly Palace were on the right track. Only by replicating a real human being could they completely see through the thoughts of the teacher and even complete the test of the teacher without any trouble. However, this was just the beginning. From the bottom of the ocean to the land, from ignorance to wisdom, from the spirits of all creatures to the king of the universe, mankind still had a long way to go. The path to heaven that led to the universe along the stars was probably the real test. As he expected, when the thought flashed in his mind, another dull, deep, and ancient voice echoed. "You're here," the voice said. The way the voice communicated with information was similar to that of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, except that it employed a very special structure of information compression and encryption. The amount of information contained in a syllable was dozens of times more than that of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. As a result, Liao's mind was filled with thousands of waves. It took him a long time to digest the 3 short syllables. Manipulating the tribesmen, Liao took a deep breath and sat down next to the lake. The bright moonlight, the brilliant stars, the tranquil lake, and the laughter of his compatriots behind him were perfect places to discuss the mysteries of the primeval era. "How should I address you?" Liao tried to remain calm. Ripples appeared on his consciousness. Was it progenitor, black wall creator, or primordial human beings? Naming does not mean anything to us. Progenitor, black wall creator, or primordial human beings are all fine. The voice said, "A long time ago, in what you call the primeval era, our species created the first civilization in the sea of the universe. Even though it was not the first civilization in the truest sense, the civilizations that were older than us were conquered and swallowed by us. Therefore, we call ourselves the primeval civilization. You may also call us the primeval clan." The primeval clan of the universe sea? Liao did not let go of any opportunity to get to the bottom of the matter. What does the universe ocean mean? Does it mean the multiverse? Have you ever seen grape? The voice not only uttered the syllable grape, but also showed Liao almost 1,000 kinds of plants that looked like grapes. If every universe is a grape, a cluster of grapes will be a cosmic ocean or a mother universe. But Liao's soul suddenly constricted. There are more than one bunch of grapes on one vine. There are hundreds of thousands of grapes. Are you suggesting that there are more than one multiverse, but countless cosmos, and mother universes? Good question, the voice said, with a hint of rejection in the syllables as well as an explanation. Even if Liao managed to answer, he would not be able to understand it at all. Instead, it would only consume his attention and make him lose himself in the vastness of the universe. However, I cannot tell you the answer. The answer above the sea of stars is far beyond the scope of our information exchange. Then, pondering for a moment, Liao realized that the voice was not trying to keep him at a distance. He changed his direction and asked, "Do you admit that you are the primeval, the progenitor, or the creator of hundreds of generations of civilizations in the Pangu universe? That we are all your descendants, and that your bloodlines and mutations are, in a sense, your creations. Yes, the voice admitted frankly. Then, did you create us and destroy us and the civilization of hundreds of generations? Liao's soul was burning furiously. His bright gold telepathic thoughts were shivering violently. Yes and no. The voice said, I believe you've seen it too. All the civilizations that have the capability to find the ancient relics and the courage to break into the heavenly towers for the ultimate test have all developed to the peak that a single universe can bear. They have passed the turning point of their prosperity and decline and embarked on the path of civilization's decline and destruction. The hundreds of civilizations that flourished in the Pangu universe all encountered bottlenecks in their development and hit the barrier of limited resources. As a result, they fell into a desperate situation where order failed and they killed each other. As long as the Black Wall was not broken, self-destruction wars such as the war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan had been staged at the end of the development of almost 100 civilizations. The top experts of the civilizations only took the risk of the ultimate test when they had no other options. In other words, even if we don't wipe out the civilizations, they will destroy us very soon, and their deaths will be even more miserable, humiliating, and desperate. Therefore, we accelerated the self-destruction of the civilizations and tried to save precious space, time, and resources so that the next batch of civilizations or new possibilities could show up as soon as possible. Along with the tranquil and calm voice, Liao received countless gorgeous and cruel pictures. It was the final struggle and destruction of almost 100 ancient civilizations in the vast universe. The magnificent warships, the magnificent cities, the planets that had almost been hollowed, the defense system of the space rings that surrounded the planets, and the billions of experts who were shouting in the universe were all screaming and screaming in the flames of destruction and turning into dust without exception. It's really your doing. Liao tried his best to control himself, but he could not help but shout in fury, Why did you do it? Why did you create so many brilliant civilizations and bind us all with an indestructible black wall? Why did you give us the hope of survival but erase it in the cruelest way? Was the superbrain civilization that was full of wisdom, right? This is not the place where the secret treasures of the primeval era are located at all, but the most terrifying trap. You, the primeval clan, which should have perished billions of years ago, are lurking here like zombies in fear of death, trying to survive by absorbing the hope, possibilities, and luck of the new civilization? It was a very interesting speculation. It even pointed out part of the truth of the cosmic ocean. The superbrain civilization that could expand the brain infinitely by combining the brain with the machines so that it could acquire extraordinary computational ability and wisdom was truly the wisest of the hundreds of civilizations and the one who was most likely to inherit our knowledge. It's a pity that they failed to break through the last barrier. The voice said calmly, however, the superbrain civilization was wrong after all. The primeval race was destroyed billions of years ago. We never thought of rebirth, at least not literally. The reason is simple. Even if we are reborn in our original appearance, we are still no match for the enemy. The enemy will catch up to us again, defeat us, and swallow us. Then what is the significance of rebirth? No. We do not intend to swallow the destiny of any civilization. It is what our enemies would do. What? Liao was dazed, not knowing what the sound meant. However, on second thought, since they had come this far, if the primeval Lord of Heaven was really struggling in the darkness in a certain unpredictable way, there was no need for them to pretend to be polite to Liao anymore. They could tear off their disguises and reveal their hideous faces, crushing and swallowing Liao's soul. It seemed that the voice could be trusted. Then, why did you create and destroy hundreds of civilizations? Liao asked. From the birth of the primeval human beings on a blue planet named Earth, to our civilization overcoming countless disasters, conquering countless enemies, and eventually dominating the entire sea of the universe, it only took us 100 million years to cover every corner of the multiverse. Along with the description of the voice, Liao saw the picture that the Supreme Emperor had once described to him, the planetary fortress that had been hollowed into a honeycomb and installed with a super-large power unit, the transparent four-dimensional shuttle that could cruise freely in the ripples of space, and the ancient human beings whose bodies were covered in complicated, glittering, unpredictable spiritual stripes. Their civilization had reached an unbelievable height. They had grasped all kinds of formulas and rules about space and time. The chasm of thousands of light years was nothing but a small drainage canal in front of their eyes. They could upload and download their own consciousness into the dazzling servers and carriers. Their bodies of flesh and blood stored and unlocked almost endless genes, and they could perform the 3 heads, 6 arms, 72 transformations, and other almost legendary techniques. More importantly, Liao keenly grasped the one word spoken by the voice, Earth. Liao was very sure that the Earth that the voice mentioned was the hometown that he had been dreaming about, the unique Earth, and the Earth that must be destroyed in the unfinished mission of the Vulture Plan. Because other than the syllables, a lot of 3D pictures of Earth had been sent over, too. The original Pangu continent had been divided into 5 continents and 4 oceans, which were exactly the same as Liao remembered. It was impossible that the land of a second planet had evolved over billions of years and was so similar to Earth. But what was going on exactly? If a blue planet named Earth did exist and it was the hometown of primeval civilization, the first generation of the strongest civilization in the sea of the universe billions of years ago, then how did Earth become the core of the flood, and how was Liao born on such a planet? Were there 2 Earths in total? One was true Earth, the home of the ancient human beings billions of years ago. The other one was virtual Earth, a digital version of the previous Earth or some other messy version that had been created by the tides as its core. Why did the flood tide do that? What was the relationship between the flood tide and the primeval Lord of Heaven? On second thought, the flood tide must have been closely related to the primeval clan. The reason was simple. In Liao's dream, the people living on Earth, the center of the tide, were all human beings. The appearances of the human beings were exactly the same as those of the so-called original ancestors, the makers of the Black Wall, the primeval clan. Could not be a coincidence. Liao was greatly shocked, but he bit another one with one of his soul waves and listened to the other one patiently. It's a pity that, no matter how brilliant a civilization is, there is a limit to its development. We have finally met an invincible enemy. The entire civilization has been destroyed. The survivors are fleeing in the sea of stars like stray dogs. The theory of the voice was identical to the Supreme Emperor's genetic memory. It was very credible. But what was odd was that, when the enemy was mentioned, the voice was completely different from the way it transmitted a lot of information just now. It was somewhat vague. All the pictures about the enemy were covered in thick black fog. Who are your enemies exactly? Are they the so-called flood tides? What do they look like? Liao raised his voice. Even if they are the legendary energy lifeforms or the 4-dimensional lifeforms, they should still have the projections and carriers of the 3-dimensional universe, shouldn't they? Why can't they show me what the enemy looks like? The question cast the voice into a long silence. The survivors of the primeval clan sailed their broken starships through the gaps of the 4-dimensional space and even hid themselves in the wrinkles of time. After countless hours and resources, they finally found the most remote and lackluster place in the universe where they could live. The voice avoided Liao's questions. Then it changed the topic and continued. In the long escape, in order to save as many resources as possible and to pass through the space gaps and the folds of time that normal life could not survive, all the primeval lords abandoned their lives and preserved their civilization in the form of a gene pool. All our secrets and wealth, all the glory of the ancient human beings, are hidden in the deepest part of the gene strands. As his voice fluctuated with emotions, a cruel and sad scene appeared in front of Liao's eyes again. Inside the engine compartment of a crystal warship, countless ancient human beings with flowing stripes all over their bodies were lined up. After collecting their hair, skin, and blood with special magical equipment, they jumped into the engine furnace and turned their life and soul into fuel to accelerate the starship through time and space. There was not much expression on the faces of all the ancient human beings. Even the old, the weak, the women, and the children were peaceful and relieved. Perhaps, on their billions of years of escape from the enemy, all their pride and hope had been worn away. They could not wait to get the final peace and relief. Just like that, They jumped into the engine furnace one by one, until the last one turned into raging flames. The entire warship turned empty and dead silent. The only things left were the delicate puppets that looked like spiders and octopuses. They stored their genes carefully and drove the empty starship forward. Liao had nothing to say. He did not expect that the ancient human beings would be so cruel and resolute. No wonder he could resist the tide for billions of years and escape from it temporarily. Our civilization paid such a high price that we finally transported our precious gene pool to the new, remote universe that was wreathed in overlapping folds of space. The voice continued, according to the normal sailing and colonization procedures, the spiritual puppets should unfreeze all our genes and breed a new generation of human beings. When they are still in the embryonic state, they will carve the wisdom and history of our civilization into the brains of the newborns. In such a way, the glory of our civilization will be restored within several hundred years. However, the enemy's shadows have covered the entire universe ocean. Even if the primeval civilization is restored to its peak state, it is still not enough to compete with the enemy. Our civilization has been on the wrong path since the very beginning. Even before our civilization was born, when the earliest life began to evolve, we made a fatal mistake. The final height of a civilization does not depend on the hard work of the last tens of thousands of years, but rather it depends on the choice of evolution in the beginning billions of years ago. This is a bit like the butterfly effect. The small mistakes made a long time ago have become irreparable defects after billions of years of superimposition and enhancement. On the other hand, a certain gene fragment inadvertently preserved billions of years ago might one day shine brilliantly and save the entire civilization. Maybe, when the ancient fungi were wandering in the boiling primitive ocean, the subtle changes of the membrane of their cells determined the efficiency of the absorption and utilization of cosmic rays for human beings billions of years later. Maybe some newly born multicellular creatures adopted a new way of reproduction. As their offspring, we will have 10 times more reproductive ability billions of years later, too, and we will be able to build an army 10 times larger than ours to resist the strong enemies in only several hundred years. All in all, the experts, scholars, and top experts of the primeval civilization have racked their brains in every field to achieve perfection. If such a perfect state is not enough to resist the enemy, there is only one way left. We will restart our civilization and excavate the possibilities that have been overlooked and abandoned in the billions of years of evolution. Starting from the spores and the embryos, we will modify and strengthen our civilization. In a very common terminology in the field of games, we have decided to cut off our civilization and retrain ourselves. Ha! Liao was dumbfounded. It is indeed a crazy, absurd plan with an extremely low success rate. But since we will be found by the enemy sooner or later, and we are no match for the enemy no matter how hard we train ourselves, isn't it our only choice to restart our civilization and cut off our training? The voice said, "This time, our civilization is not starting from scratch. Countless treasures are buried deep inside our genes, and we can be guided to a certain extent. Is there any reason why the new version of the primeval civilization cannot be stronger than version 1.0? Pictures popped up in Liao's head again. Countless translucent but broken starships arrived in the Pangu universe and exploded in the most brilliant fireworks. Like burning dandelions, they threw billions of pieces of the gene pool into the universe and spread out. To ensure the possible diversity of new evolutions, we threw the life capsules that stored a lot of gene banks to the harsh planets. Even the asteroid belts where life was theoretically impossible were filled with our seeds of life. Then we built a black wall with the natural features of the space folds and covered the entire Pangu universe as a warm, comfortable, and safe incubator. The voice said, "Our purpose is to produce Primeval Civilization version 2.0, which is even stronger than us. We don't care what you call your civilization. We don't care what you look like or whether or not you have a fixed body of flesh and blood. We only have one requirement for you. We hope that you have more potential than us and give us a glimmer of hope to defeat the enemy. In order to test whether or not you really have potential, we will leave the primeval relics and the tower before your civilization is completely obliterated. I believe that you will definitely find this place when your civilization develops mature space navigation technology and has a profound understanding about cosmology and four-dimensional space science. If you pass the test and prove that you have the potential to defeat the enemy, the flood tide, then we will acknowledge you as the out-and-out Primeval Civilization version 2.0, our upgraded and strengthened version and our most rightful heir. We will let go of all our legacies, including the detailed history of the primeval civilization, all our technological achievements, the genetic maps of the alien species that we conquered in space, the methods to travel through the four-dimensional space freely, and the methods to steer the four-dimensional storms, and even the super warships that we left behind. Everything will be yours. It is not an exaggeration to say that the legacies will allow your civilization to soar for millions of years in only 100 years. On the other hand, if you fail the ultimate test, there will be no need for you to waste your precious time and resources. Even if we don't destroy you, you will destroy yourselves. Even if you don't destroy yourselves, if you continue struggling hopelessly, the flood will arrive one day and wipe you out. If that's the case, what's the point of your existence? Why don't you restart and give up your living space for the next generation of civilization? Do you agree? Liao felt that every ripple of his soul was turning into a drop of hot blood. All the blood was flooding into his brain, raising crimson tides. He did not expect it to be like this. Over 100 generations of civilizations, the rise and fall of countless carbon-based intelligent life forms, countless impassioned and moving stories, countless touching and soul-stirring legends, and countless people's laughter and free will turn out to be nothing more than version upgrade tests that the primeval civilization carried out to strengthen itself. What do you think we are exactly? What do you think intelligent creatures with emotions and souls that are made of flesh and blood for generations? Liao bellowed, "What's the difference between you and a flood? If you encounter a real flood one day, you will know the difference." The voice said, "The species that were willing to jump into the engine furnaces one after another in order to preserve their civilization were apparently the real space civilizations. The feelings of ordinary human beings had been obliterated a long time ago, but they had elevated their feelings into something deeper and purer. Now, shall we continue the test? If I refuse to take the damn test, or if the test results are not to your liking, you will destroy the civilization of mankind, won't you?" Liao sneered. "To be honest, I'm not very optimistic that you can pass the test, because your genes are so similar to ours that they are almost 100% replicas of ours. It will be difficult for you to discover and correct the mistakes that we've made before." The voice said, "However, you are not the only tester today. Restarting the Pangu universe depends on the performance of the other testers." More vivid pictures popped up in Liao's brain. He vaguely saw that the strongest cultivator of the Pangu clan, Obliteration, and the strongest cultivator of the Nuwa clan, Long Lienzi, had passed through the Black Stargate and entered the ultimate test, only to find that they were crouching in two bright gold, translucent fetuses as babies. Lu Qingchen and the Mental Devil were also crouching in the two embryos in translucent, half-solid forms. It was not hard to guess that his body of flesh and blood looked the same. Liao even saw that Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, Li Jialing, and the rest of them had broken into the tower and were approaching the Black Stargate. "They're here." Liao was suddenly alarmed. He couldn't help but worry for Ding Lingdang and the rest of them. He didn't know whether or not they could pass the tests of Thunder Valley, Wade Ocean, and Major Avalanche, and whether or not they could walk on the right path of evolution from the Archaea to the Ape-Man. If one of the testers passes the test, the entire legacy of the primeval civilization will fall into his hands. The voice said, "Then, the future of the Pangu universe will be decided by him." Liao was silent for a long time. Then he gnashed his teeth. "Come on. How do you want to test our potential? It's simple. You will first see the summary of the history of the primeval civilization in the era of planets and get a general understanding about our civilization. Then, it will be the first major crisis and turning point of our civilization. At that time, you will lead our civilization to survive in the boundless sea of stars as the leader of our civilization." The voice said, "Of course, your performance is no better than that of the real civilization in the sea of stars, but it doesn't matter. We don't care about the outcome. We just want to see your choice clearly and infer your potential. Remember, when you make the wrong choice, you have 3 opportunities to correct yourself. I will give you 3 correct suggestions, but when you make the 4th mistake, you will be eliminated mercilessly. Do you understand? Wali Yao's fury turned into fighting will. The waves inside his brain condensed into a forest of coldly shining swords and spears. He said solemnly, "Understood. Come on." Hardly had his voice faded away when the sky changed color and the stars moved. The flow of time was 10,000 times faster. The canine teeth and hair of the tribesmen all fell off, making them taller, more beautiful, and more in line with the aesthetics of modern people. The rough stone axes and bone spears in their hands were replaced by bronze or even black iron weapons. On the ruins of caves and nests, magnificent metropolises rose up. The residents of the metropolises replaced the simple dry leaves and hides with glamorous robes and leather armor. This was a real civilization. They are the first ancient civilizations that were born on our mother planet and the origin and prototype of the primeval civilization. The voice said, different regions and species are known as the Sumerian civilization, the ancient Egyptian civilization, the Indus River civilization, the Wuxia civilization, the Crete civilization, the Olmec civilization. Why do the names of the ancient civilizations sound so familiar? Liao was dazed again. Especially the Chinese civilization? There was no time for him to think. The picture in his brain was moving forward at a speed of hundreds of years per second. Glorious palaces rose and collapsed time and time again. The magnificent metropolises perished in the tide-like flames of war. In the east, people built majestic water system and Great Wall of China to resist the scourge of floods and ferocious beasts. In the west, people sailed across the ocean on narrow and simple boats. Greece, Rome, Persia, the 5 tyrants of spring and autumn, the 7 heroes of the Warring States period. More tribes, nationalities, and nations emerged, creating a civilization that was even more brilliant and resplendent. They continued to divide and unite. History spiraled upwards, zigzagged forward, and blossomed with vague brightness in the darkness. The more Liao looked at it, the more familiar it seemed to him, and the more he felt that he had read similar history in a certain place. Yes, in the bizarre dreams, in the earth at the center of the flood. Although some of the names and places of the Earth's history that he had read in the dream were different, including the time of some important historical events, the general development was exactly the same, like different versions of the same Earth. What the hell is going on? Liao was dumbfounded. He didn't know how many Earths and how many pieces of history there were. Or rather, there were countless Earths and countless reruns of history, the so-called reincarnation. When the concept of epic appeared on the earth in his brain, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The ancient armor had been riddled with holes by the newly arrived firearms. The darkness of the Middle Ages had been shattered by the Enlightenment movement and the Renaissance. When the Eastern continent was still sinking in the mud of the cycle of history, an unparalleled expert named what had already emerged in the Western world. He had condensed the technology and wisdom of his predecessors and modified the first generation of civilization's ultimate treasure, the steam engine. The appearance of the steam engine ushered the primeval civilization into the era of the first industrial revolution. From this moment on, the primeval civilization was only one step away from the sea of stars. However, wait! Liao suddenly discovered something very strange. It seemed unreasonable, but he had overlooked it because it was right in front of his eyes. Is this really the development process of the primeval civilization? Why don't I see any traces of spiritual energy? Yes, the voice said, our mother planet is very lucky to be in a spiritual energy bubble, or spiritless space. It is true that we were not affected by the spiritual energy during our early evolution. At that time, we called the strongest force technology. Very lucky? Liao found it hard to understand. You consider it a blessing to be born in a spiritless space. Why? With your wisdom, you should be able to infer the answer yourself. The voice said, for any native civilization that has been developing from scratch, it is a great blessing to be born in a spiritless space. Only such a civilization will be able to grow into a real dominator of the sea of stars after they are able to fly out of their mother planet. For example, in the future, when the primeval civilization conquers the sea of stars, the mother planet of almost all the formidable enemies that we encounter will be in a spiritless space. On the other hand, the mother planets of the civilizations that have advanced to their peak smoothly in an environment with abundant spiritual energy, however strong they may be, will be too weak to withstand a single blow. Well, Liao was deep in thought. Spiritual energy was the purest and most stable form of energy. Although it was not as powerful as Tenebrum energy, its comprehensive utilization efficiency was definitely higher than that of spectral energy, and it had a wider range of applications. Why was it said that it was unfortunate to have spiritual energy and lucky to lack it? Liao suddenly thought of something. He remembered that, in the test just now, he had turned into an ancient fungus and lived near an undersea volcano, surviving on the heat of the volcano and the chemical energy of the magma. For a tiny fungus or even an entire blanket, the heat and chemical energy of magma were almost inexhaustible. If he was satisfied with the form of the fungus, he could live around the undersea volcano forever. But what was the significance of such a life? In the same way, Liao thought of the Earth in his memories, including the mother planet of the primeval civilization in front of him, which was surrounded by the equator and inhabited by many tropical species. The species in the tropics were born to enjoy the fertile land and the endless crops. They were not bothered by the cold, nor were they threatened by the biting of ferocious beasts, nor were they short of food. It was safe to say that they had been sitting in the cornucopia all their life and could have whatever they wanted easily. They did not even need to extend their hands. All kinds of fruits rich in starch and nutrition would fall from the trees for them to enjoy. As a result, the wisdom of the species in the tropics was not developed at all. Instead, they indulged in the low-level entertainment and animalistic instincts that were never-ending. While their compatriots in the temperate zones and the cold zones overcame all obstacles and advanced forward in the struggles and the harsh eliminations, the civilization of the tropics remained at a very low level. Born in sorrow, die in peace. Liao had told himself that not long ago. How could he forget it so quickly? I understand now, Liao said loudly. If a planet is located in a space zone where spiritual energy is abundant, the survival of the intelligent creatures there will be too easy and simple. They will not be able to develop extraordinary intelligence and complex social forms at all. In fact, they will lack the need to communicate effectively with their own kind. That is the foundation of a civilization. Worlds where spiritual energy is abundant are like the tropics where resources are abundant. Worlds where spiritual energy is scarce are like the temperate zones and cold zones where the environment is harsh. The former are not destined to raise a prosperous civilization, and the latter are the real breeding grounds for a great civilization. You're right, the voice said. The so-called civilization is a result of the accumulation of history. It is beneficial for the adaptation and cognition of intelligent life to the objective world. It is in line with the spiritual pursuit of intelligent life. It can be recognized and accepted by the vast majority of people. It is the combination of invention and creation, as well as public order and good customs. Civilization is the amalgamation of all social and natural behaviors that lift the intelligent life out of the barbarous state. These amalgamations at least include the following elements: family ideologies, tools, language, words, beliefs, religious ideologies, laws, city-states, and countries. In order to produce all the factors, there is a fundamental premise, which is the relative equality between people. Only monkeys and monkeys or ants and ants can communicate with each other and build a society, language, laws, beliefs, and so on. Eventually, a great civilization will be created, and there is no way to create a society, much less a civilization, between monkeys and ants. On the other hand, spiritual energy, an extremely special and precious energy, has the function of stimulating the cells, activating the individual's strength, and greatly increasing the difference between individuals. In a world without spiritual energy, no matter how large the difference in individual carbon-based intelligent life is, there is still a limit. Even the overlord who had once conquered an entire continent, slaughtered 1 million enemy soldiers, and made an illustrious accomplishment in martial arts, could still be beheaded by a beggar with a sharp blade in his hand. This is relative equality or relative unfairness. When an ordinary person is angry, their blood will splatter 5 steps. They will be close at hand, and they will be enemies of a nation. This is the foundation to establish a great civilization. However, on the planets that were naturally endowed with abundant spiritual energy, the carbon-based creatures had learned a long time ago how to absorb the natural essence, absorb the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and evolve and mutate crazily. Even if an intelligent species was born in the end, every individual in the species would be very different, to the point that the weak barely posed any threat to the strong. When a million weaklings gather together and are still unable to pose a threat to the strongest, such a society is bound to be abnormal. The civilization is bound to be weak. The strongest simply do not have the need to promote the advancement of the civilization. The weak are also unable to stimulate the desire to explore and create creativity. They would not be like the people of the spiritless world, who are forced to find new technologies and establish new social rules. In this kind of world, the strong preying on the weak is the only law, and any technology or ideas that could weaken spiritual energy would be strangled in their infancy. On the path of the primeval civilization's conquest of the Sea of Stars, we have encountered countless civilizations that developed from planets with abundant spiritual energy. None of the civilizations crossed their own galaxies. Some of them did not even set foot on their own planets. The individual combat ability of some of them was impressive, but the development level of their civilization was no higher than that of the medieval era on Earth. When the starships that we built with thousands of turrets tore apart their atmosphere, they were still waving the hilarious blades and using the shabby spiritual energy, trying to compete with us. Moreover, in the most extreme spiritual energy civilization, the strongest expert absorbed the spiritual energy of an entire planet into his body, turning himself into an old monster who could live for tens of thousands of years, while his other companions turned into parasites on his body. They were completely unable to resist him. However, because there was absolutely nothing in the entire environment that could threaten him, his intelligence gradually declined, and he became an idiot that was even worse than a 3-year-old. He was easily captured by us and treated as an exhibit in the zoo. We have slowly grasped our experience. Before we wage a war against an unknown civilization, we must first figure out the situation of the mother planet from which they originated. If it is a planet with abundant spiritual energy and resources, there is no need to worry. It will certainly be an unstoppable victory. But if the environment of the enemy's mother planet is extremely harsh, the resources are scarce, and there is not even a tiny bit of spiritual energy, we must be extremely careful. It will certainly be a tough battle. Liao nodded in silence. In fact, the logic that the voice spoke of was reflected in the history of human civilization in the Panga universe, too. It was the chaos of the ancient cultivation world and the tragedy of the living fossil. No power could be achieved without paying any price. Fate had marked the price for every kind of power. The power that seemed easy to acquire might have to be redeemed by something more precious: organization, social order, exploration, and curiosity. Thankfully, the human civilization of the Panga universe, including the Panga civilization before the human civilization and the 100 ancient civilizations before the Panga civilization, was not strictly a first-generation civilization but a descendant of the primeval civilization. On one hand, they could find the relics of the previous civilization deep below the ground and in the vast sea of stars, where they could learn valuable lessons from them and avoid repeating the mistakes. On the other hand, the primeval memories from the primeval race were buried deep inside their genes. Although the ancient memories were mottled and fuzzy most of the time, they were enough to stimulate the instincts of the intelligent creatures and form complicated social and highly organized structures. Therefore, although the second-generation civilizations were able to develop a relatively strong civilization in an environment where the spiritual gas was abundant, there were bound to be a lot of detours. For example, the collapse of the ancient cultivators and the Great Dark Age of 30,000 years, as well as the evil deeds of the Holy Accord Alliance and the Imperium of true human beings today, were partly because of the influence of the strong are too strong while the weak are too weak. The native civilizations that did not have the relics of the previous civilizations, nor did they have the organizational instincts buried deep inside their genes, suddenly had inexhaustible spiritual energy. They were like 7-year-olds who had received a huge legacy but did not have the education of adults. They could only squander whatever they wanted. There was barely anyone who was not corrupted. Of course, spiritual energy is one of the most precious resources in the universe. But only a civilization that is highly mature and has its own belief is qualified to drive it instead of being enslaved by it. The voice continued, "It is precisely because we don't have the help of spiritual energy that we can stimulate all our passion, wisdom, and courage. With our hands, sweat, and blood, we can modify our planet and get to know the universe outside of it. We went through the first industrial revolution, the second, and the third. We have discovered the patterns of the celestial bodies. We have also discovered molecules, atoms, and structures that are smaller than atoms. We have discovered electromagnetic waves, and we know how to make use of radio. We have conquered mountains and seas, and we have conquered countless kinds of bacteria. We even know how to drive mold to treat fatal diseases. We believe in technology more sincerely than we believe in gods. We believe that the path of technology is infinite, and the infinite technology will eventually make us the gods of ourselves and the entire universe. Of course, the advancement of technology and the sudden expansion of civilization led to crazy ambitions and bloody slaughters. In the first 50 years of the 20th century, we launched 2 world wars one after another. If the main battlefield of the First World War was limited to one continent, the deadly storm of the Second World War swept across the entire mother planet. Those 2 wars were both glorious and cruel. The people, who lacked spiritual energy and had no strength to even truss a chicken, were able to unleash damage that was even more terrifying than that of the cultivators. Countless tons of steel and explosives rained down upon the city, which had a population of hundreds of thousands. At the end of the Second World War, we employed a weapon named atomic bomb, which involved the mysteries of material annihilation and energy outbursts. It was even more terrifying than the main gun of a starship on a planet with an atmosphere. However, wars, on one hand, are the devils who destroy civilizations, and on the other hand, they are catalysts for the rapid development of civilizations. The new technologies and ideas born in the 2 world wars, including the new system born on countless old systems that have been destroyed, have boosted the explosive development of our civilization in the last 50 years of the 20th century and pushed it forward at a lightning-fast speed. After the end of the Second World War, more than 20 years later, on July 21, 1969, our primitive and simple starship boarded the only satellite of our mother planet for the first time and took the first step to conquer the Sea of Stars. Along with the voice, a new picture appeared in Liao's mind. 3 obese and clumsy astronauts wearing white spacesuits and star-striped flags were bouncing on the surface of the moon. In the low and noisy background, the voice of one of them could be heard. "This is a small step for me, but it is a big step for mankind." Of course, the astronaut was speaking in English, which was the magical language in Liao's understanding. The brutal destruction of the Second World War and the Cold War that resulted from the confrontation of the 2 superpowers not only gave birth to space technology and the study of the universe that far exceeded the limits of our civilization, but also woke up the ancient people who had the largest population in our civilization. The ancient civilization that stood in the East was revived after hundreds of years of silence. It was full of vigor and creativity. The voice said, "The last 50 years of the 20th century to the first 20 years of the 21st century is almost the golden era of the fastest development of our civilization. New technologies and research results are released almost every year. Every 10 years, the entire civilization will look brand new." In 1950, the electronic computer was still a fantasy for most people. But after 60 to 70 years, it can be worn on people's wrists and become an essential production tool and life partner for everyone. People are even starting to imagine the birth of artificial intelligence in the next 100 years. However, the beautiful dream suddenly broke like a golden soap bubble. The big bang of our technology hit the physical limit and forced us to step on the brakes. In the 3rd decade of the 21st century, we encountered stagnation and setbacks in various fields and barely made any valuable discoveries. With the stagnation of technology, a series of diseases and fatal defects burst out of the body of our civilization. The Super Matthew effect brought about by the global networkization has made the gap between the rich and poor even larger and society even more divided. The population explosion brought by the advanced medical technology, on the other hand, lacked a good education system and enough jobs. The vast majority of the population was reduced to an invalid population, or even an invalid population. They became a burden for the civilization. The environmental damage and the lack of resources made the living environment of the vast majority of people even nastier. The emergence of cutting-edge weapons and even self-navigating weapons caused the weaker countries to be even more powerless to resist the countries that had the advantage in the beginning. As a result, extremist ideologies prevailed and a series of terrorist activities took place. If these problems are chronic diseases that can be slowly resolved during the development of a civilization, then when two forces that represent two completely different ideologies and economic systems collide, the entire civilization will immediately fall into catastrophe. Everybody wants peace, not war. However, you should be very clear that when the expansion of a civilization comes to a halt, all the known worlds will be explored by 100%, and all the resources will be consumed. The road of technological advancement will be blocked, too. There will be no other way except to be trapped in the internalization of desperation and perish together with the civilization. At first, there were trade conflicts, then proxy wars, then small-scale, low-intensity skirmishes, a series of warm-ups, tests, threats, and intimidation lasted 20 years. When both sides were clear about each other's capability and determination, the Third World War finally broke out. In our civilization, a wise scholar once said, "I don't know how the Third World War was fought. I only know that the Fourth World War must have been fought with stones and clubs." He was absolutely right. The intensity of the Third World War was 100 times higher than the World War II 100 years ago. It was even higher than everyone's imagination at the time. Before the war, everyone was optimistic that, with the advancement of technology, especially the supercomputers and armed drones, it would be a clean war, a bloodless war, or even just another low-intensity bluff and routine friction between the two sides. It was not until mushroom clouds of various shapes and sizes gradually rose above their heads and engulfed them in the blink of an eye, turning them into burning skeletons, that they regretted it. World War III lasted 30 years. It was the longest and cruelest war in the history of our civilization, and it changed our civilization profoundly. Especially toward the end of the war, with the total wasteland of the mother planet and the haunting plague of extremism and terrorism, all kinds of immature biochemical weapons, virus weapons, and even genetic weapons were released unscrupulously, making us feel the fear of civilization extinction for the first time. Maybe it is the same for every civilization. They will not know the value of peace and unity until they are faced with a catastrophe that might destroy the entire civilization. Even though some of the survivors knew the importance of peace and unity, the grudge of 30 years, the white and black tombstones piled up by billions of bones, still became a natural chasm and a high wall that blocked both sides. If there were no accidents, our civilization might have perished in infancy in such a humiliating and sorrowful manner. But since you can hear our voices, and even your own existence, it means the arrival of a certain miracle. In year 2068 of the new era, the miracle, the first meteoroid in the meteoroid shower that was going to destroy the planet in 100 years, passed through the solar system, tore through the atmosphere, and crashed into our desolate home. The picture of a meteoroid hitting the Earth billions of years ago appeared in Liao's brain. At that time, after 30 years of thermonuclear war and the scourge of biochemical weapons, Earth had become a rusted wasteland. As far as one's eyes could see, the Earth was covered in a layer of dust that looked like gray snow. The broken walls of the skyscrapers were like decayed corpses, and the deformed people living in twisted rebar and concrete were more like maggots on a rotten corpse than intelligent creatures. Against such a background, when the splendid, glittering meteoroid tore through the atmosphere and crashed into the ground, it was more like purification and rebirth than destruction. Boom, 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 boom. Under the super high-speed friction of the atmosphere, the meteoroid suddenly split apart, revealing its translucent core, which was then broken into thousands of pieces like a storm of crystals that splashed on the land that had been exposed to radiation. Countless craters dozens of kilometers in diameter were created in the extremely twisted towns and empty military bases, and the dust waves that it raised could spread hundreds of kilometers away. The broken pieces of the meteoroids are 3 to 5 meters in diameter. The explosion of each piece is like the explosion of a small-yield nuclear weapon, which has dealt a great deal of damage to our planet. Thankfully, in order to avoid the radiation and the contamination of the virus, most of the survivors have fled to the underground shelters. The only survivors who are still living on the ground are the deformed, mutated radiators and the modified humans. In other words, Earth has already been wrecked by us. What's the big deal about a few more meteoroids? The voice said. At first, the news of the meteorite did not attract the attention of the authorities, because the control over the major countries on Earth had been greatly undermined. They could only control a few large underground shelters and military bases effectively and had only a few elite troops. They were also wary of each other's assaults. It was difficult to investigate the causes and consequences of the meteorite. However, the falling meteoroids soon presented bizarre, unbelievable miracles, indicating that they might be the only hope to save the civilization of mankind. The picture in Liao's brain jumped to 1 year after the meteorite crash. At this moment, the dust that was filled with the debris of the meteoroids had filled the hundreds of square kilometers around the point of impact. In the area, all kinds of crops and creatures that had been savaged or even gone extinct were revived. From grass to trees, from bushes to vines, from mice and rabbits to animals such as wolves, tigers, and leopards, they all reappeared and were even more agile and stronger than before. The wasteland, which had been barren a year ago, had turned into a thriving forest. Way deep inside the forest, a radiator whose skin was full of pustules, whose lips were split into 4 halves, and whose teeth were sharp, was marching forward quickly with a saber in his hand and a camouflage suit. He seemed to regard the front as his only hope. No matter how terrifying the screams of the animals around him were, he did not stop and simply stumbled into the giant crater and crawled to the front of the meteoroid. What a magnificent meteorite it was! It was like an enormous, glittering diamond. Bright red brilliance was beaming out of its body. Even though the scorching sun above his head was covered by the trees, the only thing that could be seen was the vague sunlight. After being refracted by it, everything within hundreds of square meters was drowned in an invisible ocean of flames. When human beings focused their attention on the depths of the crystal suit, they seemed to be able to see countless mysterious patterns and stripes, which were natural models of spiritual energy constraints and magnetic fields. They were the complicated rules of energy utilization. Crystal. Liao's soul suddenly constricted. He recognized at a glance that the meteoroids that had fallen to the ancient Earth were the necessary crystals for the world of cultivators. Judging from the brilliance of the crystal shard, it contained a lot of impurities that were not very pure and needed further purification in order to trigger the most powerful energy. But it was enough to bring new changes and hope to a world that had never experienced spiritual energy before. The man with cracked lips was kneeling on the ground, staring at the crimson crystal shard in front of him. His expression was somewhat absent-minded and fearful, but it was also filled with reckless courage and hope. Trembling, he extended his hand toward the crystal shard. It was not until this moment that Liao discovered that his right hand was covered in burning wounds. One of the pustules was folded into a pustule, from which yellow, and green pus was flowing out. It looked both disgusting and pitiful. Radiation disease. Liao knew that the poor radiator had been contaminated by excessive radiation. The gene strands inside his body had been broken, and part of his limbs had lost their metabolism. Normal people would have to replace all the cells inside their body every 7 days through metabolism. In other words, most of the cells inside the body only had 7 days of life. As for the people who had been contaminated by radiation, whose gene strands had been broken, or who had undergone high-level mutations, their old cells died, but they were unable to produce new cells. They could only watch their bodies decay bit by bit, turning them into miserable-looking living dead. No wonder the radiator had rushed into the forest full of ferocious beasts and mutated plants without bothering about anything else. He was looking for his last chance of survival. The radiator hesitated for a long time in front of the crystal shards, before he finally made up his mind. He suddenly raised the machete in his left hand and slashed at his right hand. It was not hard to tell that the radiator had practiced a saber art that was as fast as lightning in the harsh wasteland. The slash almost cut off all the rotten meat on his right hand, revealing the white bones, but not a single nerve was damaged. He screamed in pain, but he held back the excruciating pain and moved his bleeding right hand to the crystal shard. He even covered his wounds with the soil that was emitting redness near the crystal shard. An unbelievable scene took place. When the redness flowed among the wounds, new meat sprouts grew out of the seemingly hopeless wounds and tangled together at a visible speed, forming a new type of muscle that was much tougher and stronger than the normal muscle fibers. There was no telling how long the entire process took. The blast of spiritual energy and the recovery of his wounds finally exhausted the radiator, who collapsed to the ground in a coma. When he was woken up by the heavy rain, his arm was as good as new. Red stripes had grown on his wrist from the previous wounds, making it look like a delicate tattoo of a raging fire. The radiator was dizzy. Before he realized what was going on, he had already sensed the danger. Walla! Walla! The bushes nearby were shaking violently. A crocodile almost 5 meters long suddenly dashed out and lunged at the radiator. Ah! Right now, the stomach of the radiator was empty, and his limbs were too weak to dodge or run away. He could only close his eyes and wait to be killed. Before his death, he waved his hand out of instinct. The crimson stripes on his wrist suddenly burst out dazzling brilliance and formed a sharp blade of light on the edge of his palm, which cut the crocodile's neck precisely without any hindrance. The giant head was rolling on the ground. The body that had lost its head was struggling hard, but the wounds were as smooth as a mirror, and the high temperature had sealed its veins. No matter how hard it struggled, no blood spurted out, making the scene look like an absurd dream. Half a minute later, the crocodile stopped twitching, breathing heavily. The radiator stared at the dead body of the crocodile and his burning right hand. The confusion in his eyes gradually turned into brutality, and the astonishment on his face turned into hideousness. He suddenly grabbed the tough body of the crocodile and started tearing and swallowing it. Is this the picture where the primeval clan in the primeval era Earthlings first come into contact with spiritual energy? Liao found it hard to believe. He grasped the utilization of spiritual energy and learned training so easily? On second thought, it was not absurd. Firstly, it was just a brief introduction to explain the origin of the primeval civilization. In the real history, the ancient human beings had grasped the secret arts of spiritual energy and cultivation. Of course, it was not that easy. Secondly, the ancient human beings at that time had just experienced a protracted thermonuclear war and the subsequent biochemical, virus, and genetic wars. Most of the survivors' bodies were highly mutated, and their gene strands were extremely unstable. They were more likely to be affected by the radiation and the abnormal magnetic field than the healthy human beings in the future. As he expected, the voice continued. The thermonuclear war is a catastrophe for our civilization. Meteorite attacks are a catastrophe for our civilization, too. If either of the two catastrophes were to arrive alone, it is very likely that our civilization would be wiped out. However, when the two catastrophes arrived one after another and overlapped, they brought new hope to our civilization and even opened the road to the Sea of Stars. The evolution of life and civilization is indeed marvelous. Maybe luck or fortune is the most important thing. The thermonuclear war and the biochemical weapons changed our genes forever and shook the indestructible gene strands that had been frozen for billions of years. All the survivors were unlocked to varying degrees. The scourge of the meteoroids, which contained crystals, brought the first spiritual energy and the first spiritual energy to the spiritless world, and ushered our civilization into a new era known as the supernatural era. In the early years of the supernova era, the radiators and the modified people living on the ground came into contact with the meteorite fragments everywhere. 99% of them could not withstand the spiritual energy or accelerated their genetic mutations, turning them into monsters that would never appear in their nightmares. But 1% of the lucky winners corrected the errors of the gene strands through the infiltration of spiritual energy. Not only did they become healthier, stronger, and faster, they even evolved into all kinds of incredible abilities. Along with the description of the voice, black silhouettes once again appeared in Liao's sea of consciousness. One could vaguely make out the bizarre shapes of people. Some of them were wreathed in glamorous flames. Some of them had sharp limbs on their arms and back. Some of them had glamorous wings. Some of them had tentacles that could be both long and short at the same time, as if they had been combined with an octopus. Some of them seemed ordinary, but they could release sharp spiritual waves that congregated into sharp blades. The superpowered cultivators ran wild on the rusted desert with their superpowers. They killed each other, conquered broken towns, explored military bases that were full of weeds and shrubs, raised deadly beasts that were highly mutated, and even tried to refine the first batch of magical equipment with poor technology, which was to melt the powder of crystals into flames and metals to build the most primitive storm bolters. Just like that, the organization of the mutants gradually expanded and almost occupied the entire wasteland. At that time, the Radiation Clan and the modified people who stayed on the ground, especially in the heavy radiation zones, were a bunch of guys who hated the authorities and the underground world. The voice said, they believed that the wars initiated by those in power destroyed their homes, killed their family, and turned them into ghosts. But the nobles, magnates, and their lackeys fled to the underground and hid themselves in the shelters and the underground military bases comfortably, escaping the scourge of the war. But they were left on the ground, enduring the suffering that was worse than death. Therefore, after the radiators and the modified people grasped the superpowers, the order on the ground was slightly restored. The light weapons left in the abandoned military bases were excavated, and the superpower legions were established. The vanguard was immediately pointed at the underground. They are going to dig out all the shelters and kill all the rich and powerful, as well as their family and friends, to vent their fury because of the thermonuclear war. In the meantime, the mutations on the ground, the surging spiritual gas, and the expansion of the radiators and the modified people were naturally discovered by the governments that were still functioning underground. The remaining forces of the superpowers could not allow such precious and dangerous forces like spiritual energy to fall into the hands of a bunch of animals and lunatics. A new, smaller but more intense war broke out. This war can be regarded as a continuation of the Third World War, or it can be regarded as an independent war. It is known in history as the Superhuman War. The two sides of the battle, the radiators and the modified people on the ground, against the leaders and the elite soldiers in the shelters. One side has the brutal instincts honed in the wasteland and the superpowers brought by the crystals, while the other side is highly organized and disciplined. The Iron Legion is armed with industrial weapons and the ultimate killing machines. The claws and teeth against the turrets, the wings against the missiles, the howls of the beasts against the roars of the tanks, and the mobs with spiritual energy against the steel-mincing machines that were moving in an orderly manner. The outcome was self-explanatory. The radiators and the modified people were utterly defeated. The underground people secured a complete victory and grasped all the meteorite fragments. From then on, the study of spiritual energy was incorporated into the rails of industrialization, science, and large-scale application. The civilization officially entered a new era. Other than that, the super battle brought an unexpected benefit, which laid a solid foundation for the salvation and advancement of our civilization. Before the supernatural war broke out, there was still a deep grudge and hatred between the superpowers below the ground. Most of them still clung to the concept of nation from decades ago and regarded other countries as their greatest enemies. However, the appearance of the superpowered people and the outbreak of the supernatural war transformed the main conflict between the two countries into one between the underground government and the forces on the ground. When the first batch of radiationers and modified people with superpowers from the ground marched into the underground shelters and launched their attacks, many underground governments that were unprepared were seriously damaged and almost broke apart. They lost the legitimacy and control of the government forever. It is safe to say that, although the struggle between the radiators and the modified people failed, the old national system was seriously undermined. In order to fight against the unpredictable and dangerous superpowered people, the leaders who hated each other and were full of doubts had to unite. The dialogue mechanism that had been interrupted for decades was restored. A new global coalition organization named Earth Council was established on the remnants of the United Nations. The purpose of the Earth Council was to destroy the threats and challenges posed by the mutants. The remnants of the superpowers and the ultranationalists would not abandon their country's glory and hatred so easily. After the Battle of Superspirits was over, when the Radiation Clan and the Modified People were completely defeated and all the special ability users were under the national surveillance and control, when the research on spiritual energy was formalized and the Great Industrialization took place, the Earth Council only existed in name. The governments of various countries were about to embark on a new path of Cold War and full-scale confrontation. At that time, the scientists of various countries received a shocking prophecy from the research of the meteorite debris. The falling meteoroids a few years ago were just the vanguard of a larger meteoroid shower. They were just ripples in front of the raging tides. They were just the scattered raindrops before the storm. The real main force of the meteoroid shower has entered the edge of the solar system. In 100 to 120 years, they will attack the central area of the solar system along the trajectory of the vanguard. Of course, from the scale of the universe, the size of the Earth is so small and it is moving fast in orbit. The odds of the meteoroid shower hitting the Earth directly are not very high. The meteoroid shower is not coming for Earth. Their target is most likely the most massive celestial body in the solar system, which is the eternal star that grants us energy and life, the Sun. Judging from the amount of crystals contained in the meteoroids and the amount of energy they can trigger, if the main force of the meteoroid shower hits the Sun, it will definitely trigger a chain reaction and trigger the biggest solar storm in billions of years. By then, half of the solar system will be drowned in the flames of destruction. Water, Venus, Earth, and even Mars will be swallowed by the Sun. Even if the storm sweeps over the planet for only a few seconds, it will be enough to burn the atmosphere of the planet and vaporize all the rivers, lakes, and oceans. Even if we hide in the shelters thousands of meters below the ground, we will not be spared. Even if we survive the storm and return to the bare Earth, how are we going to survive it? This is the real catastrophe, the complete destruction of the Earth. Nobody can escape from it. The voice paused for a long time on purpose, so that Liao could consider the seriousness and desperation of the word catastrophe. It was true that, even in the 40,000-year-old era of cultivation, cultivators and immortal cultivators who had grasped the most advanced spiritual energy and a strong body seemed insignificant and helpless when they were faced with the solar storms of the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet. If the intensity of the solar storms had been increased by 1%, the entire Empyrean Terminus planet might have been destroyed. In the primeval era billions of years ago, when the study of spiritual energy had just begun and there were no sources of spiritual energy except for a few meteorites, what about the primeval race? The experts and scholars of various countries reached the same conclusion independently from different perspectives and proved the authenticity of the apocalypse. The voice said, "This is a catastrophe 100 times more terrible than a thermonuclear war. No nation can resist it alone." Threatened by the destruction of their civilization, the remaining forces of the superpowers finally let go of their hatred and started trying to save their civilization in the framework of the Earth Council. From that day on, the concept of nation gradually retreated from the stage of our civilization, and the Earth Council became the supreme governing body of our civilization. The time limit is only 100 years. Obviously, we cannot stop the meteoroid shower from attacking the solar system, nor can we stop the solar storm from breaking out. It is also impossible for us to create a shield that covers the entire planet. The only feasible plan with a 1% success rate is to run away. In 100 years, we will develop advanced or make-do navigation technology in the Sea of Stars. We will carry all the survivors and run away from the planet. We will wander in the universe and go to somewhere far away. Let's put aside the difficulties and obstacles we will have to face in order to develop the best navigation technology in the Sea of Stars in 100 years. The biggest question is, where are we going to run to? The Sea of Stars is vast, but there are very few planets that are habitable for the intelligent carbon-based creatures. If a star is the first factor of life, then the closest star to the Sun is Proxima Centauri, which is 4.2 light-years away. Even if we can cruise at 1% of the speed of light, it will still take us 420 years to reach it. However, Proxima Centauri is a red dwarf. It is more than half the size of the Sun, and its temperature is much lower and lackluster. It is impossible for it to provide us with much energy. It is also difficult for us to create a fertile, habitable planet. If the neighboring stars are so difficult to reach and utilize, it is even more so for the stars hundreds of light-years away. Even if we develop advanced hibernation technology and hibernate all the refugees for 1,000 years, it will still be difficult to find a place of rebirth where milk and honey flow among billions of stars. Just when all the astronomers and biologists were troubled by the question and had a headache, an energy scientist came up with a shocking idea. Since we are looking for a place with abundant resources and energy, and the meteorites that land on Earth are so marvelous that they boast endless vitality and mysteries, why don't we march toward the source of the meteoroid shower? Liao couldn't help but exclaim when he heard that. He seemed to understand why the primeval clan, which lived on Earth in the primeval era with no spiritual energy but only technology, could finally control spiritual energy and dominate the universe. It sounds crazy to march toward the source of the meteoroid shower. The odds of success are close to zero, but the odds of success of all the other plans are not much higher than zero. It is a gamble after all. Why don't we set the stakes and the benefits to the maximum? The voice said, "Crystal has the ability to nourish everything. The spiritual energy contained in a few meteorites is enough to bring the dying wasteland back to life. If a planet made of crystals is the origin of the meteor shower, what a prosperous world it will be. Even if only a few survivors can reach the place, it is very likely that our civilization will be revived." After an entire year of discussions and arguments, all the seemingly safe plans have been proven to be impossible. Our civilization has finally abandoned all objections and united. We have burned all our wisdom and courage and paid the most important sacrifice toward this goal. In a short span of 100 years, we have developed advanced enough technology for sailing in the sea of stars and hibernating in the human body. We have also created starships that can accommodate billions of people. We have embarked on a grand escape plan, a grand plan to march into the universe. All right, I believe that you have a general understanding of what is going on now. Now let's continue the test. As the chairman of the Earth Council, you will control the power of the entire planet and complete the purpose of a long voyage by developing certain technologies and building super-large starships that can accommodate the minimum functioning of a civilization within 100 years. Remember, every choice you make will determine the survival of our civilization and even change the future of the sea of the universe forever. Therefore, don't let the so-called justice, kindness, and mercy interfere with your judgment and make a choice that is truly beneficial for our civilization. Mo Liao did not realize what was going on for a moment. He thought quickly and shouted, That's absurd. I'm just an adventurer. I'm not a qualified politician or a scientist at all. How can I be stronger than the billions of politicians and scientists of the Earth era and make every correct choice in such a short amount of time? Isn't it too unreasonable? This is just a test. All the options are highly abstract and simplified. Of course, you are not required to know all the details of every technology. The voice said, "We just want to make sure that your brand new species, with keen technological insight and future perception, will not waste our heritage. Besides, you have 3 opportunities to make mistakes. As long as you listen to our suggestions obediently, the test will continue." Well, Liao still found it absurd. Are all the adventurers of the hundreds of civilizations in the past going through such tests? No wonder they failed the test. It was simply a game, if not based on intuition and luck. As I said just now, luck and fortune are perhaps the most crucial factors for the rise of a civilization. The voice said, "It is not wrong to consider the test as a test of your luck." But Liao was going to argue, but an astronomical amount of information flooded into his brain unstoppably like the terrifying volcanic eruption and avalanche not long ago. The brand new passages were similar to the peak of carbon-based intelligent life through the manipulation of an ancient fungus and a spore in the beginning. The only difference was that countless technology and policy replaced the original direction of mutation. Every piece of technology and policy had mutual checks and effects, which could accelerate, unlock, or hinder the implementation of new technologies and policies. The overall complexity was hundreds of times higher than before. In the range of Li Yao's vision, there was a glittering, blood-red countdown in the upper left corner. It was counting down rapidly from 100 years ago. Every day seemed as short as a second. In the upper right corner was a progress sheet, indicating that he had made 1% progress. He was still short of hundreds of key technologies to send human beings out of the solar system and cruise in the sea of stars for tens of thousands of years. Various technologies, including the parameters of the beta version of Earth, such as the population, the energy status, the pollution index, the latest movements of the major forces, the citizens' reactions to the apocalypse, and so on, were presented in the most chaotic and furious data. As the endless options poured down like a waterfall, Li Yao didn't even have the time to curse. Hydraulic fracturing mining method, strengthened exoskeleton, nano-level composite armor, ion thrusters, outer space ecological circulation system. Li Yao had to set the funding, personnel, facilities, and other resources for the development of the technology. He even had to veto the unnecessary technologies in order to determine the completion time of the technology. Earth core mining, self-discipline robots, super logic computers. In the meantime, he had to make breakthroughs in a series of advanced technologies. Armored torpedo, nuclear fusion missile, pulse gun. The development of such cutting-edge weapons seemed unnecessary, but who knew whether or not he would run into ancient alien species during his millions of years of wandering in the sea of stars. It was impossible for him to abandon the technological advancements in the field of weapon development. Even though Li Yao was an outstanding master artificer in the era of 40,000 years of cultivation, it did not mean that he could grasp the correct direction of technological advancement in a world without spiritual energy. The few meteorite fragments brought too few crystals. When applied to the escape of an entire civilization, they were simply like a drop of water in a bucket. Most of the starships and hibernation facilities of the escape fleet had to be resolved by conventional technology. Li Yao was not an expert in such matters at all. Just as the voice had said, most of the time, he could only rely on his intuition and luck to go on a rampage. On the other hand, it was different from the spore evolution procedure just now. Although he was the leader of the civilization right now, it did not mean that everybody would obey his command. As the tests went on, Li Yao learned more and more of the hidden parameters of the Earth at that time, which gave him a deeper understanding about the complicated, unpredictable structure of the planet before the apocalypse. Although the Earth Council became the nominal governing body of the entire civilization, the remnants of the old countries and the people did not disappear immediately. They went underground and were still active as fundamentalists and extremists. Those who are not of our species must have different intentions. Only we, the so-and-so people, are the representatives of the entire civilization. Only we are qualified to survive in the universe. Such arguments were everywhere on Earth at that time. Moreover, the technology of starship manufacturing and the hibernation of human beings had just begun. Ambitionists of different nationalities were arguing about the proportion of the population that could board a starship in the end, which could even lead to new conflicts. Other than that, although the battle of superpowers was over, the radiation clan and the modified people who used to live on the ground were not entirely wiped out. The muscular guys who boasted a lot of superpowers were the best workers and warriors. They would be of great help to the plan of the entire civilization to march into the universe. But at the same time, they were also full of resentment and hatred for the underground people, or rather, those in power, and considered the Earth Council to be their biggest enemy. They did not hesitate to perish together with the underground people and sabotage the plan of the Earth Council's starship production. You bastards have made a mess of the planet and are planning to run away now, but you are leaving us here to die? Let's die together. It was the cry of many radiationers and modified people at that time. How to deal with the ultranationalists, the radiationers, and the modified people who were hiding in the darkness was a headache for the highest authorities of the Earth Council, especially the latter. 100 super experts could be crushed by 100 heavy tanks easily in a head-on battle, but when 100 of them snuck into various shelters and military bases in disguise, the damage that they could cause was too much for even 10,000 tanks to stop. Although the spiritual war was over, The lucky survivors of the war had found the right way to utilize their abilities. They were corroding the perilous escape plan like fatal viruses. Politically speaking, Liao had always advocated for an open and above-board democratic and republican system. He believed that power absolutely could not be concentrated on a single person. It had to be supervised by the entire nation. He had foiled the plots of the ambitious schemers who claimed that they were saving the civilization countless times. However, faced with the apocalyptic crisis of the post-wasteland era, his belief was clouded without him knowing. He had to admit that democracy could not save the planet that was riddled with holes and deformed. Only an iron-willed man could bring new life to the entire civilization. Maybe Boss Bai, Li Jialing, Long Yangjun, and even Ding Lingdang are more suitable for such tests than I am. Liao laughed at himself. There was another person who was perhaps more suitable for such a test than anybody else, Jin Tui, who was already dead. If Jin Tui had been the leader of the Earth at that time, how would he have handled such a chaotic situation? Liao recalled everything about Jin Tui in his head. He retrieved every piece of information about Jin Tui from the depths of his brain and condensed them together with his amazing computational ability. He simulated his logical way of thinking into Jin Tui and resolved the problem at hand in Jin Tui's way. If it is Jin Tui, dark gold waves were gradually spreading out of Liao's soul, which looked like hidden, sharp demonic energy. At first, he chose to bow and scrape to the magnates of the old days so that they would believe that he was their most loyal spokesperson and lackey. Also, in the escape plan in 100 years, he would definitely fight for the most positions for their families and forces, which would be supported by the magnates and the rich. Then, he infiltrated the academic world and took control of several top research institutes. On one hand, the propaganda greatly reduced the difficulty of building starships and developing hibernation technology. On the other hand, he even invented several habitable planets dozens of light years away without any evidence. They were all worlds with abundant resources and abundant crystals and spiritual gas. In such a way, he got everyone's support and forced a lot of projects that were destined to consume tremendous resources and were almost black holes. He even arranged for people to bewitch the public and spread the message that, dozens of light years away, it would be everyone's land of hope, land of rebirth, land of eternal glory. As long as they could sleep comfortably for a few hundred years, they would be able to start a new happy life on a planet that was hundreds of times better than Earth, provided that all the citizens could grit their teeth and squeeze out every penny in their pockets as well as every drop of blood in their body for the sake of their plan to march into the universe. On the other hand, he had also raised a private army made of old soldiers, radiationers, and modified people in the darkness. He bared his sharp fangs at many of his opponents. His private soldiers pretended to be the remnants of the superhumans who had been defeated in the Battle of Superpowers. They assassinated a lot of people who opposed him in the Earth Council. Then, they pretended to be the most extreme nationalists and pure humanists and attacked the nests of the superhumans wantonly, raising the fire of hatred between the two parties. In such a way, the superhumans, the extreme nationalists, and all the opponents suffered heavy losses and further concentrated the power in their hands. He had also secretly established a lot of state-of-the-art weapon research centers and transmitted the most advanced military technology to his private soldiers in order to improve his own combat ability and gradually corrupt the regular army. Faced with the apocalypse, the leader of the Earth was like a bandit in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, cruel and bloody. And Liao knew that, under the advancement of history, there were even more unacceptable and inhumane details. Thankfully, it had happened billions of years ago. Thankfully, it was just a test or a game. Thankfully, he did not have to deal with the vivid details and victims. Otherwise, his belief might have collapsed at this moment. His ruthlessness and independence had finally paid off. Stimulated by the apocalyptic crisis, the wisdom and courage of mankind were boosted by 100-fold. Together with the discovery of spiritual energy and the emergence of superpowered cultivators, the tanks of the civilization that had stagnated for decades finally started functioning again. The golden era turned into the platinum era. The technological boom continued unabated. The fields of astronomy, aeronautics, energy, material science, human science, and so on experienced rapid breakthroughs. Almost every 3 to 5 years, groundbreaking research was put into the field of application. Glittering cities of silver, vacuum tubes, anti-gravity devices, unmanned floating disks, remote sensing systems, and other technologies that represented future and hope entered every household. Like the mini-computers decades ago, they were everywhere and nothing unusual. When there were only 30 years left in the countdown, the first large-scale immigration starship modified from an old carrier was finally built. It was successfully freed from the shackles of gravity and entered the orbit of the moon. The first batch of volunteers for the hibernation project woke up successfully after 10 years of hibernation. Everything seemed to be developing in the best direction. But Liao's heart was still in the air, because he was very clear that sending tens of thousands of people into space was absolutely different from sending everyone on Earth into space. The difficulty was exponentially higher. Right now, although Earth had been savaged by the Third World War and the super battles after decades of rest, it had regained the population of 2.5 billion. It was an impossible task to send 2.5 billion people to an immigration ship thousands of light-years away in the unknown sea of stars. Even so, Liao still tried his best to save as many people as possible. Among the billions of options, Liao keenly grasped an option named death education. Among the countless technologies that were waiting to be developed, he chose a technology named disciplined machine teaching, which, together with auto-driving, became a key research project. But this time, the two options did not proceed smoothly. Instead, two streaks of redness were emitting ear-splitting beeps. Liao was dazed, not knowing what was going on. "I'm sorry that you made the wrong choice. Death education and disciplined machine teaching are not antidotes for our civilization." The voice echoed inside his brain. "You've lost your first opportunity. But before you propose a reasonable proposal, I'm interested to know why you are doing this. What is your plan?" Had he made the wrong choice? He had lost one of the three opportunities. In other words, he had lost one of the three lives. Liao took a deep breath and reminded himself not to panic. He had built the first immigration starship and only lost his first life at this point. It should be a performance beyond the average standard. He still had two chances. "Don't be hasty. Take it slow. Based on the resources and the progress of my research, it is impossible for me to run away with everybody in the next 30 years. Liao said calmly, "No matter how hard we try, the best we can do is run away with 300 to 500 million people on board. In other words, we can only save 1 out of 5. "Yes," the voice said, "your judgment is correct and even overly optimistic. Only 1 out of 5 can be saved. It is indeed the biggest problem for our civilization. The human heart is even more terrifying than the scourge of meteorites and black holes. How are you going to solve the problem?" "I can't. I am just a tiny human being and not an omnipotent god." Liao smiled bitterly. "I can only try to think of the fairest and most reasonable way to decide who is qualified to board the immigration starship in the end. In my opinion, the old, the weak, the women, and the children are the priority. It is a natural law. Considering the uniqueness of saving a civilization, the old and the weak, who don't have much time left, cannot be the priority. Therefore, women and children are the most qualified to board the immigration starships. In a ratio of 5 to 1, we might be able to save all the women and children." "Fair enough," the voice said. "The women and the children are the hope of a civilization. The males are just consumables and reproductive tools. One male is enough to impregnate 100 females and give birth to an entire tribe. Conversely, 100 males and 1 female can only give birth to a few offspring no matter how hard they try. It is not enough to maintain the functioning of a civilization. Therefore, the immigration starship does not need to carry too many men. Theoretically speaking, it is. The question is, how did you do it?" "Therefore, I chose the death education strategy." Liao explained, "It is not a piece of technology. On the contrary, it is more like a philosophy. It teaches everyone how to face death, how to think about the relationship between an individual and a civilization, and how to look at their short life and the long journey of a civilization. In the end, I hope that people can look at their own life more calmly and peacefully, and I hope that they can be more willing to sacrifice themselves and pin all their hopes on the next generation. In the end, when the migration fleet sets off, all the children, pregnant women, and young ladies will be allowed to board the starship according to their age in the census. If there are empty cabins, they will line up according to their age. I see, the voice said calmly. That is to say, in your ideal state, the main passengers of the immigration fleet are women and children. Then, how are they going to steer the starship and colonize it when they reach their destination? Sailing in space is not as complicated as it seems most of the time. Liao replied, 99.99% of the space zones in the universe are vacuum where there is nothing. It is much more peaceful than sailing in the ocean. In the worst-case scenario, it doesn't matter who is controlling it. Since 99% of the passengers are hibernating, does it matter whether they are children or adults? Besides, in a situation where all kinds of cutting-edge weapons are popular and spiritual energy and crystals can significantly change the human body, I don't think that women are necessarily weaker than men and cannot play the roles of soldiers and scientists. For example, I know a woman whose toughness you won't understand even if I tell you. Besides, I've decided to devote a lot of resources to the development of automatic education robots, or fully automatic education systems. When the children wake up from their long hibernation, they will be able to learn how to steer a starship and save the civilization with the help of supercomputers and fully automatic robots. The stronger a young man is, the stronger his civilization will be. Although I know that there are still a lot of loopholes in the plan and even a lot of wishful thinking, I sincerely hope that the young men can start a new era of the primeval civilization, the civilization of Earth. I wonder, where have I gone wrong? Your idea might be correct, but it is too idealistic and impossible to realize. The voice said casually, the Third World War caused great pain to our civilization. Even 100 years later, the wounds will only be scabs. There are still pus and sores inside that haven't been fully healed yet. Maybe they will never be. Human beings were barely united under the threat of extinction. How could they turn into noble, pure, and selfless people with a few decades of death education and give the hope of survival to the children of their enemies? On the other hand, the fat-headed, high and mighty nobles will only ask the civilians to die for their interests in the name of justice. Is it possible to do the opposite? The rich and powerful believed that all the immigration starships and the Sea of Stars were developed by them. There was no way that they would give the living space of the immigration starships to the dirty civilians. You said that people were qualified to escape according to their age, but the social order at that time was far less stable than it was 100 years ago. The Earth Council's control was relatively weak, and it was impossible to conduct a large-scale census. Could it be that the age was determined by appearance? Even the bone age test has a lot of room for manipulation. The rich and powerful can always come up with all kinds of methods. Between an 18-year-old child of a noble family and a 16-year-old child of a commoner, who do you think is more likely to board an immigration starship? Besides, even if everything is pushed forward according to the most idealized expectations and a batch of ignorant children and teenagers are selected to board the immigration starships as the new hope of our civilization, do you think that they will be able to create a new era of justice, kindness, and brightness? You've underestimated the cruelty hidden in the genes of us, or rather, all the carbon-based intelligent creatures. In the history of our literature, there was once a book called Lord of Flies, which told the story of a group of 6 to 12-year-olds who were stranded on an island because of a plane crash. At first, they got along harmoniously, but soon, the extreme evil of human nature broke out. They killed each other and completely destroyed each other. There was even no need for such a story. Just by looking at the ignorant child who could smile and tear apart the wings of a dragonfly and roast a living ant with a magnifying glass, one could tell how terrifying natural evil was. If your idea comes true, you will only turn the migrating starships into bloody lone islands that kill each other and raise fly kings that hover in the Sea of Stars. Liao was not convinced. He was about to argue when he continued, "Yes, I know what you are trying to say. You are trying to say that there are a lot of women and fully automatic self-disciplined education robots on the immigration starship, which are enough to take care of their offspring. However, I have to tell you that a lot of studies and experiments were conducted by the sociologists and psychologists at that time. In such an enclosed and unknown environment, the performance of the women was not much better than that of the children. Stimulated by the estrogen and the hormones, they even turned into the more terrifying females. As for the so-called automatic self-discipline education robot, which is similar to artificial intelligence, if we impose heavy restraints on it so that it absolutely cannot harm the children and can only impose punishment that is neither painful nor ticklish, then the children will soon see through its bottom line, and they will ignore its earnest teachings. If we allow the artificial intelligence to do anything to the children, there is no way to prevent it from turning the children into its slaves, allowing the artificial intelligence to take over the nest and become the core of our civilization. All in all, we've considered your ideas very carefully and thoroughly. The outcome of our countless deductions is still not feasible. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, "Then, what about drawing lots? Everything depends on luck and is completely random. Didn't you say that luck is the most critical factor in the birth and rise of a civilization? Let the lucky ones continue the fortune of the civilization. You still don't understand." His voice was deep and heavy as he said, "It is impossible for any selection method that is made public in advance, from the bottom to the top, to work, because it is absolutely impossible for the losers to calmly accept their own doom. Even if a saint with a kind heart, a high moral quality, and a great personality can resolutely sacrifice himself, what about his child? What about his child's child? What about his daughter who has learned to speak? What about his infant son? Can he personally extinguish the hope of his children's survival? There are always shady deals and there are always frauds. There are always people who escape the selection in various ways and board the VIP channel leading to the immigration starships. The war, radiation, and plague over the past 100 years have completely divided the class of the nobles and the civilians. However fair, open, and fair the nobles claim to be, it is impossible for them to win the trust of the civilians. As a result, the day after the escape list is announced, the entire Earth will be caught in endless riots. Tester, tell me, in the long history of the new civilization of mankind, have none of the planets experienced natural disasters such as meteoroids and solar storms? Are all the planets able to retreat calmly and orderly when faced with natural disasters? Liao was rendered speechless. The voice was not wrong at all. The human civilization of the Panga universe had experienced a similar situation too, which was the Flying Star sector, when Liao had just left his hometown to explore the Sea of Stars. The natives of the Flying Star sector had been attacked by meteoroids 5,000 years ago too. As a result, not long after the meteoroids hit them, the Flying Star sector was divided into homers and spacers. They attacked each other and even killed each other. The fracture that was caused 5,000 years later still changed the appearance of the Flying Star sector profoundly, to the point that human beings were extremely fragile. The extraterrestrial devils and the immortal cultivators were quite popular among the dark stars. It must be noted that, even 5,000 years ago, the Flying Star sector boasted a very mature spiritual energy industrial system and abundant crystal energy. There were even a lot of starships left by the Star Ocean Imperium. The technology to build such starships could have extended to the Panga civilization, which meant that the space residents at that time boasted a high ability to cruise in the Sea of Stars. Their situation was much better than that of the poor ancient Earthlings. If space residents could not avoid the chaos before the apocalypse, how could the ancient Earthlings be spared? Therefore, the voice was right. Any public selection that was publicized in advance would not work. Instead, it would awaken the devil lurking in everyone's heart. Then, Liao felt that his voice was somewhat hoarse. What should I do? The bottom-up selection is never going to work. Only the top-down selection is likely to work. The voice said, that is to say, there is no open, fair, and just selection at all. Instead, a highly centralized, iron-blooded man chooses the passengers who meet his standards according to his will and flees from Earth without most people knowing. What? Liao's soul suddenly constricted. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? The voice said, the technologies such as the refinement of starships, the sailing of the Sea of Stars, and the hibernation of the human body are all in the hands of the experts and scholars. Most of the resources are provided by the rich and powerful. Most of the citizens do not have the opportunity or the qualifications to know the progress of the entire project, nor do they know when the immigration starship will be completed and when it will set off. Therefore, as long as some of the people related to the space migration project can board the starship, it will be fine. It is very fortunate that the experts, scholars, magnates, engineers, workers, and even soldiers who work day and night around the Star Ocean immigration project are the smartest and strongest individuals of our civilization. They are most likely to carry on the civilization and flourish in the depths of the Sea of Stars. You can berate us for our coldness, mock us for our shamelessness, and feel sorry for the fate of the innocent people, but we have no other options. This is the only solution. While he was talking, the thousands of options presented to Liao were either shattered or turned into lifeless grayness. There was only one option that was still emitting lackluster brilliance. Well, Liao gritted his teeth. His soul stirred anxiously and spread out ripples of uncertainty. He was indeed not Jin Tui. He was even worse than Boss Bai and Li Jialing. If it were Jin Tui, no, there was no need for Jin Tui as long as it was Boss Bai, Li Jialing, Long Yangjun, and Li Linghai. They would not hesitate to choose the only right answer. If Lu Qingqin and the mental devil had made it this far, they wouldn't have made any mistakes. They would have chosen to hide the truth from the top and run away with a small group of the rich and powerful. But Liao was too frustrated to make a decision when faced with the only choice. The voice was silent, waiting patiently for Liao's choice. What's more, when Liao was caught in a dilemma when he entered the valley, he said, "Wait." Liao was dazed. "What's wrong?" "One of the testers failed." The voice said calmly, "We must get rid of him first." Before Liao realized what was going on, the left side of his vision turned translucent, and he saw Obliteration, the ultimate expert of the Pangu clan who was floating not far away from him. The commander of the remaining soldiers of the Pangu clan at the end of the Primeval War was one of the top experts in the Pangu universe. His wisdom, determination, and combat ability were among the best. Even if Liao activated the full combat ability of the Dividing Soul stage, he might not have been able to compete with him. But right now, his miserable appearance could only make Liao think of one thing. I am meat on a chopping block. He saw that the sect of destruction was struggling painfully in the bright gold embryo and trying to break through the barrier, but to no avail. At first, veins and nerves as thick as earthworms that looked like boas and dragons appeared on his body. Then, pink blood leaked out from the wrinkles on his skin. The blood quickly expanded into foam and covered him. At first glance, he looked like a statue made of foam. The bubbles were larger and larger, emitting glittering colors. With cracking noises, glamorous, colorful butterflies flew out of the bubbles. It was like the collapse of the genes of the sect of immortals. The cells all over his body turned into independent entities that were out of his control. Liao recalled the tyrannosaur that he had seen in the periphery of the ancient relics. After the tyrannosaur collapsed and died, a lot of butterflies burst out of its body, too. The boundary of life lost its significance at this moment. Even the concept of life itself needed to be redefined. Liao did not know whether what he saw was an illusion or reality. He could not help but shudder. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Deep swallowing sounds came out of the cultivator's throat. His brainwaves turned fuzzy like a gradually dispersing swirl. He tried to extend his arms, only to break them one after another. Before his arms hit the ground, they had already turned into countless bubbles and butterflies. Very soon, he shrank, dimmed, and evaporated like water that had been splashed on a hot ground on a summer afternoon. It's a pity that the tester performed quite well in the beginning. He realized that the form of human beings was the perfect direction for the evolution of carbon-based intelligent life. Before the civilization advanced into the Third World War, he made only one mistake. He was among the best testers. The voice said casually, "It's a pity that he made an unforgivable mistake when he was trying to save our civilization in the face of the apocalypse. He was planning to develop the human brain, stimulate the brainwaves, and condense the consciousness of the bees with the strategy of supercollectivism. He planned to turn our civilization into a giant swarm of insects so that most people would be willing to sacrifice themselves in order to save the lives of the queen bees, the soldiers, and the workers. From the very beginning, he devoted too many resources to the development of the human brain, the enhancement of brainwaves, and the transmission of the consciousness of the bees. Very soon, he wasted 3 precious opportunities and failed. Consciousness of the bees. Liao was aware that the Pangu clan had a strong propensity for the civilization of the bees. Although every individual was essentially independent, the large-scale telepathic thoughts and the exchange of information had made them much more dependent and worshipful than the Nuwa clan and the human beings. After the loss of their emotions and free will, they had become tiny screws on the machinery of the enormous civilization. The Exo was the supreme commander of the remaining soldiers of the Pangu clan. The way he rescued the civilization had been marked by the Pangu clan, too. It was not unusual that he thought of turning the entire Earth into a giant honeycomb. Liao just didn't understand. Is the consciousness of the bees not allowed? Yes, absolutely not. From the moment the voice appeared in Liao's mind, it had been very calm and dull. But at this moment, it revealed intense disgust and even fear. The primeval civilization is a race that emphasizes free will. It is very appropriate to say that we are somewhat selfish. Even if every one of us decides to sacrifice for the collective, it should be done with 100% of our willingness. We cannot allow any queen bee, ant queen, or heart of swarm to overstep their boundaries and make decisions for us. Can you understand the difference? All in all, evil existences such as the consciousness of the bees and the insect clan are the greatest enemies of the primeval civilization. Our successors can take any form. It doesn't matter if they don't have a body of flesh and blood, but it doesn't matter if they upload their consciousness to the network or the supercomputing cloud. However, it is absolutely not the consciousness of the bees or the insect clan. Absolutely not. The intensity of the voice far exceeded Liao's imagination. Liao also perceived the most important information from the sound waves. The consciousness of the bees is your biggest enemy. So, the flood is a kind of consciousness of the bees, a large swarm of insects. There was a long silence. Of course, it's not that simple. The voice said, "You don't need to know now." Then, what about the civilization represented by the cultivators? Liao continued asking, will the Pangu civilization be completely destroyed? It depends on you, or rather, you. The voice said, look, a new batch of testers are ready for the challenge. They seem to be your kind. In Liao's vision, more than 10 golden fetuses appeared one after another in the place where the sect of doom turned into foam butterflies. Countless humanoids were crouching inside them like babies. Liao's soul immediately shrank to the minimum. Ding Ling Dang, Long Yongjun, Boss Bai, Yen Liren, Li Jialing, Li Linghai, the human experts had finally broken through all the obstacles and marched into the Black Stargate for the ultimate test. Liao felt that his mouth was dry, and his heart was almost jumping out of his chest. What if, he stammered, they've made more than 3 mistakes in the test? Will they make the same mistakes as the cultivators? Of course. The voice said, their corpses will raise the height of the tower by 1 millimeter, and the Pangu civilization and your civilization will be the 101st and the 102nd civilization to fall here. Unless I pass the ultimate test and receive the legacy of the primeval era, will I be able to stop their test? Liao asked, is that so? Yes. The voice said, are you ready to push forward our civilization? Liao was silent for a long time. Then, his soul flowed toward the only option and touched the bright gold one. As the bright gold options turned into streaks of brightness, all the options and deductions that followed were accelerated. Liao did not even need to pick any of them. Everything was rushing forward naturally. No, this was not a test or a game at all. It was something like an animation. The voice was telling Liao the real history of Earth, the last events of the ancient Earth in the primeval era. You made the right choice, the only choice. The voice said, in the real history of Earth, the supervisor of the Pushing into the Universe project was Wan Zonghai. the 15th chairman of the Earth Council. He was an iron-blooded man who was almost perfect. Before he embarked on the path of savior and devil, he was active in the post-wasteland era as the ultimate executive of the water purification industry. After the 3 wars, the entire Earth was polluted. Clean drinking water became a hard currency. The water purification technology, which was efficient, reliable, and low energy, was also something that could determine life and death. At first, Wan Zonghai developed a lot of water purification technologies and equipment as an outstanding inventor. When he made his first bucket of gold, he displayed an amazing business acumen and united all the water purification companies into the second-to-none force on Earth at that time. What was even more remarkable was that he also had a noble personality and a holy heart. He did not monopolize the water purification technology to make excessive profits. Instead, he gave a lot of the technology and precious water purification technology at a low price to those who needed it for free. As a result, he established a good image and a distinguished reputation among the underground people, the radiators, and the modified people. He was regarded as a saint by almost everyone regardless of his faction or position, at least at that time. Therefore, nobody had any objection to Wan Zonghai becoming the chairman of the Earth Council. Most people even believed that only saints, such as Wan Zonghai, could supervise the grand plan to march into the universe. However, all this is just a disguise. The so-called holiness and kindness are just preparations for a deeper and darker purpose. Wan Zonghai is not a saint at all. He has been in cahoots with the nobles and the rich for a long time. He is even a spokesperson co-produced by the nobles and the rich. He is an artificial saint. His purpose is to win the trust of the ordinary people with his so-called generosity and selflessness so that they will believe that he is capable of supervising the plan to march into the universe. That way, he will know his place and not cause any trouble. Think about it. Without the support of the rich and powerful, how could Wan Zonghai squander the precious clean water resources without being hindered by any interest groups? In short, the rich and powerful have long been prepared to abandon the majority of the public and flee on their own. The Thousand-Hide Sea is just a puppet that they carefully packaged for this purpose. However, the nobles and magnates who claimed that they were in control of everything underestimated the ambitions of Wan Zonghai. The rich and powerful make use of him, and so does he. At that time, an organization named Deva Society rose up quietly. Its believers were mostly radiationers, modified human beings, and mutants who were influenced by spiritual energy. They advocate the genetic superiority theory and believe that only those who are most sensitive to crystals and spiritual energy are qualified to survive with the best genes. No matter whether it is money, status, or power, only genes are most important. This is the slogan of Devaism. I believe you must have guessed that the man behind the curtain of the Deva Society is Wan Zonghai. On one hand, he is using his power in the Earth Council to cover the activities of the Deva Society, and on the other hand, he is using the Deva Society to recruit a lot of superhumans and spiritual energy-sensitive cultivators to serve as his personal soldiers. He is hiding his claws and wings in secret. Along with the description of the voice, a saint in a white uniform appeared in Liao's mind. He had a kind smile and a pure aura around him. Looking at his pure and innocent eyes and compassionate expression, Liao felt that he was the kind of person who would cut off his own flesh to help the desperate victims. However, black devils were hiding behind the wings that were as white as angels. He assassinated the upright politicians and soldiers who were truly determined, participated in the power struggles of the rich and powerful, imprisoned and corrupted the reporters who dared to speak the truth, and coerced the well-respected and renowned scholars into lying openly about their plans to march into the universe by threatening them with various methods, including kidnapping their family members. He also conducted unpardonable, inhuman experiments on human beings and condensed countless powerful training techniques with the blood of countless innocent people into countless loyal monster warriors. Wan Zonghai, the chairman of the Earth Council, was simply a replica of Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zue, Wu Yingqi, and the rest of them. No, he was the ancestor of the schemers and schemers. The meticulousness and the brutality of his methods dumbfounded Liao. What have I done exactly? Liao regretted his choice the moment he made it. Although everything had happened billions of years ago and was an unchangeable history, Liao still felt that he was the one who had released the ferocious beast named Thousand Treasures Sea and allowed it to trample on his mind and soul and corrupt his belief. Then again, Wan Songhai was the same as Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zui, Wu Yingqi, and the other schemers and schemers. Other than his evil nature, he also boasted tenacity and leadership. With his strategical planning and tireless endeavors, the plan to march into the universe was carried out at a lightning-fast speed. 500 immigration starships, each of which could accommodate 1 million hibernators and allow 50,000 of them to live and study in a clear state, were finally produced. The hibernation technology and the space navigation technology were getting more and more mature, too. There were a lot of follow-up technologies that could be explored and developed after they escaped from Earth. Everything was ready except for one thing. At this moment, Wan Zonghai told a big lie to all the citizens. There were only 500 immigration starships, which could only carry 500 million people. However, the Thousand Treasures Sea had bribed and threatened all the experts and participants of the project. It had even faked 2,500 non-existent immigration starships with shabby shells and sets, bringing the total number of the immigration fleet to 3,000. 3,000 starships were enough to carry everyone to safety. When the news came out of Saint Wan Songhai's mouth, the entire Earth was drowned in a sea of joy. As for Wan Songhai, he was promoted from a saint to a savior. Everybody believed that he could save the civilization and everyone. Naturally, it was a complicated and protracted task to move everyone to the starship. The authorities of the Earth Council under the leadership of Wan Songhai asked all the citizens to be patient and wait patiently at home. As long as social order was maintained, it would be their turn to board the starship very soon. All the Earthlings are inseparable. I will never abandon anybody, just like I will never abandon my heart. Wan Zonghai's words were powerful and resonating. He had fooled everyone into trusting him with such a sordid trick. Most of the civilians had been drained of their last drop of sweat after 100 years of hard work. They were waiting patiently in the slums with hope. In the meantime, a lot of space training camps had been established in the Thousand Treasures Sea, which claimed that they would provide adaptive training for the ordinary people and pull them away one by one. Such methods further divided the public and calmed them down. Everybody believed that, "I will be next." In the meantime, the nobles, the rich, the soldiers, the elites, and the demons boarded 500 real immigration starships quietly and took away most of the valuable facilities and resources on Earth. Of course, a lot of soul-stirring, twisted, and bizarre stories happened during the process. Some righteous journalists and scientists who had found their conscience tried to tell the truth, only to be captured and murdered by the subordinates of Wan Zonghai. Finally, when the 500 real immigration starships spurted crimson exhaust flames into the sky and tore apart the atmosphere, only to leave the intense black smoke for Earth, the ordinary people finally discovered the scheme of the rich and the powerful. But it was too late. Before Wan Songhai left, he had destroyed all the surface-to-air missiles in the military bases. The immigration starships were so fast that they soon got rid of the gravity of Earth. No matter how desperate the people on the ground were, they could not affect the refugees in the Sea of Stars at all. Although Liao could not feel his real body, he still found it hard to breathe. He knew that the no other choice was sordid and cruel, but he did not know that it was so sordid and cruel. There was no picture of the fury, desperation, and sorrow of the people who stayed on Earth in his brain. But he could totally imagine that the Earth at this moment was 100 times more dreadful and miserable than hell. The picture inside the immigration starship, the nobles, magnates, and elites of all walks of life were dancing and celebrating with champagne in their hands, while they were singing and dancing, was still vivid in Liao's mind. He couldn't be more ashamed. Then, Liao saw an unforgettable scene. The migration fleet did not leave the solar system directly. Instead, they stayed outside of the orbit of Jupiter and tried to build a gravity slingshot with the enormous gravity of the planet. They also opened enormous golden membranes toward the sun, which looked like an overwhelming sail. They were waiting for the destruction of Earth. Here it comes. The meteoroid shower. Judging from the scale of the universe, the meteoroid showers were as insignificant as dust. Even the naked eye could not distinguish them. It was not until the meteoroid shower carrying tremendous crystals and spiritual energy crashed into the sun and swallowed Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars that Liao had to admit that it was a real catastrophe. The Earth had been destroyed. The blue planet, which was the origin of the ancient human beings and one of the earliest sources of life in the sea of the universe, turned dry, black, and deformed under the coverage of the destructive flames, like a rotten apple. Liao felt that his soul was going to be burnt to ash like the core of a burning apple. The picture that he would never forget even if he was burnt to ashes. He had seen it before. He had seen it somewhere before. Yes, it was the Earth in the face in the uncanny dream. At this moment, Liao could not tell which was the real Earth or the original Earth, and which was the illusionary Earth or the derived Earth. The destructive solar storm swept over everything, but it also provided tremendous impetus for the migration fleet. The golden sails of the immigration fleet, having absorbed enough energy from the sun and accelerated by the gravity slingshots, marched out of the solar system like an arrow released from a bow, leaving their destroyed homes and countless innocent souls behind. Goodbye, Earth. Here we come. The universe. Liao saw that, on many immigration starships, the fat heads of the rich and powerful were smoking cigars, sipping red wine, laughing, patting their bellies, and declaring their ambitions. Then, he saw Wan Zonghai standing on the bridge of a starship, with most of his face hidden in darkness. Looking lonely and depressed, what happened next was beyond Liao's wildest dreams. Seeing that the 500 immigration starships had escaped the range of the solar storm and were even accelerated by the solar storm and the gravity slingshot, the speed of the 500 immigration starships was about to soar to the maximum, and they entered the stable and safe cruising state. Most of the starships, more than 400 of them, had exploded. The scale of the explosion was not large enough to damage the overall structure and propulsion system of the starship, but it was enough to destroy all the life support systems inside the starship and burn out the oxygen so that the passengers, be they hibernating or celebrating, would be killed instantly. The picture switched to the inside of the starships that had exploded. The escape party that had been singing and dancing a moment ago was now a burning hell. The rich and powerful who had survived the disaster were either riddled with holes, with broken limbs flying everywhere, turned into dancing candles by the unstoppable flames, or held their throats so hard that the corners of their mouths were almost torn apart, only to find that they could not breathe any precious oxygen. Very soon, the artificial gravity field was gone. The bodies of the nobles and the rich were floating in the cold and silent space. They did not know what had happened even until their death. Their bulging eyes were full of confusion and fear, as if their starship had been assaulted by the ghosts from Earth. Of course, some of the rich and powerful had already considered the possibility of being hit by meteoroids or other natural disasters during their voyages. They had specially installed safety rooms for their starships and put on their spacesuits in time. However, it was useless. When the flames and the fog gradually dispersed, what appeared in front of them were the hideous-looking radiators, the mutants, and the sharpest blades made of minerals from Earth. The next picture in Liao's field of vision was back to the starships in the Thousand Treasures Sea. The chairman of the Earth Council, the saviors and the destroyers of the Earth civilization, was still lurking in the darkness, watching the brutal scenes of slaughter on dozens of starships on the computer screens while he poured himself a glass of wine. He held the glass in midair and did not move for a long time, before he slowly poured the wine that was as red as blood on the ground. Right now, Liao could see that the destruction of the other starships and the slaughter of the passengers were all part of Wan Zonghai's scheme. Wan Zonghai is so brutal. Liao found it hard to believe. What is he trying to do? Isn't it obvious? The voice said, according to the era of Earth, even after the Third World War, the super battles, and the meteoroid attacks, the migration fleet fled from Earth in the 22 ND century. You have detailed data on the technological level and the resource reserves of the 21st century. Do you really think that, in the 22nd century, it is possible to transport 500 million people to the unknown depths of the sea of stars thousands of light years away in search of hope? It's impossible. It's one thing to transport 500 million people out of the solar system, but it's another thing to pass through the vacuum of the universe, which is desolate, barren, and dead, through radiation, meteoroids, and space turbulences, and travel in the darkness for tens of thousands of years. The difficulty of the latter is hundreds of times higher. Even though 99% of the people are in the hibernation state and barely consume any energy, it has become an astronomical figure after tens of thousands of years of accumulation. The hibernation drugs have to be replaced every once in a while, and the consumption of high-nutrition liquids can't be stopped for even one day. Also, the daily wear and tear of the starships can't be stopped for more than 20 light-years without backup food, fuel, and components, let alone the source of the meteoroid shower. In fact, according to the most optimistic estimation of the secret research team of the Thousand Treasures Sea, in order to cruise in the sea of stars at 1% the speed of light for more than 10,000 years and ensure that 90% of the hibernating passengers can be revived in a healthy and rational state, an immigration starship will need to carry at least 10 times the amount of spare fuel, resources, and maintenance parts. In other words, 500 starships will need to carry at least 5,000 supplies, or 50 starships will need to carry 500 supplies, or the capacity of each starship should be reduced by 10 times, not 1,000,000 people but 100,000. Only in such a way can we possibly find a glimmer that can save our civilization in the deepest part of the dark universe. Do you understand? You mean, Liao's soul waves were almost frozen. His voice was even colder than the wind in the deepest level of hell. Since the very beginning, the rich and powerful have been deceiving all the citizens, and the hidden sea has been deceiving all the rich and powerful. Of the 3 billion people on Earth, 500 million will not be saved, but 90% will be saved. Of the 3 billion people, only 50 million can be saved. Yes. His voice remained unchanged as he said, however, such a conclusion is too pessimistic. It might even lead to the suspension of the entire plan to march into the universe, because there are far more than 50 million nobles, magnates, their families, and the elite scientists and engineers who built the starship. The rich and powerful escort the projects, the rich and powerful provide funding for the projects, and the scientists and engineers solve the practical problems of the escape plan. It's impossible to stop them from boarding the starships. If Wan Zonghai had told them that only 50 million people could leave, I'm afraid that all the rich and powerful would have fought each other to the death or even hugged each other's thighs. They would rather perish together than see a lucky guy leave the solar system openly. This is the evil of human nature. Therefore, Wan Zonghai only coerced the elite scientists and the engineers at the behest of the rich and powerful. Even if he slightly changed the content of his threat, would it matter? Understood. Everybody has been fooled by Wan Zonghai. Liao smiled bitterly. The rich and powerful thought that Wan Zonghai was just their puppet and their lackey, and that they were the protagonists of the escape plan. They didn't know that, in Wan Zonghai's eyes, their starships were nothing but transfusion bags, tool bags, and resource storage boxes. When the birds are gone, the bows are hidden. When the rabbits are killed, the dogs are cooked. When the migration fleet fled from the solar system, Wan Zonghai was supposed to be exploited and kicked away by the rich and powerful. But he made the first move and cooked the rich and powerful all at once. What a smart plan. What a smart move. The rich and powerful are all parasites bred by the old system. They can only exploit the weaker people with the rules, but they do not have the capability to face the vast and unknown sea of stars and make their own rules. They do not have the courage to explore, and conquer either. Therefore, it is impossible for them to be the real leaders and complete the sublimation from the Earth civilization to the primeval civilization. Only the iron-willed experts such as Wan Zonghai can do that. The voice continued. Besides, it was for the revenge of the billions of compatriots who died miserably on Earth. It must be noted that most of the soldiers in the Thousand Treasures Sea were radiationers, modified people, and superhumans. They were the descendants of the civilians who used to live miserable lives on the wasteland. Many of their family members had been abandoned on Earth and burnt to ashes by the solar storm. They died without a grave. Right now, there is fury flowing in the pores of the ghosts who are surrounded by their family. If they don't raise their weapons at the culprits and let them have a taste of blood for blood, what are they waiting for? Revenge. Liao couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't it all done by Wan Zonghai? Maybe he was not the real schemer, but he was the most loyal lackey for the nobles and the rich. Many sordid plans were carried out by him, and he was shameless enough to talk about revenge? Only 100 times more despicable and shameless can be dealt with. The purpose of the Thousand Treasures Sea is to cleanse the civilization and create a completely different era for our civilization. He has no other options except to walk on this dirty and rugged path. The voice said, if he doesn't serve as a puppet or a lackey for the rich and powerful, he won't be able to become the chairman of the Earth Council at all. And after he becomes the chairman, if he shows the slightest bit of mercy and doubts the plans of the rich and powerful, then he will step down from the position at any moment. He might even be directly killed and replaced with a second puppet. He will still have to carry out the will of the rich and powerful. Besides demonstrating his integrity, what benefits can he get? Faced with reality and analyzed calmly, of the 3 billion Earthlings at that time, at least 2.95 billion were doomed and could not be saved. As an excellent commander-in-chief, he should not waste his time thinking about how to save the people who were destined to die, but how to make their sacrifices more valuable. Wan Zonghai was an excellent commander-in-chief and the best leader that a civilization could meet in a crisis. He did not disappoint his billions of compatriots and made the best use of their deaths. The nobles and magnates who were too fat to adapt to the new era were all swept away. The survivors were all iron-blood warriors who were strong, determined, and possessed all kinds of special abilities. After countless rounds of screening and elimination, they all had the best genes and were naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. They were out-and-out supermen. In the meantime, after eliminating 90% of the users of the inferior genes who were not qualified to participate in the Great March, the remaining 10% of the survivors would have 10 times the resources. Even though a starship was worn and broken during the long journey, 9 components of the starship could be replaced, which significantly improved the odds of finding New Hope. The most important thing is that nobody is allowed to ride on Wan Songhai's neck, talk to him imposingly, and come up with bad ideas. Some of them even stab him in the back and drag him down. Wan Songhai's will can be carried out to every nerve ending of the entire migration fleet. It is of paramount importance for the people who have just experienced the destruction of their mother planet and are living in anxiety in the dark sea of stars. Li Yao truly didn't know how to comment on the actions of the myriad treasury sea. It was just like how he found it hard to judge Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zue, Wu Yingqi, and the rest of them based on their actions. Of course, other than purification and improvement, for the civilization as a whole, the slaughter of the outer solar system has another small, insignificant purpose. It is the revenge of Wan Zonghai himself, isn't it? The voice said, this is a story recorded in Wan Songhai's will a long, long time later about his birth. Before the suicide note was released, everybody thought that Wan Zonghai was born in a rich family in an underground shelter. His parents were elegant people of the high society. No matter how polluted and dirty the ground was, they were able to maintain a decent life in the underground and even let him receive a good education. Unfortunately, his parents died in an explosion in the shelter, and his family declined. It was because of his identity as a descendant of the high society that he entered the circle of the rich and powerful and became their spokesperson. However, in the will, Wan Zonghai admitted frankly that he was not a member of the high society at all, or rather, he was not the real Wan Zonghai, but a radiationer who grew up in the heavily polluted wasteland, grew up in the smoke, rust, and sand, and even had his own mutation. His parents were not elegant, gentle, or decent people. On the contrary, they were weeds, ants, and cockroaches. They were the pariahs who struggled to survive in the wasteland and died miserably in the mouths of the radiation disease and the mutant beasts. He was involved in the big explosion of the underground shelter by accident. He met a lot of people from the high society who had escaped from the shelter. He killed a young man named Wan Zonghai, who looked similar to himself and assumed the identity of the young man. That was how he got the ticket to the high society. Therefore, the massacre in the periphery of the solar system is his revenge for his parents, for the wasteland where he grew up, and for the ants, cockroaches, weeds, and pariahs who are suffering from radiation, virus, tumor, and animal bites in hell, struggling in desperation, and being silently obliterated, right? From the criminals living on their own in the desert to the supreme leader of the civilization on Earth, the first commander-in-chief to march into the universe. Liao was greatly moved. Such an incredible life? His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was deeply shocked by Wan Zonghai's indescribable path to fame. Naturally, it was easy to despise and criticize other people's shamelessness. Liao had once righteously berated many schemers and ambitious schemers similar to those in the myriad hidden sea. But what was more important than the criticism was to come up with a solution to continue the hope of the civilization. Liao had no time to consider whether or not the myriad treasure sea was good or bad. Nor did he have time to polish the dirt and dust that had fallen on his Tao heart. It was because, following the demise of the rich and powerful, the newly born fleet of immigrants had rushed out of the solar system and was sailing to an unknown place. The civilization of Earth had ushered in a brand new page. It had officially sublimated or transformed into the primeval civilization. All the Earthlings had been destroyed by the solar storm. Right now, after being corrupted by the cold vacuum and the dark universe, they had a new name, the primeval race. The animation came to an end. Liao was faced with countless options that were falling from the sky again. They hit his soul like a waterfall. On one hand, he had to plan the hibernation and wake-up time of the scientists and the engineers in order to ensure that all the technologies necessary for sailing in the Sea of Stars could be advanced in an orderly manner. On the other hand, he had to ensure that the new generation on board received the best education in order to produce a research reserve that was inspired by new knowledge. On the other hand, he had to plan and adjust the route so that he would not lose his way in the boundless Sea of Stars. On the other hand, he had to pay close attention to the scourge of the meteoroid showers and cosmic radiation. Even a meteoroid the size of sand or dust could cause minor damage to the shell and the power unit of a starship. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation and enhancement, the smallest damage could lead to the fission and disintegration of the entire starship, which were all life and death events. Other than that, threats that were more serious and secretive than cosmic radiation and the damage of starships were the changes of human hearts. Earthlings used to live in the blue sky, on the solid land, bathed in the warm sunlight, and were a carefree planet species. But right now they had completely lost their home and roots. They had to spend tens of thousands of years and thousands of generations wandering in darkness and desperation. Maybe they would become homeless children in the Sea of Stars forever. The narrow space, the enclosed environment, the deep sea of stars, there was no telling where the destination was exactly, and they might be killed in the very next second. Such cruel torture was like a vat of black venom that was corroding people's hearts and turning them into two completely different lives from the past. Similar changes had happened in the Flying Star sector before. As Xianxia, leader of the immortal cultivators and a cultivator of the Flying Star sector, had said, it was very easy to turn an unwavering cultivator into an immortal cultivator in the Black Sea of Stars. It usually took only 1 second. The people of the Flying Star sector, at the very least, still had their history and remembered the glory of the Star Ocean Imperium. They also knew that there were countless sectors and their own kind outside of their small world. Such knowledge was enough to be a comfort and hope to resist the invasion of darkness. But those Earthlings, the primeval Lord of Heaven, had lost everything. From then on, although the Sea of Stars was vast, they could not find any other compatriots or homes that they could trust anymore. How painful, how terrifying, and how desperate it was. Such venom, after hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of long and aimless journey, could twist the humanity into any kind of deformity or hideousness. It was not strange at all. Faced with all kinds of challenges, Liao was somewhat overwhelmed. More importantly, it was not necessary for him to make a choice that was in the best interest of the moment, but rather, he had to consider the development of the immigration fleet in tens of thousands of years and make a choice that was in the best interest of the future. In many cases, it was inevitable that he would hurt the interests of the passengers at present and even sacrifice a lot of things ruthlessly. After such a test, Liao was certain that he was not qualified to be a commander-in-chief. Maybe he was only suitable to play the role of a hot-blooded high school student, or he could play the role of a flapping flag in the wind and shout some idealized sacred slogans. But when faced with complicated, practical problems, they needed a calmer, rational, and even darker role, such as Jin Tui, Boss Bai, Lei Chenhu, Li Linghai, and even Long Yongjun. Liao felt that he had made a lot of mistakes. Under his command, a series of serious problems broke out inside the immigration fleet. There were even several internal conflicts. Outside of the starship, they had passed through a belt of cosmic dust that was as thick as ink, endured a few unexpected radiation storms, and almost crashed into another meteoroid shower. They managed to cope with each crisis with great difficulty, causing a lot of damage to the starship and consuming a lot of valuable resources. Thousands of years had passed since the test. They had only sailed for dozens of light years, but more than half of the immigration starships had been destroyed. More than 30% of the hibernators had been killed in their sleep because of mechanical faults, lack of resources, and internal strife. Even the leader that Liao played had been killed by the insurgent who suffered from claustrophobia during the civil strife. The people who were still alive had long lost their vigor and vitality when they rushed out of the solar system thousands of years ago. They were unshaven, their skin was loose, their eyes were sunken, and their faces were lackluster. They were like the walking dead trapped in steel coffins, only moving forward numbly, driven by their last instinct for survival. Liao was on tenterhooks, thinking that he had made a series of wrong choices and his performance must have been terrible. However, the voice remained silent and did not comment on his performance. When the leader he played was killed by the crew members of the rebellion, he even comforted Liao that it was not a mistake because in the real history Wan Zonghai, as the commander-in-chief of the immigration fleet and the first chief of the primeval clan, had ended up like that too. Naturally, Wan Zonghai's commanding ability was 100 times higher than Liao's. However, the countless practical problems and fatal threats that he was faced with were 100 times more complicated and difficult than the large-scale options in the test. No matter how resolute and wise Wan Zonghai was, he was just a mortal. After decades of lurking and training, he had almost reached the limit of the lifespan of the Earthlings when he left the solar system. It was impossible for him to maintain a clear mind for a long time to command the fleet. He could only enter the hibernation state and wake up every 5 to 10 years to deal with the problems that had happened over the past 10 years. Such a way of leadership was destined to be unable to govern the brutal, disobedient radiators, the modified people, and the superhumans for a long time. Time could change many things, including the prestige of a tough commander-in-chief. The immaturity of the first-generation hibernation technology had a serious influence on the wisdom and personality of Wan Zonghai. Gradually, he became unpredictable and temperamental. He was even suffering from claustrophobia and paranoia like many crew members. He had once pointed at the deep pathway on the starship and said that he had seen countless ghosts from Earth wandering there. He had ordered the fleet to accelerate without caring about the cost of fuel, too, because he had seen that the ghosts of everyone on the furiously burning Earth were not annihilated. Instead, they had been condensed into a new ghost civilization by the solar storm and the spiritual energy magnetic field. The ghost civilization was following them quietly, planning the cruelest revenge. He did not even dare to enter the hibernation state, because he would be drowned in the eyes of countless innocent souls and dragged to the deepest part of hell by the burnt hands of the victims. Under such circumstances, a fierce conflict between the commander-in-chief and the crew was only a matter of time. Wan Zonghai was dead. He had been torn apart by the crew members who had been loyal to him and thrown into the engine furnace, fulfilling his dream of being the spark that pushed the civilization forward. The journey continued. After all, there was nothing that could stop them in the cold, dark vacuum. In the thousands of years of testing that followed, Liao felt that his performance was getting worse and worse, and all the crew members were more desperate, cruel, and irritated. They even felt that they had given up on themselves. They were determined to destroy themselves in a riot or natural disaster and end the never-ending nightmare. This wasn't some sort of expedition or escape. It was merely a death sentence that would be carried out over 10,000 years. Quite a few crew members believed this. When Liao drained the last bit of his brain cells, overdraft all his computational ability, and tried his best to maintain the immigration fleet for 10,000 years, all that was left of them were 49 battered, miserable starships, 14 million frustrated, angry passengers, and empty fuel and resource capsules. Right now, they had not grasped the ability to shuttle through the four-dimensional space yet. No matter how much they improved their regular sailing speed, they had only flown 500 light-years away. In a galaxy hundreds of thousands of light-years in diameter, their speed was even lower than that of a snail. It was impossible for them to find the source of the meteoroid shower. They had run out of resources and food. This was where they would be buried. Did it fail? Liao was not a man who would give up easily. But now that he was running out of options, he did not know how to continue the test anymore. Maybe he should have been crueler in the beginning? No, it was useless. Even if the potential of the crew members was exploited, what was the difference between the exploration distance from 500 light-years to 600 light-years? Liao found it odd. Didn't the voice say that it would give him 3 chances? But he was already at a dead end after only one suggestion. Was the voice going to go back on its word? While he was hesitating, an unbelievable and appalling picture suddenly appeared in Liao's brain. In the front of the refugees' fleet, which had run out of ammunition and food, a cluster of bright purple waves suddenly rose up in the empty sea of stars. The waves surged to the 2 sides like tides, only to tear open a giant crevice from which a fat tentacle crawled out. Liao watched everything in bewilderment. He did not know whether it was a real picture of the primeval era or an exaggerated depiction of a symbol. In short, the tentacles that extended out of the void tied up the immigration starships one after another. No matter how the particle cannons and vacuum torpedoes of the starships attacked, it did not care. Instead, all the starships, together with the primeval Lord of Heaven, were dragged into the purple gap. Then, Liao's vision seemed to have turned into a bizarre dream. In the middle of the surging tides that were as splendid as a kaleidoscope, he saw an enormous monster that seemed to have occupied half of the sea of stars. It had 10,000 tentacles and 100 million translucent organs that looked like eyes. They were emitting vague brightness and were filled with inexplicable weirdness and fear. Then, the colorful pieces condensed again, and the chaotic space and time were stabilized again. The migration fleet of the primeval Lord of Heaven was brought to a brand new world, a paradise that was full of spiritual energy and crystals and inexhaustible energy. This is... Liao's soul was shivering in excitement, as if he could taste the endless spiritual energy in the picture. What is this? As you can see, it is a foreign species that can jump freely in the 4-dimensional space. We call them void hunters. The voice explained, although the primeval civilization was one of the earliest civilizations to be born in the sea of the universe, we are not the first intelligent creatures to be born. Long before us, countless intelligent alien species were born in the natural paradises where the spiritual energy was abundant, forming a giant, cosmic ecosphere. The Void Hunters were one of them. However, although they wasted billions of years, they did not create a highly developed civilization. Most of the alien species in space were ignorant animals who lived on instinct like the Void Hunters. Their IQ could not have been higher than that of a 7-year-old child. Only a few alien species in space developed a society with slavery. Why? Liao found it hard to believe that a civilization had not developed despite billions of years of precious time, despite the abundant spiritual energy and the enlightenment of preliminary wisdom. On the ancient Earth, many species thrived for billions of years and resisted multiple mass extinctions. They were known as living fossils, such as turtles, crocodiles, and cockroaches, but they never developed wisdom or civilization. The voice said, "The bottom line is, the so-called civilization is not necessary for life, and evolution is definitely not an eternal path. The so-called evolution is just a helpless evolution resulting from the drastic changes of the environment. Life is a very lazy thing. As long as the environment hasn't changed much and it can survive, it will never think of changing or evolving. Take turtles, crocodiles, and cockroaches, for example. They are the kings of their respective fields, or the top predators at the top of the food chain, or they boast unparalleled defense and unbelievable survival ability. They don't need wisdom or civilization. They can live a good life and pass on their genes, too. Therefore, what motivation do they have to change and evolve? The same goes for the Void Hunters. You can simply imagine them as giant octopuses that boast the ability to jump in the sea of stars and survive in vacuum. They chase after the meteorites and asteroids that contain mother loads of crystals in the vast sea of stars by instinct, extend their tentacles out of the space crevices, tie up the meteorites, and absorb the energy inside the crystals with the specially constructed negative pressure suckers. Such instincts have allowed them to reproduce comfortably in the center of the sea of stars for billions of years. Their enormous size and unpredictable abilities make them invincible. Even if they run into enemies that they cannot afford to mess with, they can always crawl into the four-dimensional space and run away to millions of light-years away. What can wisdom and civilization do for them? Liao thought carefully for a long time. He had to admit that the voice was right. A creature born in a natural paradise with abundant spiritual energy who was born with the ability to absorb crystals, absorb energy, and cruise in the air did not need to develop an intelligent civilization. Just like the children of rich and powerful families, there was no need for them to work hard. Only human beings, the hairless monkeys from the spiritless space, who crawled and struggled to survive, the weak and pitiful primates, had the need to evolve into super-intelligent beings and create a prosperous civilization. Then, Liao felt that his mouth was dry. All the remaining immigration starships were brought to the paradise in the center of the universe by the Void Hunter? Didn't it swallow you? Part of it. The voice said, the Void Hunters are the most adept voyagers in the sea of stars. They are born with the ability to perceive the shadow ripples when a four-dimensional storm is projected into the three-dimensional universe. With the shadow ripples, they can create fleeting wormholes and perform super long-distance space jumps to chase after the erratic meteoroid showers and resource planets. The Void Hunter, on the other hand, sensed the exhaust flames released by the immigration starship and regarded our fleet as a meteoroid belt that contained abundant energy. That was why it showed up in the four-dimensional space and swallowed us. However, as you may have discovered, at that time, our fleet of immigrants was running out of ammunition and food. There was barely any fuel left in the fuel warehouse. The Void Hunter crushed and swallowed 3 immigration starships. Finding that it could not squeeze out much energy except for the rusted garbage, it gave up eating. Although it did not evolve into a civilization in the truest sense, the Void Hunters were, after all, an intelligent species that had thrived in the center of the universe for billions of years. Very soon, it discovered that the primeval beings inside the starship were actually a tiny life form, too. At that time, in the center of the universe, there was a standard to determine the strength of life and the risk. Basically, the thicker the spiritual energy stored inside the body, the more proficient one is in manipulating spiritual energy, and the stronger one is, the more dangerous one is. Although the primeval Lord of Heaven has been exposed to a few crystals that fell from space on Earth and practiced preliminary techniques, we are still new to the technology and barely know anything about it. Most of the propulsion systems, including the starships we are on, are based on chemical energy and atomic energy, too. The Void Hunters cannot understand our complicated social form and civilization, nor can they perceive the potential and danger behind our feeble appearance. Nor do they understand the advanced technology and complicated industrial system that our starship represents. In their eyes, we are just harmless bugs. Harmless bugs. Liao couldn't help but laugh. Human beings, the toughest species in the sea of stars, had been mistaken for bugs by a giant octopus. How interesting. The Void Hunters regard us as ants. It doesn't matter whether we are stomped to death or ignored. The voice said, but for the survivors of the primeval clan, the appearance of the Void Hunters is tantamount to an apocalypse. Our worldview and scientific outlook have been shattered. The endless surging spiritual gas in the natural paradises that are coming at us makes our survival instincts, which are on the verge of extinction, expand again and unleash the fiercest flames. All the survivors immediately took action and racked their brains to figure out how to survive in such a weird and fertile environment. Not long after, a few wise men whose brains had evolved greatly and could amplify and release brainwaves freely found a solution. They tried everything they could to reach an agreement with the Void Hunters. The two parties formed a harmonious symbiotic relationship, and the primeval Lord of Heaven turned into the biotics and parasites of the Void Hunters. Well, Liao was dazed. How is that possible? The Void Hunters are travelers who travel in the vast universe by themselves. They don't have a sense of community or society. However, during the long, desolate journey, they inevitably feel lonely and bored, too. Since they often travel in the four-dimensional space and tear apart their neurons, their nerves will be affected eventually. The voice continued, "In order to survive, a special profession named Dream Maker was born in the primeval Lord of Heaven. It performed soul massages on the void hunters with its complicated brainwaves and weaved all kinds of glamorous dreams. Naturally, the void hunters could not understand the memories and feelings of the primeval Lord of Heaven, but the bizarre dreams that poured into their nerves made them feel very comfortable, as if they were being tickled. Just like that, the primeval Lord of Heaven parasitized the void hunters and managed to survive with the remnants, or fragments of crystals, that it leaked out of their tentacles. The void hunters, on the other hand, massaged our hearts with our abundant emotions and imagination to eliminate the loneliness of the long journey and the side effects of space jumps. The symbiosis seems to be very harmonious, but there are subtle dangers in it. One day, when the dream makers on a starship were performing the soul massage for the void hunters, their starship was suddenly minced into pieces by the void hunters. The millions of survivors who managed to reach the center of the universe perished on the spot. The rest of the survivors were greatly shocked. They did not know how they had pissed off the void hunters. It was not until almost 10 million people on the other 4 starships were casually killed by the void hunters that the remaining people gradually came back to themselves. It was because the dreams that the dream makers on the starships created for the void hunters were too outdated and boring. They were repeated too many times that the void hunters grew impatient. It was the most humiliating and dangerous moment for the primeval civilization. In order to survive, the primeval beings had to rack their brains and weave beautiful, brilliant dreams in order to help the void hunters scratch their itch. They could not stop for a moment and had to send out the most interesting brainwaves every second. When the brainwaves were dull and lackluster, it was the day of the total destruction of an immigration starship. This was truly an incredible interstellar journey. Liao seemed to have seen countless ancestors of the primeval race crouching under the tentacles of the void hunters, shivering in the broken starships. They were living every second of their life in anxiety, while they were trying to come up with new dreams to please the gargantuan nightmare creature below their feet and above their heads. One moment of carelessness, and the starship would be minced to pieces by the tentacles. Millions of people would be swallowed by the sucking discs that looked like black holes. There would be nothing left of them at all. They would truly be obliterated. Other than that, the void hunters often traveled in the raging tides of the four-dimensional space. The ancestors of the primeval race were apparently not prepared for the impact of the four-dimensional storm. Although they were protected by the tentacles of the void hunters, countless starships were damaged every time they passed through the storm in the four-dimensional space. The passengers were sucked out of the gaps and smashed into the gaps of time and space, ending up in a fate worse than death. Even if they returned to the three-dimensional universe safely, countless people would be melded with their starships and explode violently, or suffer from serious sequelae and become mentally deranged. It was as if their bodies had returned, but their souls were still left in the terrifying four-dimensional storm. How thrilling! How humiliating! How desperate! However, in order to survive, a weak species had struggled from the lifeless space tens of thousands of years ago to this day, to this place, to the center of the universe ocean, and to the dawn of dawn. Their will and ambitions would not be crushed by any difficulties. When the void hunters and the four-dimensional storms crushed their flesh and blood, leaving them heavily wounded and on the verge of death, the purest spiritual energy in the center of the universe gave them the warmest comfort. The primeval Lord of Heaven absorbed and digested the spiritual energy crazily. He was like a sponge that had been tossed into water after being dried, hoping to absorb all the seawater in the ocean. In order to survive, they had tempered every organ in their body with spiritual energy, reorganized the gene strands, refined the cell structure, and optimized the efficiency of the mitochondria. Their internal organs, skin, and brain had undergone tremendous changes and gradually adapted to the coldness of the three-dimensional universe and the brutality of the four-dimensional space. In order to survive, their computational ability soared. Almost every primeval Lord of Heaven had become a qualified dream maker, weaving weird, brilliant dreams for the Void Hunters. In order to better instill the dreams into the collection of nerves of the Void Hunters, the primeval Lord of Heaven's ability to manipulate brainwaves and telepathic thoughts was improving day by day too. The neurons in their brains were mutating and strengthening. The number of neurons that were condensed in a tiny brain was even higher than the total number of neurons on one of the enormous tentacles of the Void Hunters. Of course, even though they were fully prepared, it was inevitable that a lot of their compatriots would be devoured by the Void Hunters every few days. There was no time for sorrow or desperation. With the help of their spiritual energy, the primeval Lord of Heaven activated their strong reproductive ability and expanded their species crazily like rabbits. In the universe at that time, most of the intelligent creatures were tough individuals without natural enemies or competitors like the Void Hunters. They boasted a long life and absolute dominance. Their urge to continue their genes was not strong, and they would only reproduce once every hundreds or even thousands of years. The female creatures, such as the primeval Lord of Heaven, could reproduce when they were 15 or 16 years old. Then they could reproduce once a year. Every time they could even be twins or triplets. They were even crazier than cockroaches, mice, and rabbits. With the help of advanced genes and medical technology, it was not difficult for the multiple births and the rapid recovery after the birth. At that time, the reproduction of the species was dependent on the bellies of the females and was bound to be restricted. But after the artificial uterus and the incubation tank were developed, the primeval Lord of Heaven was no longer restricted by the gender restriction. As long as they had enough energy and genes, they would be able to produce offspring continuously, thereby freeing all the women and doubling the combat ability of the entire species. As long as they were willing and had enough energy, their species could explode exponentially and reproduce in every corner of the infinite universe. And that was exactly what they did. The devils that were about to sweep across the entire universe ocean. The Void Hunters were ignorant of everything. It was not that it did not notice the subtle changes of the bugs attached to its body, but that there were more and more of them. However, its body was too enormous, and its perception of time was different from that of the primeval Lord of Heaven. It did not realize the danger of the primeval Lord of Heaven at all. Instead, it felt that the bugs were scratching its itch more and more. What was wrong with that? Not long after, the primeval Lord of Heaven showed another ability to the Void Hunters. The Void Hunters lived by swallowing meteoroids and asteroids, crushing the crystals stored inside, and absorbing the energy stored inside. However, its body was too large, and its movements were relatively clumsy. During the process of swallowing the meteoroids and asteroids, it was inevitable that a lot of the debris would be left behind. A lot of precious energy was still stored inside the residues. As the saying goes, a little makes the world go round. In the past, the Void Hunters would often leave behind a large number of meteorites and asteroid fragments after devouring everything in their way. But right now, the primeval Lord of Heaven was hovering around the scene of the Void Hunter's absorption in his latest small-scale spiritual airship. He was collecting the scattered scraps carefully and smelting the scraps that contained mother loads of crystals into the purest spiritual crystals before he offered them to the Void Hunter. For the Void Hunters, the manually refined spiritual energy crystals, whose purity was close to 100%, were as delicious as dragon liver and phoenix marrow. The Void Hunter sensed a feeling of beauty that was completely different from the glamorous dream, but with the same approach. He was immediately hooked and found his original method of absorption boring and tasteless. From then on, the primeval Lord of Heaven joined the absorption and digestion process of the Void Hunters and became the tentacles in a different form. They helped the Void Hunters crush the meteoroids, smelt the spiritual minerals, extracted the purest spiritual energy crystals, and tossed them into the suckers of the Void Hunters respectfully. Of course, the primeval Lord of Heaven had to take a step back during the process. About 5% to 10% of the spiritual energy had fallen into their control. The Void Hunters, who had been well served by the primeval Lord of Heaven, did not think too much of it. As far as they knew, the primeval Lord of Heaven was their tentacles, teeth, the flagella in their digestive system, and even the probiotics inside their body. Who would doubt the probiotics inside their body? Just like that, The ancestors of the primeval clan lurked in the shelter of the Void Hunters and drifted in the dark sea of stars for a second 10,000 years. Over the past 10,000 years, the Void Hunters and the primeval Lord of Heaven had become more and more inseparable. The primeval cosmic creature that was as enormous as a deity was more and more feeble in appearance and under the control of the primeval Lord of Heaven. Its cluster of nerves had been analyzed, studied, paralyzed, and corrupted by the dream creators of the primeval clan. Its wisdom, like that of a 7-year-old child, had been played by the wisdom of the primeval clan. Its digestive ability weakened as the primeval Lord of Heaven continued supplying the purest spiritual energy crystals. It did not even bother to wave its tentacles. Everything was done by the primeval Lord of Heaven. The primeval Lord of Heaven had even learned how to sneak into one of its tentacles and cut off the transmission of information between the tentacle and the nerve cluster before it was connected to the mainframe crystal processor of the Starship so that the tentacle could be controlled. After all, the Void Hunters had so many tentacles, but they did not even have a real brain. The neurons all over their bodies were too few to notice such tricks. If it had been discovered, it might have praised the loyalty of the primeval Lord of Heaven and helped it get rid of the tentacles and the troublesome feeding process. Although it was not unusual for countless people to die every day, the artificial uterus and the technology of the large-scale hatching pool, together with the fully automatic education system that Liao mentioned just now, could allow 10 times more of his compatriots to be produced continuously. Then, with the scraps of meteorites that the Void Hunters despised, he could refine metals and build components into new starships, the real warships that could expand the black glory of the primeval Lord clan to the ends of every tentacle of the Void Hunters. The Void Hunters had never discovered the ambitions of the primeval Lord of Heaven. In the meantime, the primeval Lord of Heaven had only encountered one life-and-death threat, not because of the original intention of the Void Hunters, but because the life cycle of the behemoth had come to an end. Void Hunters were asexual creatures. It was obvious. Such top predators in the universe did not need to change their genes aggressively. Besides, it was quite rare for them to run into their own kind in the vast sea of stars. It was unnecessary to ask for trouble by evolving genders. However, the reproduction method of the Void Hunters had caused a lot of trouble for the primeval Lord of Heaven. Whenever a Void Hunter sensed that its 10,000-year-long life was coming to an end, it would devour a lot of meteoroids and asteroids crazily driven by its instincts and store all the overloaded spiritual energy inside its body. It was like a gargantuan biological bomb that would explode in the end. In the big explosion, the old Void Hunters would be blown to pieces, and their broken limbs would be burnt by the intense spiritual energy reactions. Part of the hibernating genes would be activated, too. In the end, of the thousands of tentacles that were tossed away, the few largest limbs would be revived and grow out of their body parts, turning them into new Void Hunters. The process was called explosion. It was not hard to imagine that, for the primeval beings who were living on the bodies of the Void Hunters, it was as good as another apocalypse. However, the primeval Lord of Heaven at this moment was no longer an earthling who could not resist the catastrophe 20,000 years ago. After 10,000 years of development, with the nourishment of abundant spiritual energy, the primeval Lord of Heaven had a small yet capable fleet of spiritual energy miners. They even boasted several warships that boasted tremendous attack and defense ability. The Void Hunters trusted them enough to move away from the waving tentacles of the Void Hunters. They had even grasped the technology of space jumps by studying the neurons of the Void Hunters. The primeval Lord of Heaven had made preparations in advance. Most of his compatriots had armed themselves with crystal suits and spiritual shields. Their starships had also been modified and moved far away from the Void Hunters. The destruction of the Void Hunters had destroyed about 10% of the primeval Lord of Heaven's strength. But it had brought new hope, too. After the explosion, 3 enormous broken limbs were revived, and under the care of the primeval Lord of Heaven, they gradually grew into the new generation of Void Hunters. Different from the old ones, they did not encounter the little bugs such as the primeval Lord of Heaven in their prime years. Instead, they were entangled with the primeval Lord of Heaven the moment they were born and took the existence and care of the primeval Lord of Heaven for granted. They did not know the ambitions and threats of the primeval Lord of Heaven at all. Just like that, the primeval civilization, which used to live on one void hunter, had 3 more obedient mounts whose capability had tripled. They even tamed the void hunters slowly and stimulated their growth with technology and industry, turning the ignorant animals into terrifying man-made monsters. Just like that, the primeval Lord of Heaven completed the transformation from a parasite to a dominator and took the first step to conquer the universe. A similar rise was taking place at the same time in countless natural paradises and worlds in the center of the universe. The void hunters were never-ending travelers in the sea of stars. Over the past 10,000 years, the void hunter who had been living on the body of the primeval Lord of Heaven had traveled through countless natural paradises and dealt with thousands of alien species and even the low-level civilizations. However, he had spread the primeval Lord of Heaven to every corner of the sea of stars. Most of the alien species in space were similar to the void hunters. They boasted unparalleled combat ability and unbelievable techniques, but they did not have extraordinary wisdom or ambitions. Their IQ could not have been higher than that of a 7-year-old child. Their treatment of the primeval Lord of Heaven was more like a child who found a new toy and could not wait to show it off and share it with his companions. The void hunters left the ships of the Origin clan in various natural paradises in exchange for other precious resources or rare gadgets before they left in satisfaction. The primitive demons that had been stranded in the natural paradises were like their compatriots who were still living on the bodies of the void hunters. They lurked, hid their ambitions, and struggled to survive. They were faced with all kinds of creatures as strong as gods and devils and as weird as nightmares. One moment of carelessness, and they would be crushed and swallowed by the enemy, who did not even mean them any harm. It was like they were merely yawning when they crushed an ant. They had to rack their brains and try their best to please the dominators of the paradises so that they could show the value of their existence. Only in such a way could they live on and endure the inhuman pain. On a planet whose atmosphere was extremely thin and full of hard rocks, a foreign species named mountain giant crab lived in space. Such creatures boasted shells as hard as iron and a sense of time that was close to stagnation. They could absorb the metal elements and the geothermal energy in the mother lodes directly and be self-sufficient in such a way. Their enormous size and 2 hard shells made them the strongest existences in the sea of stars. Even the void hunters could not digest their exoskeletons. Therefore, there was no need for them to develop wisdom and civilization. They had no ill intentions toward the primeval Lord of Heaven. It was even difficult for them to understand the concept of slaughter, but they loved to flip their bodies and create earth-shaking quakes. Every time the quakes took place, countless primeval lords living on their bodies would fall into the abyss and be squeezed to death by the gaps between their shells. In the long symbiotic relationship, the primeval Lord of Heaven had learned how to clean the mountain crab's breathing holes that had been blocked by the creep. He had also learned how to carve glamorous patterns on the surface of their shells to please the dull and stupid beasts. After he discovered that the mountain crab was particularly sensitive to sound, a special profession named singer even appeared. Just like the dream maker on the void hunters, it was designed to calm and anesthetize the souls of the giant gods, if the giant gods really had souls. For survival, such compromises and grievances were just the minimum. In other natural paradises, the carbon-based intelligent creatures did not take the form of animals but plants. The primeval lords who accidentally ended up there even had to let the roots of the plants grow into their bodies and meld with their veins and internal organs, turning themselves into the vehicles of the dominators. Just like that, in countless natural paradises, the primeval Lord of Heaven entertained the rulers who seemed to be deities in countless humiliating and painful ways. Generally speaking, the dominators were very satisfied with the performance of the little bugs that the void hunters brought. They did not realize that there was anything wrong with the exponential growth and expansion of the primeval Lord of Heaven. They thought that the primeval Lord of Heaven was a very interesting and docile creature, and that there was nothing wrong with it except that it liked to play with metal gadgets. Only some low-level civilizations were vaguely aware of the danger of the primeval clan. They were the carbon-based intelligent life forms that were relatively weak and could not survive on their own. They had to get involved with their own kind and develop social relationships or even civilizations. They looked very similar to the demons in human beings' eyes. As a low-level civilization, the wise ones among them could vaguely sense the potential and threat of the high-level civilization that was the primeval clan. Although the primeval beings that the Void Hunters brought to them were merely haggard, shivering, and funny-looking hairless monkeys, the wise men of the low-level civilization could still see the burning flames deep inside the eyes of the brow monkey. The wise men of the low-level civilizations were spreading the news and shouting, asking people to be wary of the arrival of the devils and to make predictions such as, "The gate of endless hell has been opened, and the devils from the blue planet are about to arrive and destroy the universe." It was a pity that, in the primeval era when the universe was just divided, the intelligent creatures living in the center of the universe were far from monolithic. The life forms that grew freely under the abundant spiritual energy naturally lacked channels of communication. The low-level civilizations with weak individuals and the super-large spiritual beasts with strong individuals were even more vigilant and hostile than trusting and friendly. For the primeval Lord of Heaven, the Void Hunters were universe species. For the low-level civilizations, the Void Hunters were also universe species. At best, they were relatively familiar with each other and only appeared occasionally. What was even worse was that, in the middle of the low-level civilizations, the stronger are always stronger, and the weak are always weaker phenomenon caused by the spiritual energy had intensified the social conflicts and stifled the development of technology and systems, making them unable to move forward anymore. They were suspicious and wary of each other, and they were caught in the endless war of everyone versus everyone. They were like duplicates of the larger-scale ancient saint world. In such a swirl of struggle, all the individuals prioritized their immediate interests and would never unite to consider the interests of the civilization as a whole. When the ancients, who were scattered to the low-level civilizations, showed amazing wisdom and complicated strategies, they were immediately awed by the experts of the low-level civilizations and started making use of the ancients to fight against their old enemies. During the process, the mercenaries and the slave soldiers of both sides were also the ancients. Such a ridiculous and dangerous scene took place. The old wise men were crying in grief and indignation on the peak of the mountain. The primeval Lord of Heaven was attacking each other with the advanced spiritual weapons on the battlefield. The experts of other species in space were laughing in the forest of wine and meat, thinking that their plan had worked out. Nobody heard the ear-splitting waves coming from the depths of the sea of stars. Thunder was breaking out in the atmosphere of every habitable planet. It was the ambition of the primeval Lord of Heaven that he had been hiding for 10,000 years. It was the roar of a high-level civilization against the low-level civilizations and the stupid beasts. A war had broken out for the glory of the primeval Lord of Heaven. 100,000 years ago, after eating all the large animals on the planet, including the most brutal animals, our ancestors walked out of Africa. They scattered the animals on every continent of the planet in about 80,000 years and exterminated more than 90% of the animals. It was the only mass extinction that was not caused by natural disasters in the history of the planet. Our species was more efficient in slaughtering than the natural disasters such as meteoroid strikes, volcanic eruptions, super earthquakes, and prolonged glaciers. The voice said calmly, "The mammoth weighs more than 10 tons and boasts thick hair and fat. The tusks of the male elephants are more than 3 meters long, much longer than those of an adult man. They are the unquestionable dominators of the prairie during the long ice age. The saber-toothed tiger possesses teeth as sharp as daggers and an extremely concealed hunting ability. In order to resist our threat, some subspecies have even evolved into the form of teeth specialized in gnawing the human brain. Their powerful bite force can easily crush a complete skull. Whale are the largest and heaviest animals. Their range of survival does not overlap with ours at all. They live in the vast ocean far away from crowds. So what? So what? So what? Is there any reason to stop our extinction? Civilization means 1,000,000 times more barbarism. When a civilization encounters barbarism, no matter how great the difference in individual capability is, there is no suspense about the outcome. Whether it is the Void Hunters, the giant crab, or other alien species in space, no matter how much spiritual energy they control or waste, in our eyes they are just large mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and blue whales. 100,000 years ago, we walked out of Africa. Today, we conquer the universe. Along with the high-pitched roars, Liao seemed to see that, on the bizarre planets, groups of bizarre-shaped creatures were tearing off their disguises of shame and humor. War machines made of crystals and metals were emerging from the deep sea, from the valleys, and from the chaotic stone belts. The horns of war were blown. People were praying to their ancestors and the gods in the languages that had been passed on Earth 10,000 years ago, hoping that they could bring victory to the war. No, prayers to the gods were unnecessary, because they were waging a war against the gods. The primeval clan, human beings, would represent the blue planet that had been destroyed 20,000 years ago and declare war on all the species as strong as deities in the universe. The vast sea of stars is the journey of our race. There will be no gods or devils after us. No species or civilization was a match for the primeval Lord of Heaven. Even if the Void Hunters could destroy 10 warships of the primeval Lord of Heaven in their fury, even if the rolling of the giant crab could tear apart the crust of the planet and swallow dozens of infantry legions, the military bases and hatching centers that the primeval Lord of Heaven had secretly established in the Sea of Stars would be able to produce brand new starships and soldiers continuously. Even if they suffered setbacks in certain battlefields, an army of iron 10 times larger would soon drown the entire battlefield, the planet, and the entire space zone. It was the great power of the great industrialization, the combination of spiritual energy and technology. Such supreme power was incomprehensible for the idiotic creatures and the low-level civilizations who had enjoyed billions of years of peace in the warmth of spiritual energy. Just as the voice said, the process of the primeval Lord of Heaven conquering the universe was a replica of the process when human beings walked out of Africa and conquered the earth. The Void Hunters, the mountain giant crab, and the thousands of other species in space perished for the same reason as the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers. As top predators, they had lost the determination and courage to evolve. Without natural enemies, there was no need to change. The abundant spiritual energy gave them a long life. Even the genes that they inherited were not as urgent. The word life had been corrupted by the spiritual gas to the point that they were no longer able to fight back when a new, fiercer, more determined, and ambitious species appeared. It was too late for them to make any changes. Besides, the primeval Lord of Heaven, who had developed from human beings on Earth, had experienced countless plots and schemes. In order to annihilate their own kind, they were willing to wage 3 world wars. After 10,000 years of seclusion and 10,000 years of forbearance, their brutality and sordidness were beyond the imagination of the alien species in space. They would not be foolish enough to fight against the alien species in space. When the Golden Horn was blown, billions of starships and tanks charged at the alien species in space, and countless primordial creatures built the glory of civilization with their own blood and bodies. It was just an exaggerated rhetoric. Most of the time, the war was carried out in a more secretive and dark way. The sharpest weapons of the saber-toothed tigers and the mammoths were their claws and tusks, but the sharpest weapons of the primeval Lord of Heaven were not the cannons and warships but their brains and their minds. Corroding the nerves of the Void Hunters with the dreams that were full of black venom and raising their greed and hatred for the giant alien species such as the hill crab, dozens of Void Hunters were gathered to sweep the planet of the hill crab. Or, they could steal an egg of a fast-breeding alien insect that was specially designed to gnaw on plants and, after genetic modification, throw it into the natural paradises that were full of primitive forests on a large scale. The ecological system of the natural paradises would be destroyed, and the top predators living there would be forced to migrate to other natural paradises. Conflicts between the top predators would break out, and the primeval Lord of Heaven would reap all the benefits. Their double-dealing, and sowing discord, the schemes and plots of the primeval clan ignited the flames of war in the entire universe ocean. Compared to the cunning primeval clan, most of the alien species in space were as childish as the children in kindergarten. Even though the children all boasted tremendous strength, how could they not be played by the adults? In the end, only the alien species that were relatively weak and thus developed a complicated social system and a low-level civilization were able to resist the march of the primordial beginning clan. It was as if the voice had once told Liao that the thinner the spiritual energy of a sector was, the more complex its social form would be, the more advanced its civilization would be, and the more powerful its combat ability would be. It was also possible for them to carry out certain schemes. But right now, the primeval civilization had conquered a lot of natural paradises and tamed almost 1,000 alien species. They had millions of fully automatic military bases and space docks. Almost every second, dozens of brand new warships would be refined and sent to the front line. The resistance of the low-level civilizations was meaningless except to postpone their doom. As part of the test, Liao, as the supreme commander, commanded all the fleets of the primeval civilization and swept across the entire universe ocean. Compared to the struggles of the spores and the reptiles in the ancient era, the desperation to face the apocalypse before the destruction of the planet, and the prolonged exploration in the darkness for 10,000 years, the glorious battle of conquest right now was unbelievably easy. Whatever choice he made, it was the right one. Even if he suffered a setback in a battlefield, 3 to 5 times the number of reinforcements would arrive very soon. There was no alien species that could not be resolved by 10,000 starships roaring at the same time. If they did exist, he would increase their combat ability by 10 times and ask for 100,000 of them. Liao thought of a saying, "As long as you learn the operations of the primeval clan, nothing else will be a problem. All you need to do is sweep across everything." Although the boundless sea of the universe was countless times larger than that of Earth, it only took the primeval Lord of Heaven several million years to become the well-deserved dominator. Crushing mountains and destroying temples, slaying demons and devils, sweeping away all kinds of monsters. The blood-stained epic had been created and carved on billions of shining stars. There was no power in the entire sea of stars that could erase it. In the long history of conquest, after absorbing the advantages of all the alien species and the low-level civilizations, the technology level and individual capability of the primeval civilization had soared too. The Supreme Emperor was right. They had embedded the strongest genes of countless alien species into their gene strands and evolved, and evolved. They now boasted the ability to absorb spiritual energy, summon wind and rain, and even tear apart the four-dimensional space. While deducing the progress of the primeval civilization and reflecting on the formidability of the ancient human beings, Liao found it odd, too. Judging from the history of conquests that lasted millions of years, the primeval Lord of Heaven had explored hundreds of space zones with abundant spiritual energy and discovered a lot of low-level civilizations and alien species. But he had never found any traces of the flood. At least, the flood did not exist when the primeval civilization rose. Then, where did the ultimate destructive force that intimidated the primeval civilization come from? Liao even felt that what the primeval Lord of Heaven had done over the past millions of years was more like an out-and-out flood. Such ancestors awed, worshipped, and terrified him. While he was confused, the progress of the test had reached the point when the primeval civilization conquered most of the enemies and almost reached the entire sea of stars. All the options in front of his eyes suddenly froze. Then they turned gray and vanished. The only thing left was an option that Liao had overlooked a moment ago, which was emitting bloody brilliance. It was a policy-type option named Obliteration Order. The content was, "Are we going to annihilate all the carbon-based intelligent creatures except the primeval Lord of Heaven?" Liao was greatly alarmed. Even those who have surrendered and been tamed will not be spared? Are they going to go extinct in every space zone and planet? What? You've just made your second mistake. It is very likely that the entire primeval civilization will perish. The voice said gloomily, "Now, correct your mistake and implement the Obliteration Order." Why? Liao stammered. The primeval civilization has conquered so many fertile worlds with abundant spiritual energy and defeated all the enemies. Even the most brutal alien species in space were tamed and became the absolute dominators of the entire sea of the universe. Isn't it enough? Do you have to destroy all the carbon-based intelligent creatures except yourself? Do you have to destroy the diversity of life forms and the endless possibilities of evolution? Is it necessary? Of course it is. Can you imagine two kinds of intelligent creatures living on the ancient Earth, living in harmony and developing together? The voice said casually, "The ancestors of the primeval clan were Homo sapiens. They did not even let go of their own kind, the Neanderthals, and ate them alive. That was how they took control of the planet. However, the universe ocean is billions of times larger than Earth. Can't there be two kinds of intelligent creatures in such a vast universe? Liao asked. No matter how vast the universe is, there are limits, but our ambitions are limitless. The voice said, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. The roots of the grass must be removed. It is a simple logic that all the ancient earthlings know. Can't you understand it? But they are intelligent creatures. Some of them even established their own civilizations, Liao said. Even the lowliest civilizations have their own emotions, arts, and countless things beyond their natural instincts. Don't they? Are they going to be wiped out and erased? You got to the point. The voice was calm. If they are truly ignorant animals, it is not a bad idea to keep them alive under the strict supervision in order to maintain the diversity of the species of the primeval civilization. But the intelligent creatures, especially the intelligent creatures that evolved into civilizations, all boast immeasurable potential and threats. Every one of them might remember the deep hatred for the extinction of a nation and its species and brand the hatred toward the primeval race into their genes and soul so that it can be passed on forever. They are like time bombs that might explode at any moment and destroy the hard-earned dominion of the Sea of Stars and the entire primeval civilization. Don't put such a brilliant and great civilization in unnecessary danger just because you are soft-hearted. Your argument is too arbitrary, Liao said solemnly. I believe that the primeval race 100,000 years later should be different from the early Homo sapiens 100,000 years ago. Otherwise, wouldn't our evolution over the past 100,000 years have been in vain? The primeval race, which boasts extraordinary technology and wisdom, should have developed a higher level of ethics and the social laws of the universe and come up with a way to make multiple civilizations live in harmony. That is the pursuit of a God-level civilization. An arbitrary decision? The voice said coldly, don't forget that the communication of civilizations is two-way. Wars are the best catalysts for a civilization to catch up. The alien species and the low-level civilizations may seem weak, but they have immeasurable potential, too. It's just that they never needed to be activated before. Right now, with the conquest of the primeval race, the potential and desires of all the surviving alien species and the low-level civilizations have been fully activated. It is more likely that they will learn more about the high-level civilizations from the captives of the primeval race, including the war machines that they captured, and see the direction of their evolution clearly. From the Homo sapiens who wielded bone spears and stone axes to the primeval Lord of Heaven who dominated the Sea of Stars, it only took us hundreds of thousands of years. Who knows whether or not the alien species in space who were born with powerful techniques could mutate in such a short period of time and turn their civilization hundreds of levels higher into our greatest enemy again. Don't say that it's impossible. Tens of thousands of years ago, the primeval Lord of Heaven was merely lurking in the tentacles of the void hunters and around the breathing holes of the giant crab. He was shivering and trying to curry favor with us in exchange for some leftovers that he could barely keep alive. Who would have thought that we would defeat the previous dominator after only tens of thousands of years? If we don't set 10,000 feet right now and stop the dominators of the past from making a comeback, who knows whether or not they will reenact our rise and overthrow the reign of the primeval race. By then, I'm afraid that the primeval civilization will not get a second chance. Well, Liao was lost for words. Besides, how do you intend to peacefully coexist with the alien species and the low-level civilizations? The voice continued. It must be noted that, when the ultimate order of destruction was about to be issued, the primeval civilization had already conquered countless fertile universes, demolished the nests of thousands of alien species and the temples of the low-level civilizations, and reproduced in the natural paradises as the rightful masters. Should we return the new worlds that we seized at the cost of billions of warriors and our blood and sweat? Impossible. But if we don't return the conquered territories, how can we talk about peace? Even if the issue of living space can be negotiated, what about the lives lost? Many species have lost more than half of their population in the war. How are they going to pay back and forget such hatred? Should we say to the alien species and the low-level civilizations that are full of hatred, I'm sorry that we destroyed your home, killed your family, and wiped out your brilliant civilization? But it's all in the past now. We can lay down our weapons and talk about peace now. Although we are not going to return your home to you, nor are we going to revive your family who died miserably, we can prepare a new reservation for you in the desolate land where resources are scarce. You can start a new life there. As long as you don't try to develop a higher civilization in case you create a weapon that can threaten us, we can turn a blind eye to it and simply ignore you. Do you want the primeval civilization to become such a hypocritical cosmic police? Or should we castrate the alien species in space and the low-level civilizations to a certain extent and modify their brains and nerves? Or should we even alter their physiology and force them to forget their past and transform them into something more docile, cute, and non-aggressive with our ethics and social rules so that they can live a happily life with us? Of course, ideally speaking, we shouldn't have started a war of conquest against the universe ocean in the first place. In such a case, there wouldn't have been an unresolvable grudge, and peace, communication, and development would have been possible. However, if we hadn't started the war, how would we have been able to survive? How could the humiliation of our race be washed away? How could the glory of the past be restored? Liao thought for a long time and was rendered speechless. Admit it, aggression and the desire to conquer are the most precious things for a civilization. A civilization that has lost its aggressiveness and the desire to conquer is like a louse or a castrated pet dog. It has no dignity, no pride, and no meaning of existence at all. Compared to forcibly depriving a civilization of its aggressiveness and achieving false peace through brainwashing, it is more satisfying and dignified to destroy the civilization directly. The voice said, "Survival of the fittest. Such a rule is still valid in the universe. We and them have no other options." If Liao took a deep, deep breath on the level of his soul. What if I don't want to choose the Great Extinction Order? Then, the voice asked, "Do you have a better way?" No, Liao said. "I'm not a wise man, nor am I the leader of a broad-minded universe. I'm just an ordinary human being. I can't think of a better way, but I'm not willing to make such the worst choice either. It is like I would rather starve to death than kill my own kind and eat their meat even if I can't find anything to eat. But the alien species and the low-level civilizations are not our kind at all." The voice said, "It is understandable that you are not willing to abandon your compatriots on billions of Earths in your first mistake, but your persistence right now is completely unreasonable. Are you going to project your brilliance that is as brilliant as the Virgin Mary on things such as the void hunters and the mountain giant crab? Even the hideous monsters that look like devils are objects of your overwhelming sympathy?" Liao was silent. He did not know what he was trying to do. Maybe because he had been an orphan since childhood. Although he seemed to enjoy solo adventures, he was particularly scared of loneliness. He liked the joy of being surrounded by his family and friends, and he liked the feeling of fighting for everyone even more. The sea of stars was too vast and too dark and cold. It would be too lonely if the civilization of mankind was the only thing that existed. If a civilization existed alone, who would it show its brilliance to? What was the significance of the persistence, progress, creation, and prosperity of a civilization? Even if such a civilization could exist forever, was it really happily? However, the voice did have a point. The war had broken out, and the damage had been dealt. At the very least, there had been no evilness in the war in the beginning. Even Liao, as stubborn as he was, could not say that there was anything wrong with the struggle of the primordial beginning clan for their own survival. The war had reached the point of extinction. The seeds of anger, hatred, and suspicion had been planted in the hearts of all the survivors. How was the dark forest bound by the chains of suspicion going to be resolved? Liao could not understand what was going on. The voice was surprisingly silent for a long time. When it appeared again, it was apparently tired. "I'm sorry. I've wasted a lot of my computational ability on other testing fields." The voice said, "Another tester has failed." "What?" Liao was so shocked that he almost jumped up. "Who is it?" "Is it?" "Rest assured. It is not your own kind. but the Nuwa clan named Long Lienzi. The voice said, the subspecies named Nuwa is very similar to the aggressive and high-spirited primeval clan. It's a pity that they are too undisciplined and sentimental. They lack the ruthlessness and tenacity to survive no matter what. In the end, they were wiped out by the counterattack of the alien species in space. Liao sighed with mixed feelings. The two commanders of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were both godlike figures. If it were a different time and situation, they both had the potential to be the dominators of an area and fight against him for 300 rounds. He did not expect that he would die so quickly and miserably in the ultimate test. Then, his mouth was dry. He didn't know whether or not he should ask, and he didn't know whether or not his voice would answer. How are my companions? Rest assured. Up until now, your compatriots have been performing quite well. After all, in terms of genes, you are all 100% primeval beings. You just haven't activated all your abilities yet. The voice said, 2 of the testers performed exceptionally well and have surpassed the level of dustless. It is very likely that they will pass the test and receive the heritage of our race. Really? Liao was overjoyed. Which 2? In your names? The voice replied, Lu Qingchen and the mental devil. What? Especially Lu Qingchen. His voice couldn't conceal his satisfaction and admiration. Compared to you, he is simply a natural-born leader. He is a commander-in-chief who can lead his clansmen to lurk and explore in the darkness of 10,000 years and soar into the sky in the end to conquer the universe. During the entire process of evolution and conquest, he barely made any mistakes. He didn't need my advice at all. Even before the test system came up with the strategy of abandoning 95% of the Earthlings and Great Extinction Order, he had already thought of it on his own. Moreover, he was much more thorough and resolute than us. The series of strategies and arrangements he showed in the War of Conquest also proved that he was absolutely capable of making good use of our heritage and was one of the most suitable candidates to fight against the flood tide. The mental devil was not bad either. Although it was not as good as Lu Qingchen in regard to the big picture and leadership, it was even better in regard to strategical schemes and brutality. He did not make any mistakes and made the choice to abandon most of the Earthlings and the Obliteration Order without any hesitation. Right now, the 2 testers are in the lead and about to reach the finish line. If you want the legacy of the primeval civilization, you will have to try your best. How is that possible? Liao was greatly shocked. The 2 guys who were as ugly as pigs and as despicable as dogs, who had been beaten and suppressed by me time and time again, were able to pass the test earlier than me? Are you really not lying to me? I don't have to lie to you. The voice said, I've existed for too long. Billions of years are enough for the flood tide to search every ripple and corner of the sea of the universe. It is not far away from its arrival. Although I cannot lower the standard of the test just because the flood is imminent, I do hope that a real heir can show up as soon as possible and complete the test that has lasted billions of years. I'm not willing to destroy more testers. Then, Liao's soul was shivering violently like a torch that was about to be burnt out in a storm. Can you tell me if Lu Qingchen or the mental devil pass the test first? Will they really receive the legacy of the primeval civilization? What are the so-called ancient secret treasures exactly? Can they really command the entire Pangu universe and dominate our civilization? There are a lot of things beyond your imagination in the legacy of the primeval civilization. His voice was neither too fast nor too slow. As far as you can understand, if Lu Qingchen or one of the mental devils becomes the heir of the primeval civilization, they will get a new body first. I've noticed that they do not have bodies of flesh and blood. Instead, they exist in the form of special energy waves and unstable magnetic fields. Although the form has a lot of benefits, it is not very convenient for them to move in the three-dimensional universe made of materials. Within the technological limits of the primeval civilization, it is not a big problem. They can find a new body in our warehouse of war machines at their will, be it carbon-based or silicon-based, made of flesh and blood, or made of precise machines and the most powerful crystals, or even bodies of alien species such as the void hunters and the mountain giant crab. Together with the most advanced biochemical technology of the primeval civilization and the attack units made of machines and metals, they will become the most terrifying emperors of the universe. We have such technology, too. Other than that, we have fully automatic military bases buried deep inside almost every habitable planet and resource planet in the Panga universe. They can be collected, smelted, and refined automatically. With enough energy and resources, we can produce a steady stream of battle puppets and even an army of warships. There is no need to manipulate them manually. One brainwave from the commander-in-chief is enough to run them until death. Of course, I believe that it won't be a problem even if they need to recruit a lot of manpower. As long as their identity as the inheritor of the primeval civilization is made public and they arrive in the magnificent, sky-blocking bodies of the deities and devils, most of your compatriots will worship them and listen to their every command. What's wrong? It seems that you don't want the two of them to inherit the legacy of the primeval civilization. That's right, Liao managed to say. However, I don't want to see the primeval civilization falling into the abyss of horror, turning into the cruel butchers, or a bunch of space cockroaches. Your stupidity is regrettable, and your persistence is admirable. The voice said, then, if I tell you that, on a certain level, the remnants of the alien species and the low-level civilizations are part of the flood that will destroy the primeval civilization in the near future, will you change your mind? What? Liao was greatly shocked. He grasped the key of the voice keenly. Are you saying that the so-called flood is the coalition army of the alien species and the low-level civilizations against the primeval civilization? But what do you mean by on a certain level? What is the flood exactly? I can't tell you exactly what a flood is, because it is impossible for you to see its full appearance and horror with your current understanding ability. But I can guarantee that I'm not lying to you, because providing false information will make you make false judgments, which is inconsistent with the purpose of the test. The voice said, all in all, in the real history, the Great Extinction Order for the alien species and the low-level civilizations, due to various objective factors, mainly because of the vastness of the sea of stars and the inefficiency of information transmission, was not implemented at 100%, and a lot of fish escaped the net. Maybe it was the fish that formed the flood tide and overthrown the reign of the primeval civilization. Therefore, in the ultimate test, if the obliteration order had been issued earlier and implemented more resolutely, the fate of the primeval civilization might have been reversed. A long time later, on the road of collapse and escape, the remaining experts and wise men of the primeval civilization ran thousands of simulations. They all believed that the period around the issuance of the Great Extinction Order was the most critical turning point for the primeval civilization. If they missed the best opportunity, there would be no power to stop the rise of the flood tide and the destruction of our race. If you want to continue the test, to receive our heritage, to save your people, and to defend your civilization, then make a choice, that you have no other options. The voice contained infinite magical power that corroded Liao's soul silently. For the first time, Liao was caught in such confusion and hesitation. The vivid, immersive pictures were shuttling in his brain and interweaving into a complicated mess. If he did not choose the Great Extinction Order, the ultimate test would most likely fail. By then, either Lu Qingchen would get the ancient secret treasures or all the human beings in the Panga universe would be obliterated. However, if he chose the Great Extinction Order, what was the difference between him and Lu Qingchen? Would the gradually growing scales completely engulf him and turn him from a dragon slayer into a dragon? If he had received the legacy of the primeval civilization in such a way, would he have been able to control the legacy instead of being enslaved by it and becoming a duplicate of the primeval race? No, he was not a duplicate of the primeval race. He was a new human being. However, the problem could not be solved with just a few drops of hot blood and a few roars. Ding Lingdang and the others were still taking the test. If he didn't break through sooner or later, Ding Lingdang and the others would also encounter such a difficult and dangerous choice. And with Ding Lingdang's unyielding personality, she would absolutely not compromise with the voice. Then, would Ding Lingdang follow in the footsteps of Exterminate All and Dragon Lotus Seed? Would she be obliterated by the sound and turn into 10,000 burning butterflies? The vivid scenes lingered in Liao's brain, making his every brain cell shiver. There was also the truth of the flood, as well as the biggest secret in Liao's heart, the earth that he was born in. It seemed that all the answers could not be unlocked until he passed the ultimate test. What should he do exactly? What should he do? Although he had never been faced with a real, invincible enemy and only a seemingly simple test, Liao had never felt so lonely and helpless before. He wished that he had a few comrades who could fight side by side with him. He wished that his seniors such as Jin Tui or Boss Bai could give him some pointers. He hoped that his bad friends such as the Mental Devil and Long Yangjun could ease his anxiety by chit-chatting with him. It would be best if Ding Lingdang could appear next to him right now and punch his shoulder heavily, so that he would not have to think about anything else and could simply follow his heart. However, he did not. His family and friends were not around. He was the only one facing the deep universe and the world inside his heart that was deeper than the universe. Cultivators. Liao had once thought that he had reached the ultimate level of the best expert of the human civilization in the Panga universe after 100 to 200 years of cultivation. He had even practiced 3,000 reincarnations in the world of mortals in the virtual space, and he had seen through his heart a long time ago. It was not until this moment that he realized that he was wrong. He was terribly wrong. The mind of a man was immeasurable. Even if he spent his entire life searching, who would dare boast that they could truly see through his heart? Nobody knew what they would do until the no other choice arrived. Liao even regretted his choice before he made it. But he still chose to continue the test for everything. Inside his brain, the slaughtering machine of the primeval civilization started functioning. Blood dyed the entire sea of stars red. Such was the contradiction of human beings. A moment ago, Liao had been deeply awed by the magnificent army of the primeval civilization and the soul-stirring rise of the civilization. He felt honored and complimented them. But right now, he felt that the compatriots who looked exactly like himself were so cruel and terrifying. Just now, when the void hunters and the mountain giant crab devoured and destroyed the primeval Lord of Heaven as if they were ants, Liao had felt extremely helpless and furious too. He had been looking forward to the day when the primeval Lord of Heaven would counterattack and soar into the sky. But when the day came and the cubs of the alien species in space were all shivering under the bombardment of the primeval civilization, when their nests and all traces of their existence were obliterated, Liao felt pain and regret beyond description. Many individuals of the low-level civilization looked hideous or cunning. Liao was wary and disgusted when he saw them. But when they were wounded, bleeding, or charging at the most advanced war machines of the primeval civilization in order to protect their family and home, their fearlessness aroused the surging tides in Liao's heart, too. Liao was too ashamed to look them in the eyes. It shouldn't be like this. Liao mumbled to himself. What have I done exactly? In Liao's vision, the hot blood turned into stinky pus. The noble warriors turned into brutal butchers. The warriors who had fought for survival and glory sank into the abyss of desire one by one. In the countless slaughters and destruction, the last bit of brightness in their hearts was wiped out too. The sea of stars was too vast and too dark. The journey of the primeval Lord of Heaven was too far away. Everybody lost their way and forgot where they originated from. They did not know where their destination was either. They had been drowned in the blood of the innocent and corrupted by too much radiation. They had been deformed beyond recognition and completely forgotten the reason for the war. Driven by the instinct of killing that had been decided billions of years ago, they were slaves of genes and burnt, killed, conquered, and destroyed. The process lasted a long time. The primeval civilization expanded and expanded into countless subunits in the universe that were similar to the Pangu universe. According to the features and rules of the subunits, they were greatly influenced by the local natives, too. The primeval Lord of Heaven was in various forms, too. Some of the subuniverse spiritual energy was mainly in the form of ripples. Some of the subuniverse spiritual energy was in the form of particles. The most efficient way to utilize spiritual energy in different forms determined the evolution of the primeval Lord of Heaven. The spiritual energy of certain subuniverses was relatively pure and violent. It was hardly utilized by the war machines. On the contrary, it could be absorbed and released directly by the human body. A training system named Battle Aura was born in the subuniverses, with a series of dazzling combat skills and the likes. As for the subuniverse, as Li Yao knew, the barriers between the three-dimensional space and the four-dimensional space were not very solid. They could absorb the power of the four-dimensional space easily, and a training system named Magic was born. Cultivators of spiritual energy fought with the help of the supreme power of the four-dimensional storms. Of course, there were also the ancients who insisted on technology and claimed to be the rightful rulers of the civilization. In some of the more remote subuniverses, the primeval Lord of Heaven was best at taming alien species in space and turning apocalyptic beasts into their mounts. They could even find a way to meld with the apocalyptic beasts and turn them into powerful biochemical warriors such as the Beast God Soldiers and the Dragon God Generals. In the remote universes, the obliteration order was not implemented effectively. People castrated the alien species and the low-level civilizations according to a different method according to the voice but kept them alive. The primeval Lord of Heaven's conquest of the universe ocean was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The millions of years of conquest and the vast distance were enough for the civilization of the primeval Lord of Heaven to be divided into hundreds of different political entities whose strength systems and even appearances were completely different. However, everyone acknowledged that they were the primeval Lord of Heaven and that they had come from an ancient blue planet a long time ago, Earth. After a long period of division and alienation, it was impossible for the primeval race in the various subuniverses to be united forever. There were minor conflicts among them, too. However, when they were faced with the alien species and the primeval civilization, their attitude was the same, which was conquer and destroy. Wait! Li Yao had always felt that something was stuck in his throat. At this moment, he finally threw out the doubt in the bottom of his heart. There's one thing that I can't figure out. According to the characteristics of the subuniverse, the primeval civilization will develop different evolution directions, social forms, and strength systems. The appearance of the cultivator universe, the magical universe, the battle aura universe, the mechanical universe, the technology universe, and so on are all natural and easy to understand. I assume that my ancestors, namely you, came from a certain cultivation universe? My question is, why is it that most of the residents of the cultivation universe have black hair and black eyes, while the magical universe has blonde hair and blue eyes? It doesn't make any sense. After hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years of conquest, the bloodlines of the ancient Earth have been diluted to almost zero. The concepts such as nationalities should not still exist, should they? Everyone has abandoned the concepts of ancient nationalities and bloodlines. They live together and give birth to a new species of human beings. The cultivation universe also has a lot of residents with blonde hair and blue eyes. The magical universe also has a lot of residents with black hair and black eyes. It is only reasonable. Faced with Li Yao's questioning, his voice remained silent. Maybe it had been challenged by hundreds of generations of testers, including Lu Qingchen and the Mental Devil, but it had never encountered such a problem before. Or is it? Li Yao's soul, because of the burning of shame and anger, became hotter and sharper. You have never forgotten the hatred on the ancient Earth. Or rather, in the wandering sea of stars, in the era when we were on the same boat and struggling for survival, you once forgot the ancient hatred. But as your strength continued to grow, you raised your butcher's knife against all the carbon-based intelligent life in the universe. In the process of conquering and destroying, you destroyed your own ability to trust. You destroyed your belief in kindness and your pursuit of justice. The more you conquered, the greedier you became. The more you were destroyed, the more terrified you became. At first, you feared the counterattack of the low-level civilizations and the alien races in space. Then, you feared your own kind. No, for the black-haired, black-eyed, and primitive people, are the golden-haired, blue-eyed, primitive people really your own kind? On the ancient Earth, in order to fight for the space to live, didn't everyone fight to the death and almost destroy each other's common homes? Now, although your home has expanded by billions of times, your ambitions have also expanded by billions of times. Who knows if the World War IV will play out in an even crueler way in the endless sea of stars. The hearts of those who are not of our species must be different. That's a good saying. But who are my species and who are the outsiders? When all the alien species and the low-level civilizations fall and become the ghosts that haunt the saber of the primeval Lord of Heaven, the greatest threat will be each other, won't it? It's hilarious. I should have thought of such a simple logic a long time ago. You are trying to justify the expedition and the slaughter of the primeval Lord of Heaven by asking the Homo sapiens to march out of Africa and expand to the entire Earth. But don't forget that, even though human beings exterminated mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and almost all the large animals, they did not usher in an eternal peace. On the contrary, an even more terrifying enemy appeared below the corpses of mammoths and saber-toothed tigers, which was mankind itself. The only thing that can destroy mankind is oneself. The saying is valid in the endless universe, isn't it? The black-haired, black-eyed primeval Lord of Heaven is deeply wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed primeval Lord of Heaven. The golden-haired, blue-eyed primeval Lord of Heaven is also looking at the black-haired, black-eyed primeval Lord of Heaven with the sharpest eyes. Even if one party has never thought of bringing up the past of the Earth era, how can you be sure that the other party will not bring up the past and reignite the flames of war? At the end of the day, the old grudges of the Earth era, including the differences in appearance, are just excuses. You have long lost your way in the bloody journey. You have become slaves of your killing instincts and become pitiful creatures bound by the chains of suspicion. In the end, is it really just a tiny friction between two different universes? Or is it a primeval civil war that is 10 times more intense than a war of conquest? Do you remember what you said in the beginning? Most of the prosperous civilizations did not perish because of foreign invasions, but because of internal strife when they reached the limits of expansion. The civilizations that lived in the Pangu universe for hundreds of generations were the same. Was the primeval civilization not the same? Therefore, I made a bold assumption that, after conquering most of the alien species and the low-level civilizations, the primeval civilization split into hundreds of different forces and waged a brutal civil war. It is appropriate to call it the Fourth World War. This war has completely destroyed the trust between the two of you. The suspicion and wariness between the two of you have been raised to the extreme, to the point that even the slightest difference between the two of you is unbearable. During this period, countless checks and purges must have taken place. All the fellows who are not of my race have been purged. The entire Cultivator universe only has black hair and black eyes, while the magical universe only has blonde hair and blue eyes. Tell me, is that right? Tell me. There was a long silence. That's not important, said. Its voice was extremely hoarse. It was apparently an answer that had never been heard in billions of years. No, this is very important. Liao smiled miserably. If that's the case, the greatest enemy of the primeval clan is the primeval clan, and the greatest enemy of mankind is mankind. Then what is the significance of the so-called Great Obliteration Order? On the other hand, I believe that such a brutal supercivil war does exist. The Civil War has cut off the bonds between every sub-universe. The close comrades in arms who used to be as close as brothers turned into strangers or even enemies again. After a long time of fermenting, the so-called primeval civilization only existed in name. It evolved into countless alien and vigilant independent civilizations. Maybe they still remember the blue planet and the story of Earth, but it is already an ancient legend and an imaginary myth. In the end, when the flood really rose up and lunged at you murderously, the so-called primeval civilization could no longer be united against the enemy and could only be swallowed by the tides one after another. I'm even certain that, when a certain magical universe was swallowed by the tides, the cultivators in the Cultivators universe who had fought against it were still laughing and clapping their hands. The starting point of all this is the Great Extinction Order. It can even be traced back to the time when you abandoned 95% of your compatriots on Earth. From that moment on, you have thrown away what you are most proud and protective of as human beings. You have thrown away the soul of the civilization on Earth and turned into space cockroaches in human skin. Faced with Li Yao's berating, the voice was silent for a long, long time. It even gave Li Yao the feeling that it was running away. The voice, more precisely speaking, the primeval beings who had established the program billions of years ago, had never thought that such a bold tester would appear one day and castigate them. Li Yao heard vague sighs inside his brain, as if the ghosts of the Xianxia clan were sighing in regret. You may have a point, but it is too late. Finally, he managed to say, the mistake that was made thousands of years ago has never been corrected. We can only walk on the bloody, thorny road without looking back. In order to correct a mistake, the best time is the moment when the mistake takes place, followed by the present billions of years later. Li Yao said resolutely, even if it was a mistake made by your predecessors, you never tried to change or make up for it. How do you know you can't? Because there is no time. The voice smiled bitterly. Just like the primeval civilization did not give the alien species and the low-level civilizations time to evolve, the flood did not give us the opportunity to change or make up for it at all. The terrifying flood swept across the entire universe almost instantly and spread to every sub-universe ruled by the primeval civilization. Oh, Li Yao was refreshed. This should be the final test, right? A new challenge had begun in his brain. As he expected, although the territory of the primeval civilization had expanded billions of times and almost covered the entire universe ocean, the resources and fleets that he could control had shrunk. Also, judging from the picture, the planets that used to be prosperous and peaceful had all been savaged by the flames of war and seemed to be in dire straits. It was apparently because of the Fourth World War, the super-civil war of the primeval civilization, which led to the Great Division and Great Decline. Since the branch of the Xianxia that had fled to the Pangu universe came from the Cultivation universe, with black hair and black eyes, Li Yao could only manipulate the branch of the Xianxia to deal with the challenges. The challenges were mostly related to the sub-universe nearby, the development of the magical universe and the battle aura universe, and even real-time communication had been blocked by the fierce war and the long distance. No one knew the origin of the flood. Maybe it was because several different guilds of provenance developed new ultimate weapons during the Civil War and lost control. Maybe it was because a certain alien species or a low-level civilization that had been driven to the edge of the Sea of Stars by the primeval civilization had finally experienced a technological explosion, or maybe it was because the so-called Children of Destiny, unparalleled experts that could not be seen in billions of years, had emerged and led the civilization, leading the drastic mutations that had taken place in only several hundred years. Then, they had united all the other intelligent carbon-based creatures who had lost their homes, family, and glory into a terrifying coalition army. Of course, it was also possible that the expansion of the primeval civilization had significantly changed the sea of the universe and finally attracted the interest of a certain powerful existence beyond the sea of the universe, which cast an intimidating shadow on the sea of the universe. In short, because of the isolation of information and distance, when the branch of the voice discovered the flood, the trend of destruction had already been established. The flood had become an unstoppable force. It was hard to tell what the true form of the tide was. Most of the time, it appeared in the form of an invisible mist that blocked the sky and the earth, and it was the subordinates and claws of the tide, or the so-called flood tide legion, that brought slaughter and destruction. It was not hard to guess that the alien species and the low-level civilizations that had to flee to the edge of the Sea of Stars because their homes had been destroyed by the primeval civilization were the main force of the Flood Tide Legion. They had been defeated by the primeval civilization in the first place, and there were only a few of them left. Logically speaking, they were not enough to deal fatal damage to the primeval civilization. The primeval civilization even hoped that the remaining soldiers could be gathered so that they could catch all of them. But the alien species and the low-level civilizations who had come for revenge with the flood tide were no longer as weak and stupid as they used to be. They had grasped advanced technology, extraordinary tactics, and a continuous industrial production system. They even had their own starships, which were even more mysterious, weird, and powerful. What the primeval Lord of Heaven feared most had happened. Sure enough, their enemy had experienced a technology explosion. In only several thousand years or even hundreds of years, the technological gap between the two parties had been closed, and they were now even closer to the primeval civilization. The alien species in space boasted tremendous individual combat ability in the first place. Together with the enhancement of high-tech technology and industrialization, the combat potential that they boasted was too much for the primeval civilization to deal with. Even though they occupied the most prosperous subuniverse and abundant resources in the Sea of Stars, and they had an initial army that was hundreds of times larger than that of the Flood-Tide Legion, the primeval civilization could not be united. They were all loose sand and did their own things. The war was extremely difficult. As the battle went on, another shocking truth was discovered. The Flood-Tide Legion was mixed with a lot of the primeval clan, who had provided a lot of technologies to the alien species and the low-level civilizations and helped them realize the technology explosion. The unbelievable news was like a bomb that was tossed into the hearts of all the self-proclaimed supreme beings of the universe. They could not figure out why their compatriots would degrade themselves, cooperate with the alien species and the low-level civilizations, and even transmit valuable technology to each other to deal with their own compatriots. Even though an earth-shaking civil war had just broken out and the flames of war in many subuniverses had not died down yet, there was no way that they could cooperate with the alien species and the low-level civilizations. Wouldn't that be digging their own graves? The primeval civilization had captured some betrayers, too, who had joined the Flood-Tide Legion. They had thought that the primeval beings joined the Flood-Tide Legion because of the hatred of the Civil War or because of conflicts of interest. But the results of their interrogation and research were far from that. It seemed that the defectors who joined the Tide, as well as the alien species and the low-level civilizations, had been brainwashed by a mysterious yet invincible existence and believed that they were part of the Tide. They had been connected to a certain enormous network or consciousness and formed a new civilization of bees. From the moment they joined the flood tide, the hatred of the past had been forgotten. The estrangement between the two species was gone, too. They were no longer independent entities but tiny cells inside the flood tide. Everything was for the flood tide, which was above everything else. All the technology, techniques, and information could be shared without any reservation. I see. Liao suddenly realized why the voice hated the swarm civilization so much. The flood was actually a strengthened version of the bee civilization. However, the ordinary civilization of the bees, such as the Hui clan, originated from the same species of intelligent creatures on the same mother planet. They could only mutate after absorbing the genes of other species, but it was difficult for them to transform other species into their own. On the other hand, the tides could be transformed and absorbed regardless of their species. It seemed that they retained the natural talents and wisdom of their original species. On second thought, if they had the techniques and wisdom of 1,000 or even 10,000 different species, they would be invincible. The most terrifying thing about the flood is the power of brainwashing and transformation. He gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do about it. If they are just the coalition of the defectors, the alien species, and the low-level civilizations, they are just a bunch of mobs. No matter how divided we are, we can always crush them. But the flood tide is not an enemy in the conventional sense at all. It is a virus, a plague, and a burning flame. Often, after a protracted battle is over, after we've achieved a difficult victory at the cost of countless sacrifices, we will find that a lot of our own people have been corrupted by the flood tide and become members of the flood tide legion. They will input all our technology and secrets into the flood tide, leading to the collapse of the rear defense line. How are we going to fight the war if such a collapse is repeated thousands of times? Along with the lamentation, countless planets under the control of the primeval civilization appeared in Liao's mind. Liao had mixed feelings when he saw such scenes. He didn't know where to stand. The war in which the primeval civilization was corrupted by the tides was like a replica of the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Ocean Imperium, or rather, an enhanced version. The expansion of the primeval civilization to the entire universe ocean was not glamorous at all. It was even cruel and brutal. However, during the prolonged colonization and development, the different species of the primeval race had developed a new civilization in the ever-changing subuniverse. The new generation born and raised in this place had the right to live a happy life and free will, too. Liao could not bring himself to say that the new generation of the primeval clan born in such an environment must be carrying some sort of original sin. Even if they were really going to repent for everything that their ancestors had done and abandon their civilization, abandon their free will and self-awareness, join the flood tide, and become a cell in the flood tide, such a punishment was too miserable and unreasonable. At this moment, Liao finally understood why the civilization of the Fist King, including the voice in front of him, was so scared of the arrival of the flood. It was true that free will was the most precious thing for a human being. If he had been in the situation at that time, he might have scorned the actions of the primeval civilization. But he would rather die than join the flood. He would definitely fight against the enormous hive until the end. Liao was faced with the toughest challenge. If the reenactment of the primeval civilization's conquest of the universe ocean was a game of no matter what you do, you will never fail. When you meet an enemy, you only need to gather 10 times the number of soldiers to crush them. The battle against the tide right now was tantamount to the difficulty of the game being upgraded to hell. Even if he maximized his poor operation and commanding ability, squeezed out every resource under his control, and inspired the courage of every primeval lord of heaven, even if he finally united more than 10 wary sub-universes with his glib tongue, even if he made every choice right and made the primeval lord of heaven evolve again under the pressure of the flood, even if the legendary technology and training system broke out in only a few hundred years, it would still not change the final outcome. A typical battle between the primeval civilization and the flood tide often began when countless bizarre, nightmarish monsters suddenly appeared in the periphery of the galaxy controlled by the primeval civilization. The nightmare beasts were based on the enormous bodies of the alien species in the past and based on the cutting-edge technology of the primeval civilization. They were a perfect combination of flesh and metal and could wield even more terrifying power than a starship. They were often followed by the servants of countless low-level civilizations. With the help of flood modification and traders, the low-level civilizations boasted strong reproductive ability and a social system in the industrial era. They were highly organized and well-disciplined. Even if the warriors of the primeval civilization rose up and paid a heavy price in order to defeat the enemy, it would be to no avail, because they would soon be infected or brainwashed and lose their self-awareness. They would be connected to the network of the flood tide and turn into a tiny cell of the flood tide legion. Just like that, one planet after another fell into the abyss, and one galaxy after another was drowned by the tides. From the sub-universe to the lower-level universe, the splendid brilliance of the primeval civilization was eclipsed by the flood. The tide was like an expanding sponge that was about to occupy and swallow the entire sea of the universe. Liao was both mentally and physically exhausted. All the choices were wrong. All hope was lost. There was no force that could stop the flood. Those who were unwilling to be flood cells in the sub-universe did not even have the time to run away. They could only watch an outcome that was even more unacceptable than destruction befall them. In the end, almost all the options were shattered. For the third time, a only option popped up in front of Liao's eyes. It was the Sun Defense Line plan. After the flood swept almost half of the Sea of Stars, the members of the primeval clan scattered in the various subunits finally woke up and joined hands again. Just like the Earthlings who were faced with the meteoroid disaster in the past, they put aside their hatred and worked together for the common purpose of survival. Perhaps only when mankind and the primeval beings were faced with an irresistible threat could they truly unite and trigger the wisdom and courage in the deepest part of human nature. It was like a curse or a cruel joke. After studying the features of the flood tide in depth and deducing countless battle plans, the primeval clan, which had been united again, proposed the Sun Defense Line plan. Stars, scorching light balls, the origin of life, the most furious energy in the universe, and the most powerful weapons. With the scourge of the tide as the boundary, thousands of stars nearby would be detonated in one breath, and thousands of destructive torrents would crash into the tide. Even such an impact was not enough to deal fatal damage to the flood. But if all the stars nearby were destroyed, a large area of no man's land, where spiritual gas was extremely thin, resources were scarce, and there was not even the tiniest bit of brightness would be created. Although they did not know what the flood tide was made of, the flood tide legion was an out-and-out intelligent, carbon-based life form. Even if they turned into one of the cells of the flood tide, they would still need to absorb a lot of energy and a complete and complicated ecological system in order to survive. Without a star, it would be impossible to establish a large-scale ecological system. The man-made ecological system on a few starships was simply not enough to satisfy such a large-scale flood-tide legion. In the end, a large batch of flood-tide legion would starve to death. Of course, with the help of the traders, the flood-tide legion had grasped the advanced technology of space jumps too. But the technology of space jumps was based on the stability of the three-dimensional universe and the precise coordinates. The energy waves resulting from the destruction of thousands of stars were enough to shake the entire sea of stars. Accurate and safe space jumps would not be performed for a long time. At the very least, large-scale, organized space jumps would be suicidal. In other words, the so-called solar defense line was a replica of the scorched Earth strategy and the Iron Wall defense line in the war on Earth. On one hand, they were trying to empty all the resources in the range of the enemy's attack, and on the other hand, they were building an impregnable defense line that would block the enemy and trap them inside. Detonate thousands of stars and form a defense line of destruction, darkness, and defense. Liao was deeply shocked by the marvelous technology and craziness of the primeval civilization. Although he also believed that intelligent life could only be called a civilization if it made unerasable changes to the universe, such changes were still too unbelievable and shocking. Was this the most furious roar of a god-level civilization at the moment of life and death? Yes, this is my last and only suggestion for you. The voice said, although the odds of success are not very high, it is the only effective way for us to strike the flood. Even if we cannot destroy the flood, we can at least stall it for a while. If we stall it for billions of years, we will find new hope in the billions of years to come. Liao was silent. He studied the option carefully. Before he read the detailed explanation of the Sun Defense Line plan, he had already found the third right answer repulsive and repulsive because he had no other options. When he browsed through the files of the thousands of stars that were about to be destroyed, including the planets that were affiliated to them, Liao was greatly shocked. I've noticed that the thousands of stars that you want to destroy are all located in the subunits in the center of the sea of stars where the spiritual gas is extremely dense. In other words, they are all paradise that are full of vitality and colors, right? Liao asked. Yes, those places are the main targets of the flood. Only by destroying them in advance can the flood be stopped. The voice replied, all right, let's not talk about whether or not destroying almost half of the natural paradises in the center of the universe is more evil than the scourge of tides. Let's just talk about all the primitive demons living in the subuniverses. Liao said, judging from the time of the arrival of the flood, it must have been tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years, since a lot of the primeval Lord clan migrated to the subuniverses and evolved into different civilizations. They thrived in the subuniverses and built the subuniverses as their new home. They spread to almost every corner of the universe. Although the ancestors of the primeval beings were cold-blooded butchers, it is very likely that they were civilians who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. It is also possible that they were kind-looking old people, children who learned to talk, and men and women who lived a peaceful and happy life. Their entire life, including the civilization consolidated by billions of lives, was based on the illumination of the stars. My question is, what are you going to do with your compatriots after you destroy thousands of suns? Should we send them all to other places on the starship? Let's not talk about whether or not they are willing to leave their new home, which has been built for tens of thousands of years. Let's just talk about the number of them, which is far beyond billion, shall we? Do you have such a powerful transportation ability that can transport everyone and support the daily consumption or hibernation of so many people? I doubt it. It must be noted that the center of the universe ocean has been occupied by the flood tide. You can only run to the edge of the universe ocean, a remote village that lacks spiritual energy. You don't even know where your destination is. It is impossible for you to bring so many civilians with you, right? In the end, what happened to most of the civilians? The voice fell silent again. You are right. The defense line of the sun will detonate a lot of natural paradises and destroy the new homes that countless people have been working on for tens of thousands of years. Besides, We don't have enough transportation and resources to bring all our compatriots away. The voice said, "That's why I said that this is another no other choice. The flood tide is drawing close. If we don't make a quick decision, a lot of our compatriots will fall into the hands of the flood tide. They will lose their most precious free will and become mindless walking dead, turning from the noble king of the universe into a tiny cell. Don't you think that their dignity and pride will be preserved more if they die a painless death instantly?" The answer froze Liao's soul instantly, turning him into a lifeless ocean of ice. But a moment later, cracks appeared on the icy ocean, through which unconcealed laughter was echoing. "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Liao laughed miserably, angrily, and ironically. "What are you laughing at?" the voice asked. "I laughed at myself for being too silly. At first, I really thought that it was a test. I was wrong from the beginning, and I kept making mistakes and falling deeper and deeper. It was not until this moment that I realized what was going on." Liao's laughter came to an abrupt end. His soul waves were as sharp as blades as he said, "In fact, this is not a test at all, but possession or corrosion on a certain level, isn't it?" "Why do you say that?" The voice said, "It is a piece of cake for us to corrupt the soul of the tester. If our purpose was so simple, we could have corrupted the tester tens of millions of years ago. Why did we wait so long? Is it really that easy?" Liao sniffed and sneered again. "Then, do you dare to tell me the real purpose of the Sun Defense Line plan? Is the seemingly magnificent plan really designed to destroy and block the flood, just as you said? It's impossible. Even the most ordinary galaxy has 100 million stars, 1 billion stars, or even 10 billion stars. Even the primeval civilization, which has developed to its peak, cannot destroy 1 billion stars in one breath, can it? As you said, your plan is to destroy 10 million stars. Compared to the astronomical number of stars, 10 million stars are nothing but a drop in the ocean. Is it really possible to seriously damage and block the flood? Or even disrupt the stability of the entire sea of stars by destroying millions of stars? I doubt it very much. The Floodtide Legion boasts a lot of void hunters that can travel in the four-dimensional storms. They also boast technology that is as advanced as your space jump. No matter how large the scorched land you create is, the flood tide will be able to bypass it. Then, what is the real purpose of the Sun Defense Line plan? I couldn't figure it out in the beginning, but when you were about to make the necessary sacrifices again, I suddenly realized something. The so-called necessary sacrifices must be the real purpose of the Sun Defense Line plan. Since the very beginning, you have never thought of fighting to the death with the flood tide. Violence and cowardice are two sides of the same coin. As the dominators of the universe, you have long lost the tenacity and bravery that you once had when you were hibernating. However, you have been scared out of your wits by the overwhelming flood tide and are only thinking of fleeing. However, the escape will take time. Also, due to the lack of transportation and resources, it is impossible for you to take away all the primitive demons. What's worse is that, if most of the civilians are left behind, they will be swallowed by the flood, which will increase the strength of the flood by 100 times. Very soon, they will catch up to you. The so-called Sun Defense Line plan was implemented in such a way as to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First of all, although detonating thousands of stars is not enough to deal heavy damage to the tide, it can indeed buy you millions of years of escape and development. Secondly, most of your compatriots will be buried in the flames of the shattered stars. They will not be captives of the tides, nor will they continue living with hatred for you. In the end, the ripples from the explosion of thousands of stars may not be enough to shake the stability of the entire sea of stars, but they will be enough to erase your traces of your escape. In the brilliant fireworks where thousands of supernova explosions are taking place at the same time, even the strongest exhaust flames of the fleeing fleet will leave no trace of radiation at all. Therefore, the Solar Defense Line plan is not a risky offensive plan at all, but a despicable and shameless escape plan. Your reaction is just a replica of the time when the rich and powerful on Earth were faced with a meteoroid disaster. You are abandoning 99% of your compatriots, the innocent and the weak, and walking away. This time, you are even more shameless than last time. You are going to ignite the hope that your compatriots rely on to help you stall the enemy and cover your tracks. Speak, scumbag. Don't you love jabbering? Aren't you best at concealing your cowardice and hypocrisy with righteousness? Tell me the truth. He was rendered speechless. Squeak, 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 squeak. Noises were echoing inside Liao's brain, as if the programs that had been stored in the primeval secret treasures had run into the underlying logic and did not know how to respond. We have no other options, he repeated dryly. We can't just wait to be killed. We can only let the wisdom and the elites of our civilization go first in order to preserve the spark of our civilization. The rest of us are destined to die. We might as well give them a quick release and trade their sacrifices for the greatest benefits. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. What a great, wise people and elites go first. What a great, pleasant release. What a great trade with sacrifices for the greatest benefits. Bah! Liao burst into laughter at first. Then he burst into fury. I've heard enough of your nonsense. I've had enough of your corruption. I can't hold back the no other choice any longer. Let me, Vulture Liao, tell you my ultimate choice. If I were really the commander-in-chief of the primeval civilization at that time, I would have stayed with the strongest, bravest, and wisest adults of our civilization. We would have faced the tides and fought side by side until one of us was killed. We would have built an iron wall that was sturdier than the solar defense line with our flesh, blood, and soul. We would have given the chance of survival to the weak and the children. Before they ran away safely, the tides wouldn't have been able to step over our dead bodies. At the last moment, maybe we would have detonated the star, too. But all the people who made the solar defense line plan would have stood with me in our new home and welcomed the ultimate glory. Therefore, you are not a qualified commander-in-chief. The voice replied, just a hot-blooded boor. Before I become a qualified commander-in-chief, Li Yao bellowed. First of all, I am a qualified, real, human being with pride and integrity. Then, your resistance and escape plan will likely fail. The voice said, you will destroy the entire civilization. Only your shameless, inhuman methods can destroy a civilization that was once great. Liao roared. The universe is vast and time is endless. If we look at it from the perspective of the universe, how can there be a civilization that can live forever in 50 billion years and 100 billion years? If my civilization and I are about to fall, I only hope that we can blossom in the most brilliant brilliance. We will either live like human beings or die like human beings. We will never become zombies, viruses, and cockroaches in the sea of stars. Tester, you are wasting your precious last chance. His voice turned stern. If you continue to be so obstinate, it is very likely that you will be eliminated and your civilization obliterated. Accompanied by the undisguised threat in his voice, the brilliant sea of stars inside Liao's brain gradually boiled and turned into a venomous black swamp. The black venom seemed to have condensed into overwhelming tentacles and smashed at Liao. If the soft approach doesn't work, are we going to use the hard approach? Liao burst into laughter. Faced with the threat of the mysterious voice, his belief, which had just been contaminated by dust and dirt, suddenly turned clear and bright. All his hesitation, and confusion were burnt away by his burning fighting will. I was the one who was stubborn when I made the first two choices. Right now, I'm completely clear-headed. Your words are contradictory. If this is really a test for different possibilities, why don't you let me make my own choice every time it comes to a critical juncture? You keep saying that free will is the most important thing in the world. Why did you set up so many obstacles to interfere with my free will? Such a test is merely a replay of the real history from the human beings on Earth to the primeval civilization. Even if I follow your 3 suggestions and pass the entire test, I'm afraid that my belief and thinking patterns will be completely corrupted and assimilated by you, turning me into a copy of you. What kind of civilization reboot is this? You are just copies of us. The voice waved the black tentacles inside Liao's brain and raised a tsunami. Don't forget that our genes are identical. So what? Human beings share part of the same genes as cockroaches and maggots. But real human beings are never as dirty as cockroaches and as lowly as maggots. Liao roared. Genes and bodies of flesh and blood are merely carriers that carry our hearts. The heart is the most important thing. Even if we are 100% identical to your genes, we still possess wisdom, courage, morality, justice, and the determination to protect everything that you don't have. We are your children and grandchildren, but we are definitely not duplicates of you. We are not duplicates of anybody else. Whether it is the primeval civilization, the ancient deities, or some other messy, unparalleled existence, we don't care. We are who we are. We are the insignificant yet proud human beings of the new generation. So, the thousands of black tentacles of the voice seemed to have opened countless eyes that looked like suckers at the same time. Death rays that looked like cosmic radiation were beaming out of every eye as they stared at Liao's soul. Are you determined to turn down our suggestions and be our enemy? If the only no other choice other than to become your enemy is to become your clones, claws and slaves and live your life in your own way, living your life as ruthlessly as a zombie and a steel cockroach, what's the point of such a life? Liao burst into laughter. That's right. To hell with all the no other choices. It doesn't matter whether it is the primeval civilization, the flood tide, that is even more terrifying than you or other demons, devils, ghosts, or even the ultimate existences in the four-dimensional space. Come on. The new human beings are waiting for your arrival. Let's fight to the death. 10,000 golden flames of war leapt up from the deepest part of his brain and exploded into thousands of supernovas in midair, illuminating Liao's entire sea of consciousness in a clear and splendid light. Illuminated by the infinite brilliance, the voice, the body formed by billions of black tentacles of the primeval civilization, appeared so ugly, feeble, and hilarious. It was stunned by Liao's soul power. It was shivering, as if it could not believe that its son billions of years later, a humble tester, dared to defy its will. It wriggled and rolled its hideous eyes that were full of venom, as if it were considering new schemes. Even if you are truly unafraid of death, the voice said, you should think about your wife, your civilization. Do you want all your family, friends, and home to be buried together with your recklessness? His words only made Liao hesitate for half a second. Half a second later, Liao's fighting will blossomed into an unstoppable brilliance again. It turned into an invincible saber and slashed at the black tentacles. Don't try to scare me with my wife. I know what kind of person Ding Lingdang is better than you do. If she were standing next to me and faced with the same choice, she would certainly be more determined and resolute than me. Maybe she wouldn't even hesitate to make her first choice. Liao condensed the flames of billions of telepathic thoughts into one finger and pointed at the voice, while he said brutally, she is a more innocent and straightforward person than me. She will not be trapped by your fancy words or your cunningness. She will fight you to the end without any hesitation. If I abandon my principles, my belief that I've been training for hundreds of years, and my bottom line as a human being because of her, it will not only be my incompetence but also the greatest insult to her. I believe deeply, that she will approve of my choice right now and fight side by side with me until the last breath. No, maybe right now, in another test field, she has seen through your scheme and declared war on you, hasn't she? If so, as a man, how could I desert and leave her to face such a sordid you? You? The twitching of his voice grew more and more frantic and powerless. Are you so confident in her? Of course. Liao burst into laughter. How can a couple crawl into the same bed if they don't even trust each other? The voice was rendered speechless. Besides, I'm not just confident in Ding Lingdang. I'm also confident in Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, Li Jialing, and even the Punching King, Small Ming, and Wen Wen. I'm confident in my thousands of compatriots. Liao's voice was louder and louder, and the fire of his will was more and more dazzling too. In the past, although it was full of gloom, although we suffered setbacks, although we groped and crashed into each other countless times in the dark labyrinth, in the end, all my family, friends, and compatriots showed their brightest hearts, their most brilliant fighting will, and their greatest strength, which saved me, themselves, our common home, and us, the new civilization of mankind in the Pangu universe, and the boundless brilliance of hope. This time, it is the same. As for the mental devil and Lu Qingchen, although they are evil, they are definitely not humble or stupid. I believe that they will not be willing to be your puppets and subordinates and give up all their pride and free will. They will certainly counterattack in their own way and show you the strength of the new human beings. You don't even stand a 1 in a billion chance. He roared, or rather screamed. You are like moths to a flame. You are asking for your own doom. I've said the same sentence countless times over the past 100 years. But every time I said it, it was exactly the same as the first time. My blood was boiling and surging. Even if the odds were only 1 billionth, it was definitely not 0. Liao took a deep breath. All the flames of war that were dancing crazily in the sky condensed into a golden blade. The love for his wife, the loyalty to his friends, the love for his home, the loyalty to the civilization of mankind, the yearning for the unknown universe, the hope for the endless future. Everything was condensed in the golden blade and turned into billions of rolling sharp edges. Who says that a moth darting into a flame is seeking its own doom? As long as there are enough moths, even the most furious flame can be extinguished. Liao said resolutely, one word after another. Then, billions of burning moths fell into the dark forest without caring about their own lives. No matter how vast the dark forest was, no matter how cold and terrifying it was, a brilliant new world would have been created, wouldn't it? I firmly believe that. Therefore, cut the crap and let's fight. The golden blade slashed at the sound. At this moment, there were no distracting thoughts in Liao's mind. He had forgotten the fear that the civilization of mankind was about to be destroyed. Even the outcome of the attack was not important. There was only one thought in his mind. Human beings could be destroyed, but they could not be defeated. Bam! Liao had thought that, after the attack, he would either be counterattacked by the unparalleled strength of the voice and be completely suppressed, or he would end up like all-exterminating sect and dragon lotus seed, whose genes collapsed and turned into foam. Some of them were uttering ear-splitting screams, as if they had been crushed by him and vanished into thin air like the weird forces that had crawled into his brain and tried to possess him. But out of his expectation, he heard a sound that sounded like a broken crystal. Countless bright gold cracks appeared in his vision. The black universe was falling apart, and the ugly body of the voice was gone, replaced by, What the hell is this? Liao was dumbfounded. The golden blade was floating in midair, staring at the weird picture in his field of vision. He felt that he had punched nothing but air with all his strength. He seemed to have boarded a crystal warship of the primeval clan again, surrounded by countless translucent, bright gold shadows of men and women, young and old. Although their faces were full of gentleness and wisdom, and there was not the slightest hint of hostility, they did not look like living people at all but more like regretful ghosts. Congratulations, Tester Liao. The ghost in the lead, who looked like a kind, middle-aged woman, floated to the center of Liao's vision and smiled. After billions of years of waiting, we've finally found the most suitable heir. You've passed the test successfully and represented your civilization. You are qualified to receive all the legacies of the primeval civilization and bring you a new life. What? Liao stammered. He thought quickly and realized what was going on. He exclaimed, Everything that happened just now was a lie just to test my personality? Everything that the voice said was a lie, the defense line of the sun was a lie, and so was the degenerate primeval clan that turned into cockroaches and maggots in order to survive. No, the voices are real. The defense line of the sun is real, too, including the corrupted origin sector, which is as sordid as a cockroach and as sordid as a maggot. The middle-aged female ghost was still smiling, but there was intense regret, and shame in her smile. However, don't tell me that you don't think that the dirty mud can't grow bright stamens. The dark night sky can't produce shining stars, and the descendants of the criminals must be equally sordid and evil. They don't know how to reflect on what their ancestors did, do they? In particular, the idiotic crimes of our ancestors did not bring us any good. Instead, They pushed us deeper and deeper into the swamp of destruction. Under such circumstances, will we really go our own way and repeat the decadence and disgrace of our ancestors? What do you mean? Liao was baffled. I don't understand. It's simple. The three no other options that have been bothering and angering you do exist, and they are indeed the true history of the primeval civilization. But when we drafted the procedure, or rather, when we left the last will, it had been 30,000 years since countless stars were destroyed in the solar defense line plan. The middle-aged female ghost, she might be the captain of the starship of the primeval race, said, "The primeval civilization is not monolithic, and it does not have the unified will of the flood tide. The primeval race, which is scattered in the various subuniverses, can have their own social norms and ethics. The primeval race 30,000 years ago and the primeval race 30,000 years later have completely different opinions when they look at a problem. Even on my starship, everyone has their own ideas and ideologies to save the civilization." "You mean?" Liao thought for a moment and said, "The aristocrats, magnates, and elites who carried out the solar defense line plan, sacrificed most of their compatriots, and destroyed the natural paradises in the center of the Sea of Stars, and struggled to survive in the most sordid ways are in fact your ancestors from 30,000 years ago. It has been 30,000 years since you left your will, and you don't agree with your ancestors. How could they agree?" The female captain smiled bitterly. "Let's put justice and evil aside. The solar defense line plan is no different from the advancement plan when we fled from Earth. It is a death sentence that will be extended to 30,000 years. 30,000 years. For 30,000 years, we've been drifting in the Sea of Stars, suffering the erosion of lack of resources and claustrophobia. We've been living in anxiety every day. In front of us is the darkness that is getting more and more desolate. Sometimes, we can't even find a space zone with thin spiritual gas after sailing for hundreds of years. Behind us are the legions of the flood tide who are chasing after us and trying to crucify us on the pillar of shame of the universe. We are also burdened by the sins of our ancestors and the original sin that we were born with. It seems that every one of us was born with the miserable deaths of our compatriots 30,000 years ago. In such an environment, living an ignoble life is not luck at all but endless torment. We don't know how to put an end to it. We are even complaining about why our ancestors did what they did in the first place. As you said, fighting against the tides in the center of the universe will be a great relief for us, won't it?" Liao finally understood. He could not help but want to laugh. In the era when the solar defense line plan was thrown out and implemented, the primeval Lord of Heaven had been a bunch of shameless guys who had no bottom line for their own survival. Maybe they had declared that they were going to preserve the tinder of their civilization and the hope of the next generation. But it never occurred to them that the blood descendants 30,000 years later would resent their actions. The older generation went on a rampage under the banner of "it's all for your own good," but the new generation didn't appreciate their kindness at all, and was even completely against them. From ancient times to now, were such incidents not rare? Besides, the new generation of the primeval beings had been wandering in the dark Sea of Stars and living a miserable life like stray dogs. Such a miserable life indeed gave them reason to hate their ancestors. Liao was well aware that a lone starship drifting in the Sea of Stars had nowhere to go and that there were pursuers behind it. Its resources were running dry, and there was no hope at all. Firefly, the last flagship of the Star Ocean Imperium, had drifted for 1,000 years and almost perished. It was not redeemed until it encountered the Star Glory Federation. After wandering for only 1,000 years, Firefly had almost completed the transformation from a cultivator to an immortal cultivator on its own. After the remnants of the primeval civilization destroyed their home, they went into exile for 30,000 years under the pressure of the flood. The journey was even longer than their ancestors' escape from Earth. What had happened to their starships in the process? What had the cockroaches and maggots who had killed their compatriots, destroyed their homes, and cut off all their hope turned themselves into? It wouldn't feel good to be a cockroach or a maggot, would it? With the surging tide, the escape of our ancestors was very hasty. Even if we reduce the population and fill the resources, It is not enough for everybody to sail for 30,000 years. The ghost of the female captain said sadly. Besides, don't forget that an earth-shaking civil war took place in the various sub-universes before the flood. The wounds of the war are not so easy to heal. In an environment where you have lost your fighting spirit and all your morals, where you don't know where you are going, where you don't know when your pursuers are coming, and where your resources are quickly running out, all the things that you can think of and can't imagine. Despicable, evil, cruel, insidious, sleazy, dirty, and dark, scheming, overt and covert, and killing each other, are all a piece of cake. Every second is a play. Every starship is a small, barbaric tribe. We have become each other's most dangerous enemy. Even every person on every starship is sharpening their blades, hiding their claws and teeth, and piercing their evil and vigilant eyes at everyone around them, including their so-called family. In some starships with particularly harsh environments, swallowing the dead bodies of their own kind was even a natural custom. The starships robbed their compatriots for a living and lived through 10,000 years of darkness. As a result, as you said, our ancestors turned themselves into cockroaches in space, maggots in the sea of stars, and monsters beyond recognition. Uncomfortable. Such a life is too uncomfortable. In the near-eternal mutation and torment, part of the primeval beings had a total mental breakdown. They laughed weirdly and adjusted their route, only to turn around 180 degrees and fall into the arms of the tides. They abandoned their rationality and free will and became muddle-headed cells. Some of the starships mutinied. The sailors and crew members who rebelled had nothing else to ask for. When they took control of the bridge, they would activate the self-detonation procedures of the starships and end their shame with brilliant and scorching fireworks. Only a few crew members and passengers on the starships were able to endure the humiliation and suffering. But they started reflecting on what their ancestors had done and the true meaning of civilization. It doesn't matter if you say that we can't stand such a humiliating, dark, and meaningless life anymore. In short, it's time to put an end to everything. At the beginning of the test, you've seen a picture. Countless members of the primeval race were lined up neatly and fell into the engine furnace one after another. Such a scene is not fiction. But our state of mind might be different from what you imagined. We did not turn ourselves into the fuel to push the civilization forward with the tragic mindset of sacrificing for the civilization. Instead, we were burdened with billions of tons of shame and guilt. We felt ashamed to face all our compatriots who had been killed by our ancestors in the past. We were ashamed to face the past and future of the glorious primeval civilization. We could not find a way to make up for it or change it. It was because of such desperation that we decided to end everything. Liao had been curious. According to the style of the primeval civilization, it should not have been so righteous and full of sacrifice. As it turned out, it was not sacrifice but shame and guilt. It did make sense now that he thought about it. If he were a member of the escape fleet and had such evil and sordid ancestors who lived a miserable, desperate life, he would have no other options except to die. However, before we decided to go there together, the discovery of the Pangu universe gave us a slim hope. The ghost of the female captain smiled and said, "Our civilization is truly hopeless. The fixed mindset, the heavy burden of history, the pursuit and absorption of the flood tide. We've been homeless for 30,000 years. We are too tired. Death is the best relief for us. But what if our civilization starts from scratch? If we can restart our civilization and let it be reborn in a brand new, completely different appearance, will we have the opportunity to find a new way out and make some minor but crucial changes to wash away all the sins that we and our ancestors have committed? We might even be able to let the entire universe ocean get rid of the trauma caused by us and the flood." Therefore, there was the black wall, the ancient relics, and the ultimate test. The correct answer to the ultimate test is simple. There is no correct answer at all. Because everything we do is wrong, and we don't know what the right choice is at all. Then, who are we to judge or even manipulate your choice? Therefore, for the testers, it doesn't matter what you choose or what you do, as long as you don't make the same choice as us at the most critical juncture. Liao was dumbfounded at first. Then he realized what was going on. So, that's how it is. Besides, we've given you 3 chances. If you make a choice that is completely against our will and make the opposite choice, you will pass the test. The ghost of the female captain smiled and said, "It seems simple, doesn't it? But for billions of years, none of the testers of 100 generations of civilizations passed the test. In order to keep the test running on the surface, they listened to our suggestions and obeyed our will without any exception. In the end, they became our puppets, slaves, claws, teeth, and duplicates. How hilarious! If even we are no match for the flood tide, why do we need a bunch of puppets, slaves, claws, teeth, and duplicates? Now that I think about it, it does make sense. A seemingly simple test requires not only indestructible willpower but also fearless sacrifice, as well as absolute trust in our comrades and compatriots. All 3 of them are things that we are missing and that the 100 generations of testers did not have. But today you have all of them. Is that so? If his soul had teeth, Liao would have been grinning from ear to ear. Yes, therefore you are the man we've been waiting for billions of years. You are destined to inherit the legacy of the primeval civilization. The ghost of the female captain looked at Liao with scorching eyes. All the bright gold ghosts nearby were cheering for Liao. Dazzling sounds and effects were flying everywhere. Then, the catalogs and detailed files of countless ancient secret treasures appeared in Liao's brain and turned into glittering turbulences. This is the invincible fleet that we have docked in the Black Wall. It is tens of thousands of years more advanced than your active starships. This is our strengthened exoskeleton and super-large humanoid war machine. One of them is enough to fight against 100 of your giant soldiers. This is our fully automatic war factory. It can complete the entire procedure from the collection of resources to the refinement of war puppets. You don't even need to command it. All you need to do is input a command remotely, and you can occupy or destroy a planet. The female captain smiled. Of course, you will also need the technology trees, techniques, and training systems from Earth to the primeval civilization. With them, your civilization will have a pair of wings that surpass the speed of light, which will save you at least 100,000 years. Come on. Everything is yours now. Take it away and become the master of the universe ocean to make up for our mistakes. Build the new glory of the primeval civilization and create a brilliant future that belongs to the new generation of mankind. All the sound effects behind the female captain, the splendid technology trees, the colorful techniques and training systems, the awe-inspiring war machines, the countless secret treasures, the legacies, and the destructive forces, all turned into thousands of streaks of brightness and congregated in her palm, turning into a translucent, bright gold key. The ghost of the female captain handed the gold key to Liao, her eyes full of eagerness. Liao's soul was deeply shocked by the thousands of techniques displayed by the female captain, the technology tree, and the war machine. He subconsciously reached out to grab them. But the moment his fingertip was about to touch the gold key, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, as if a needle had pricked his fingertip. Wait! Liao's soul suddenly shrank. His finger stopped less than 1 millimeter away from the gold key. What's wrong? The female captain's expression was somewhat complicated. Even the bright gold ghosts behind her were getting anxious. All the ghosts of the primeval Lord of Heaven were staring at Liao, as if they could not wait to see him take the key that contained billions of techniques and endless technology. Liao immediately sensed that something was wrong. This made the alarms in the depths of his sea of consciousness even louder. Calm down. I must calm down. It's not that simple, Liao warned himself. It can't be that simple. The sighs about the past of Earth, the hatred for the primeval civilization, the appreciation for the human civilization that was reborn in the Pangu universe, the love for my family and my home, and the boiling blood, all of them will interfere with my judgment. I have to calm down, freeze all the irrelevant thoughts, and find the most crucial answer. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stared at the female captain for a long time, as if he were going to poke 2 holes in her body. You seem to want me to take over the key and inherit the legacy of the primeval civilization? Liao suddenly asked. Of course. The female captain was still smiling, but there was a hint of reluctance in her smile. We've waited for billions of years and wiped out the testers of hundreds of generations of civilizations. If nobody gets the legacy, the flood will come at any time, and it will be too late. Therefore, there is no need to doubt it. Of course, I hope that you can get the legacy of the primeval era, and I sincerely hope that you can bring the legacy to greater heights. Is that so? Liao found it more and more odd. He sniffed and said, Then, are there not other suitable candidates besides me? What happened to Lu Qingchen and the mental devil? Were they obliterated? The female captain was silent for a moment. She shook her head and said, Not yet. They are still being tested and lost in the bloody mud. That's unreasonable. Liao was calmer and calmer. Looking at the golden key that was right in front of him, he felt that he was not looking at the legacy of a god-level civilization but a viper that was burning and full of thorns. If the correct answer to pass the ultimate test is not to make the same choice as you, then Lu Qingchen and the mental devil should have failed and been killed by you a long time ago. Didn't you say just now that the two of them had surpassed me in progress? There's no reason that they haven't entered the life and death decision of the Sun Defense Line plan. Since they haven't been wiped out yet, it means that they might pass the test even if they make the darkest choice 3 times. Maybe the so-called key to the ultimate test is not here at all. It is not justice or evil, or darkness and brightness. My head is a mess. I need to think hard. What are you hesitating for? The female captain hurried to say, The flood is coming. You will only have a slim chance of survival if you receive the legacy of the primeval civilization. What's the hurry? Liao was more and more certain that his intuition was correct. Even if the flood is really coming, I don't mind thinking for another 3 to 5 minutes, do I? Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. What is it? The female captain's smile was about to collapse. All the ghosts around her were about to turn into death rays and cling to Liao. Don't get me wrong. It's not your problem, but mine. Speaking up to this point, Liao simply withdrew his hand. In the mental world, he held his chin with his 2 hands and squatted down. He muttered, My problem is that perhaps the heavens are jealous of my talent and have cast a curse on me, right? Every time I appear in a mission, the difficulty of the mission will suddenly increase by 10 times. Every time I appear in a duel, the great devil will grasp at least 3 to 5 transformations. And every time the mission ends, it is inevitable that there will be twists and turns, causing great waves. To be honest, I am already used to this kind of miserable adventure. Right now, I've passed the test that the elites and experts of hundreds of civilizations failed to pass for billions of years with nothing but my passion. And I've received such an unbelievable super luxury package? It's too wonderful. So wonderful that it does not seem real but a dream. What are you talking about? The female captain cracked a smile. You are overthinking. No, I didn't think too much about it. Although I like to let my imagination run wild and brag about myself most of the time, I am actually very clear-headed and self-aware when my computational ability is maximized. Liao pointed at his head and said, In fact, I have an extremely clear and calm understanding of myself. I know exactly what kind of person I am. I'm actually not as tall, majestic, righteous, far-sighted, and broad-minded as other people imagine me to be. I'm really just a handsome and confident ordinary person. When it comes to the commanding ability of a fleet, I'm nothing special. At the very least, there are hundreds of people around me who can hang me and beat me. When it comes to the operation and management ability of a civilization, I'm even more mediocre. I might not be able to manage a planet even if I was given one. As for the development of technology, the reformation of social structures, the settlement of interests in various aspects, and even the blueprint of a civilization 10,000 years later, I don't have any of those abilities. Other than my appearance, the only thing I possess is nothing more than hot-bloodedness. But the so-called hot-bloodedness is something that can be casually triggered by a few high school students in their prime who are not satisfied with their desires. Don't you think it's too simple, too child's play, and too absurd to rely on hot-bloodedness to pass the ultimate test? The The female captain looked at Liao's face and thought hard. In the end, she shook her head and hesitated. Thankfully, before the final test, I received a lot of files about the ancient civilization from the Supreme Emperor and the Observer. Liao's train of thought became clearer and clearer, and his speech became faster and faster. There were 100 ancient civilizations that followed a variety of evolutionary directions and moral principles. There were bloody, brutal, and selfish dark civilizations, but there were also benevolent civilizations that were kind-hearted and full of brightness. There were humble and cowardly civilizations, but there were also hot-blooded and fearless warrior civilizations. There were even super-brained civilizations that were full of schemes and schemes. The most extreme civilization of kindness destroyed most of their weapons after they developed. They did not even have the heart to trample on flowers and grass. Every individual of the most hot-blooded warrior civilization has been pursuing the most glamorous and glorious way to die their entire life. Their only desire is to find a stronger enemy and engage in a great battle with him, dying in the most brilliant fireworks. The computational ability and deduction ability of the superbrain civilization are dozens of times higher than ours and the Pangu civilization. By logic, the most extreme civilization of kindness would never have been tempted by you and chosen the dark and evil path 3 times in a row. As far as the warrior civilization is concerned, the so-called Sun Defense Line Plan is simply not something that they can sully their beliefs with. They will definitely fight the tides to the death. Also, with the computational, analytical, and deduction ability of the superbrain civilization, there's no reason why they can't see through such a simple scam. The so-called "the only correct answer is that there's no right answer at all" is more like a cliché. It's more like a scam to fool the middle school students who are still wet behind the ears. It's impossible to fool the elites, wise men, and madmen of 100 generations of civilizations. Therefore, I make a bold assumption that you lied just now. I'm not the only one who has made it this far in the past billions of years. Thousands of testers have walked to this place and stood in front of the golden key. At the very least, the extremely friendly civilization, the fearless warrior civilization, and the superbrain civilization that has made thorough plans. Their testers should have stood where I am right now and extended their hands to the golden key. It was a pity that they failed. They perished and were obliterated. Because this is not the destination. We are still being tested, aren't we? The female captain was silent for a long time. Then, he applauded Liao together with the other bright gold ghosts. Don't underestimate yourself. You are indeed very smart. You are the first person in billions of years to notice that the test is still ongoing. The female captain smiled. However, I can't tell you the real purpose of the ultimate test yet. You have to find the right answer yourself and figure out the significance of the test in order to learn everything about the primeval civilization. She held the glittering gold key that contained thousands of technologies and techniques in her hands and offered it to Liao. Liao stared at the gold key for a long time. The key seemed to be able to open countless invisible labyrinths. Every maze hid destructive forces, unbelievable technology, and unparalleled power that could make a person the king of the universe. Of course, if he was selfless enough, the key could also unlock the seal of the civilization of mankind and allow the civilization of mankind to leap from the path of evolution of hundreds of thousands of years to a god-level civilization, or at least a quasi-god-level civilization. It seemed to be a tempting legacy that nobody could resist. Liao stared at the gold key for a long, long time. His eyes were filled with the desire for strength, the hope for the evolution of civilization, and the excitement for the final battle. Several times, his fingers and his telepathic thoughts were restless again. He was about to take the gold key and clutch it. But in the end, the obsession and craziness on his face and in his eyes were gone. His eyes were as clear and pure as before. Liao took a long breath in relief. His lips curled into the purest smile that had not appeared for a long time. He made up his mind and suddenly felt relaxed. So complicated? Then forget it. I don't want it. Liao crossed his arms and stopped looking at the gold key, as if it were a transparent cloud. Captain, I refuse to accept the legacy of the primeval civilization. Please take it back. The ghosts of the primeval civilization were all frozen. What did you say? The female captain found it hard to believe. You came to this place after a lot of trouble and passed all the tests. Wasn't it for the legacy of the primeval era? It was the only hope to save your civilization. But you are going to refuse it. That's right. I refuse. Liao was calmer and more at ease. He smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision to risk the survival of the entire civilization, nor was it a game of cat and mouse. I thought that the so-called ancient heritage would do my civilization no good. Or rather, my civilization was not ready to accept such a generous gift. The time was not right yet." Why? The female captain stared at Liao and asked, "Can you explain? Since the very beginning, I've been pondering what the real purpose of the ultimate test is. What are you testing and weighing exactly? Are justice and evil really black and white?" Liao shook his head and said, "No, I don't think so. On the path of civilization, the concepts of good and evil are changing all the time. There is more than one way to save a civilization. Who can say that they are always right? For example, in the civilization of mankind, there are people like Ding Lingdang and me, but there are also people like Long Yangjun, boss by Li Jialing, Li Linghai, Lei Qinghu, and the Spring Breeze. There are thousands upon thousands of different personalities. Everyone adheres to different ideologies and tempers their different beliefs. In their own way, they strive for the rise of the entire civilization. Do I have to be more right than them? Do I have to be more able to save the civilization? Or do I have to change everyone's personalities and ideologies to be like me? Do I only have one voice, one ideology, one path? Even if it seems like a path of light and justice, is such a world necessarily better than the present? Even I wouldn't dare say that. I'm afraid that's why you said, no correct answer in the beginning. I believe that, even after 30,000 years of suffering and reflection, the survivors of the primeval clan will not agree unanimously that their ancestors were wrong, will they? Just as there are cultivators and immortal cultivators among human beings, there must be two or even many of you who believe that their ancestors were not wrong. The Great Extinction Order and the Sun Defense Line Plan should have been more brutal. Therefore, righteousness and goodness are not what you value most at all. At the level of a quasi-god civilization, your belief has long surpassed the concepts of righteousness and goodness. You may know that there is no way out if you dwell on the issues of good and evil. What you care about is not the difference between good and evil, but the attitude of a civilization when faced with a sudden expansion or a falling force. From the past on Earth in the beginning to the struggle and rise of the primeval Lord of Heaven in the sea of the universe, you've hinted to me countless times that the manipulation and utilization of any kind of power is not without a price. The heavenly Tao has marked the price of every kind of power in secret. The more powerful the power is, the heavier or even more miserable the price will be. If I am too obsessed with the strength, not only will I not become the master of the strength, I will also become the slave of the strength. The mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers seem to have received the blessing of evolution and grasped unparalleled strength in the environment at that time. They became the dominators of their respective regions, but the price they paid was that they shut themselves in and lost the motivation to continue evolving. In the end, when the mutated species of human beings appeared, they were exterminated in the blink of an eye. The same tragedy happened to the alien species in space, such as the void hunters and the mountain crab. They originated from natural paradises with abundant spiritual energy. Their strength was thousands of times higher than that of the saber-toothed tigers and the mammoths, and the price they paid was thousands of times more painful. Had the flood not appeared, they would never have known what real wisdom and civilization looked like. What about the Earthlings who entered the industrialization and the information society? They seemed to be in control of the advanced technology and the extraordinary civilization that no other living creatures on Earth could grasp. But the price they paid was that they lost their self-control and stimulated the self-destruction tendencies deep in their genes to the extreme. The First World War, the Second World War, and even the thermonuclear war that turned the atmosphere into a black curtain and turned the Earth into a wasteland. The Third World War was the price that the Earthlings paid for their strength. What about the primeval race, the descendants of the Earthlings? Of course, you paid a higher price than the Earthlings, the saber-toothed tigers, the mammoths, the void hunters, the giant crab. Too fast. Your civilization has evolved too fast. You are not the natives in the center of the universe, but mutated species that have invaded. Before you came to the center of the universe, you had never been in contact with spiritual energy on such a large scale. Isn't the abundant and intense spiritual energy in the paradises a free source of power for you? With the help of the completely free strength, you completed the transformation from an ordinary civilization to a quasi-god civilization in only tens of thousands of years. You were also lost in the overwhelming strength without exception. In the fleeting moment just now, I also scanned your social form and technological development. I discovered that you are a rather abnormal civilization with a lot of faults. In certain fields, especially the military technology of bloody slaughter, you have developed to the point of perfection and even insanity. However, in some other fields related to the humanities, the legal system, and the ethics, you are not much better than those of the Earth. In fact, because of the coldness and darkness of the Sea of Stars, you have regressed to the feudal and tribal level of the Middle Ages on Earth. The division of technology and humanity is too weird. I believe that the forces that corrupted the alien species such as the void hunters and the giant crab and kept the low-level civilizations in the slave society have started corrupting the primeval civilization too. Therefore, why did you behave so badly on the road to the rise of a civilization? Why did you issue the Great Armageddon Order? Why did you start another brutal civil war when you forgot the lessons of the Earth era after slaughtering most of the civilizations? Why did you throw out the Sun Defense Line plan? It is meaningless to blame it on the moral standards of certain people. The root of the reason is that you are lost in forces beyond your control and cannot free yourself. Your growth is so fast that your moral integrity cannot keep up with the progress of technology. You are too greedy. You tried to control what you could not control and achieved billions of years of glory in only tens of thousands of years. In the face of absolute strength and fatal temptations, is it possible to keep a clear head and make rational judgments? This is what you are really concerned about, right? The female captain listened quietly. Hearing that, she and the ghosts of the primeval Lord of Heaven finally put on ashamed, regretful, and painful expressions. The female captain's lips were trembling. There was no telling whether it was because there was no corresponding answer in the pre-programmed procedure or because there was a certain truth that was higher than the procedure, but she remained silent. The new generation of human civilization in the Pangu universe is lucky. Li Yao's smile was brighter and brighter. Although we are a man-made civilization by accident, and although our father civilization, the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, have left a lot of legacies for us, for a long time, the legacies have been buried under the yellow sand and floating in the Sea of Stars. We have made our way to where we are today by overcoming all obstacles with nothing but our own hands. Not only have we developed advanced technology and developed powerful techniques, our citizens also have a sound mind and body, a stable moral code, and a general consensus between the strong and the wise. Our civilization has been thriving and full of fearless hope. Under such circumstances, we discovered the relics left by the Pangu civilization one after another. Since the gap between the Pangu civilization and us is not too large, and the technology of the relics is sporadic, it will not have too much of an impact on our social form and ethics. Even if there are some subversive things, we can slowly digest them. It is safe to say that such a legacy is the most beneficial thing for the civilization of mankind at this moment. However, what about the ancient heritage from the primeval civilization? According to you, it is at least hundreds of thousands of years ahead of us. It is unbelievably advanced and can bring our civilization to the level of a quasi-god civilization. That's too unbelievable. Just like it is impossible for an ordinary person to turn into a nascent soul stage cultivator after taking an elixir, I can't imagine what it would be like if an ordinary civilization suddenly turned into a quasi-god civilization. Let's say, for example, that a poor man suddenly won a lottery worth tens of millions. Do you think he has enough knowledge, ability, and willpower to control the windfall instead of losing himself in the materialistic world? The ordinary people who used to live a simple life, although mediocre, had a drastic change of personality after they became rich overnight. Corrupted by their own desires, they went on a rampage and returned to poverty. They could not accept such an ending and fell into an even more painful abyss. I've heard a lot of similar stories. Even myself, who used to be a healthy, cheerful young man, is now suffering from chronic mental derangement because of the immense strength that I gained after only 100 years of training. My brain is seriously damaged, my wisdom is fluctuating, and I'm even suffering from schizophrenia. Those are all painful lessons. The female captain and all the ghosts looked at Liao in disbelief, not knowing whether they were looking at a genius or an idiot. Think about it. If we really inherited such an enormous legacy, we would have grasped countless mysteries and rules overnight and possessed the power to destroy the world. Liao opened his arms and continued, "There is no need for our experts and scholars to think independently, because all the cutting-edge technologies, cutting-edge theories, and possible directions have been pointed out by you. There is no need to think and explore at all. At the same time, it is impossible for them to raise any doubts or rebuttals about your theoretical system, because the gap between us is too large. It is like the confrontation between a primary school student and a college student. They can only be led by the nose by you obediently. And once our experts and scholars, the smartest, the most paranoid, the least blind believers of authority, the people who are filled with the desire to explore and the curiosity to explore, worship your theories and laws, they will no longer have their own opinions, and their imaginations will be killed prematurely. Wouldn't that mean that our civilization has completely lost the spirit of independent exploration? As for our warriors, right now all the human experts have gone through all kinds of hardships in order to possess great strength. Our strength all comes from ourselves. Even the children of the noble families, who have accumulated their strength with tremendous resources, require their own tenacious will and 1,000 times of tempering in order to digest and absorb it. Even the scheming and cruel internal strife between the immortal cultivators is also a form of tempering. If our experts possess strength 100 times greater than that of the giant god soldiers overnight, I don't know what kind of impact such an impact will have on the belief of the experts and whether or not it will bring a destructive blow that will turn all the human experts into powerless, willless waste. After all, as long as you have the golden key, you can directly inherit the legacy. Why do you need to suffer? Why do you need to play with your life? Why do you need to cultivate? As for our people, our social system, and our moral code, everything about the civilization of mankind has been based on the current training system, the resources available, and the productivity level. What will our society, our ethics, and our entire civilization become if everybody has the strength to split a mountain in one night? Will the entire civilization be mentally deranged and collapse overnight? In conclusion, the civilization of mankind has completely fallen to the greatness, glory, and advancement of the primeval civilization. We worship you and follow your lead. Our thinking patterns and evolution are completely limited in your framework. It is impossible for us to question your path, your technology, and your ethics, let alone change anything. As a result, as I said just now, a smaller version of the primeval civilization will appear. Is it meaningful? Is it useful? Can it resist the flood and find new hope? Therefore, I'm not playing any tricks. I'm sincerely rejecting your gift. The legacy of the primeval civilization might be a very good thing, but it is not suitable for us right now. Finishing his speech, Liao smiled and bowed to the female captain and all the ghosts of the primeval clan, expressing his sincerest gratitude. You said? The female captain hesitated for a long time before she smiled, too. Fair enough. Maybe it's too early to inherit the legacy of the primeval civilization. The right path of a civilization is to develop slowly with independence and hard work. But have you ever thought that time waits for no man? A flood is coming at any moment. Its claws and teeth might have already reached into the small universe. There might not be enough time for you to develop peacefully for thousands of years. It was not easy for you to come this far and see a glimmer of hope to save the civilization. Are you really going to return empty-handed? It does seem a pity. Liao scratched his hair and grinned, revealing his shining teeth. However, after so many adventures, I've figured it out. Whether or not a civilization can be saved does not depend on one person, much less a so-called gold key. If all human beings are united and unleash all their wisdom and courage, is the gold key really important? Besides, I never said that I would return empty-handed. Thanks to you, I found the real treasure. What? The female captain was slightly surprised. You rejected the gold key of the primeval civilization and said that you found the real treasure. What is it exactly? Before I started the ultimate test, I heard the last words of a certain tester of the superbrain civilization. He said, "Be vigilant, my friends. There are no ancient treasures at all. We are the greatest treasures of all." Liao smiled like a trumpet flower that had bloomed to the maximum. Thanks to those words, I was able to stop at the last moment and see through the so-called ultimate test. Right now, I finally understand the full meaning of those words. Yes, the tester of the superbrain civilization was right. Compared to the primeval treasures of the primeval civilization, we are the treasures that are worth cherishing and exploring. Before the civilization of mankind and the Pangu civilization, the corpses of 100 generations of pioneers had been lying here. I believe that the pioneers gathered the essence of their entire civilization, the most advanced magical equipment and war machines, the bravest and most intelligent warriors, and even the last bit of their strength for the ultimate test. When the test failed and their civilization was about to be wiped out, they must have left the sincerest last words and the most abundant information. All the magical equipment, the war machines, the remains of the warriors and the wise men, and even their entire history are buried around the tower, constituting the main body of the primeval relic. Isn't the civilization of 100 generations of pioneers more worth studying than the primeval civilization? In terms of the degree of evolution of their civilization, they are almost the same as the civilization of human beings. The highest level of their civilization is not much higher than that of the Pangu civilization, and the lowest level of their civilization is no lower than that of the civilization of human beings thousands of years ago. Not only are they valuable enough for us to study them and provide abundant nutrition for us, we also don't need to worry that their influence will be too strong and lead our civilization into a ditch. In the meantime, the civilizations of 100 generations of pioneers have been growing without any restraints. There are all kinds of weird evolutions and social forms. The history of their rise and fall can give us countless enlightenment and lessons. They can help us discover countless unexpected problems and even inspire us to embark on an unprecedented path. If we can calm down and absorb the civilization of 100 generations of pioneers together with the essence of the Pangu civilization, wouldn't it be safer and more efficient to meld the 101 civilizations into one civilization than to swallow the primeval civilization recklessly? I think this is the answer that the tester of the superbrain civilization thought of before his death. That's why he said that the real treasure is not the primeval civilization but ourselves. We are the pioneers who were born in the Pangu universe and eventually fell to the heavens tower. It's a pity that there are so many corpses and last words of the civilization of the pioneers that we can study. They are more than enough for the civilization of today. There is no need for us to break into the heavens tower and run any tests at all. It's a pity that the previous pioneers were too unconfident in their own civilization and were too greedy about the so-called ancient heritage. They always believed that the older they were, the stronger they would be. The ancient heritage would certainly help them solve all their problems. There is no such thing as a bargain in the world. You? The female captain exclaimed. He is really different from other testers. It's probably because my luck hasn't been very good. Every time I want to take a shortcut, I will suffer a big loss. Slowly, I will understand that there are no shortcuts in the world. Right? Liao shrugged his shoulders and opened his hands as he said, "The shortest shortcut is to step on solid ground. It's better to have one's own than to have one's own. Compared to the legacy that falls from the sky, it's more comfortable to enjoy the strength that one has painstakingly earned. If I had understood the logic earlier, I wouldn't have had to climb the dam towers and run the tests at all. But this is good too. At the very least, during the tests, I saw the history between Earthlings and the primeval Lord of Heaven clearly. Even though the history you presented to me was false, the lessons I learned were real. Also, I saw the vastness of the sea of stars, the brilliance of civilization, and the brilliance of all kinds of species. These are the more precious secret treasures compared to pure strength, right? Maybe. The female captain smiled non-committally. Do you really not want the legacy of the primeval civilization? Not at all, not ever? Who says I never want to? I'm not that stupid. I didn't want to look at something that had already been studied by my predecessors and had to study it from the beginning. As I said just now, the time just hasn't come yet. Liao said confidently, I firmly believe that the civilization of mankind has enough wisdom to analyze and digest the essence of 100 generations of pioneers, to carry on their legacy, and to become the strongest, wisest, and brightest super-civilization in the history of the Pangu universe. By then, we will be qualified to inherit the legacy of the primeval civilization. As long as your legacy does exist somewhere in the Pangu universe, be it in a secret space zone, the space surrounded by black walls, or even in the folds of time, we will definitely find it. Do you understand? Of course, we yearn for the legacy of the primeval era, but we don't want anyone's charity. We have to explore and excavate with our own hands. The road is below our feet. This is how we walk.